Alrighty, hey, what's going on, everybody? Enter ChazmaN here, back with another episode of Enter ChazmaN Live. That's right, this is our Thursday episode where we get to kind of chill out and I don't know, talk about any drama or tea or anything that's kind of happening around the interwebs. Oops, I forgot to hit start recording on that. I'll do that. Sorry. Alright, hey, Skylar Twilight's in chat already. What's up, Skylar? Thank you so much for joining. But, yeah, so, like I said, this is our chance to my chance to kind of talk about any tea or drama that's going to happen around the interwebs. If you haven't seen, largely, I think most of this chat, we're going to be focusing on the Emiru situation. I think largely because that seems like that's been one of the big talking points. It's kind of been dominating some of the chit-chat around the, especially over the weekend and stuff. So that'll be largely what we focus on here, and then I got maybe one or two other videos I think we can watch that I think might be kind of funny. Alright, so how do you guys like the setup? If you guys haven't seen on many of the channels, I've been completely redoing how a lot of my stuff looks and functions and operates. I've reworked a little bit of my program here for ChazmaN Live. If you guys see on the actual channels, on the Enter ChazmaN Live channel and also the Long Plays channel, I've completely reworked how those look a little bit, changed up descriptions, images, everything, trying to make it more palatable and easier for people to see what exactly those channels are about. And that's kind of been my goal, is to try and make things look a little prettier and nicer. Yeah, working on a bunch of stuff. How's Skylar Twilight in chat? How's everyone else doing? Hopefully all of you guys have had a wonderful, what is today? Thursday, that's right. I should apologize for not streaming last night. I know I said I was going to, even though that was my night off. I don't know. I ended up getting distracted, and I'm just like, I didn't feel like hopping on, so. Don't worry. We'll stream tonight. Tomorrow we'll be getting back into, what are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow would be, we're playing Five Nights at Freddy's. That's right. First time, my first time playing through Five Nights at Freddy's, and then Saturday we'll get back into the normie stuff. Alright, well, hey, Veronica Rose just joined. What's up, Veronica? Thank you so much for joining. I thought I was tweaking out because I knew I was hearing a Persona 3 music. Yeah, there should be Persona 3 music playing right now. Does it not? Can you not hear it? Oh, I see. You thought the game was playing. No, that's one of the songs I added to my library. I don't know. I finally added a couple new songs in there. I like having my gaming music for chill video stuff. Too bad I can't hear it myself. I changed it up to where now I can't hear it. I'll have to keep my ears open for that. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna be focusing on one topic mainly here today, and that's the Emiru stuff. Very faint, said Skylar. Ah, okay. Well, that's good. I want you guys to focus on me, preferably than the music. Alright, what do you guys say we go ahead and jump in? So I'm going to go ahead and click off the Persona 3 music. Let's go ahead and mute that. Hopefully that muted that. And, alright, so, if you guys did not see, some weird stuff was kind of happening over the weekend. To anyone who is a part of the Twitch community or goes to Twitch, what is it, TwitchCon, a part of any of that stuff, I personally don't know much about Twitch. I've been thinking about doing some dual streams on there. Eventually trying to, mess around with it a little bit. But, yeah, essentially there was a lot of drama that came out of it, essentially from, what was it? I think it was Friday or Saturday. Might have been Saturday was the main day. If you guys don't know Emiru, who here has ever heard of Emiru? I've definitely heard of her. I personally don't know much about her, but I know of her, of course. She's one of the largest, female streamers from Twitch. I think she's in the top 20 of largest streamers on that side of the interweb. Good on her. But yeah, I've heard lots of stuff about her. I know she's she's in that community with Asmon Gold, and there's a lot of other people that are associated with her. But if you guys didn't see, something pretty crappy happened to her. She was basically sexually assaulted live on camera. She was during a meet and greet, kind of doing. Heard of her name before, said Skylar. Yeah, she's a big name. I think she does a lot of cosplay and live streaming and stuff like that. I keep mixing her up with a YouTuber, Emirichu. Sounds like a VTuber name or something like that. But yeah, she essentially it was at a meet and greet meeting with fans, and some weirdo essentially came up and attempted to do something, kiss her or something like that, and it was very weird, very odd. We'll get into a lot of the specifics. I mean, we'll be watching some of these videos, and a lot of these will kind of explain exactly what was kind of going on there. Um, there's a lot of drama with like apparently prior to this event, Twitch essentially banned her former private security guard because the guy made contact with an individual who was attempting to harass her again, and they were like, "Nope, you can't do that." For some reason, I don't know. I'm guessing Twitch is afraid of liability, even if the person that is being uh, arrested is in the wrong. It's a really weird situation. Um, and yeah, so her previous guard had been banned from TwitchCon because all I heard with Iron Mouse, a VTuber. I think I've actually heard of Iron Mouse, oddly enough. But yeah, her previous guard had been banned from the event, which she likes having her own private security. You know, who wouldn't if you're a big name? And so because I heard her fan gifts were disposed. Oh, I did hear about that. Was that Iron Mouse? Yeah, I did hear about that as well. There was another Twitch too. Was that Iron Mouse? Says Veronica. Yeah, there was another Twitch person who was there who like I guess wasn't there in person and had a bunch of fans dropped off gifts to like her manager or something, and I guess the the building crew, whatever building they were in for TwitchCon, I guess the crew just like threw away all the gifts or something like that, which is like, why would you do that? I don't know, very weird. If you can't tell, Twitch, in my opinion, not just TwitchCon, but in my opinion, it definitely seems like Twitch is not a very well run company. I think a lot of people kind of are starting to jump ship a little bit more, especially after over the weekend. But already people have been leaving in flocks from Twitch. They've been running off to Kick and YouTubes and stuff like that. Like if you notice, a lot of those people like Asmongold and Moist, they're more on YouTube. You know, I think Moist is definitely on YouTube more than he is Twitch. Asmon's I think a little more 50-50. Yeah, I saw it on my Twitter notifications, and I didn't know if it was her gifts being thrown out. Yeah, apparently people were leaving her gifts for like a manager or some place to leave gifts for her. And yeah, some of the building crew were throwing stuff out. I don't know, it's very odd, but yeah, just in general, that's part of the big reason why I honestly haven't been so hardcore in trying to understand Twitch and trying to use it. I've been mainly focused on YouTube just because I feel like YouTube is a pretty fair and safe place. Not completely fair or completely safe, but definitely seems to me to be far more professionally operated than Twitch, in my opinion. Now, back to what we're getting into. So, yeah, let me go ahead and just play the video. So, I will say, I, you know, who am I to say how particularly bad it is? But if you are a bit squeamish of some possible sexual harassment, you know, you may not want to watch this. Just giving you a heads up. It's not, you know, that's not for me to decide how bad it is. That's all I'll say is there is some form of harassment happening here. So if you're squeamish, I wouldn't watch. But all right, let me go ahead and switch over. Ba, 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 ba. That works. Put you on full screen. Oh, great. Move you up here. Oh my gosh. All the sizes are wrong. And put you here. Okay, so here we go. If this is the main video, another big talking point a lot of people were saying is luckily there was a fan of the sort. Someone was here and recorded the situation with their phone, with their camera. It actually turns out that like that ended up being a great thing because a lot of people are like theorizing, especially with you'll see with how Twitch has handled the event post what happened. A lot of people are saying possibly without this camera view, there's a chance that Twitch probably would have acted like this didn't even happen to her. So she even like herself thanked whoever was recording this because she's worried that like Twitch wouldn't have believed her or would have just flat out denied anything had happened. So good on whoever recorded this. All right, if you guys could let me know how the audio is gonna sound, we'll play it. So yeah, like I said, don't watch if you're squeamish. Oh, am I blocking her view a little bit? Let me move me. Here we go.
Past barriers to grab.
Okay, so. Oh, well, this person kind of blocked it out anyways. But if you see right here, she is... Dude, that would have sucked. So essentially, if you can see, she's in the middle of talking to one of her... I'm going to put the music back on since I got no audio. Alright, so if you can see here, yeah, she is in the middle of talking with one of her meet and greets. Something about, you know, signing signatures or talking to this person. And then if you look off to the right side, there's a very large guy off to the right side here who just, like, jumps in front of the entire crowd and just bum rushes her. And clearly, I think you can tell that at first here she doesn't react. And I think what that might be is, you know, she's a big name. She's probably used to managers or staff people coming up to her to tell her, give her news or to tell her updates of something. And I think that's what at first this guy comes up to her. And I think she thinks he's like a staff member or somebody, manager, someone PR or associated with the event. So she doesn't do anything. And then immediately once this dude goes up to her and essentially grabs her, she like begins to freak out, of course. And there's a lot of crazy stuff here, so let's go ahead and just watch. W. Fanny recorded the ordeal, says Skylar. Absolutely, oh yeah. So they block it out. Essentially what's happening behind here is this dude is essentially trying to kiss her or something very weird. He goes up and he grabs her head or something like that. Security comes from behind over here and gives the guy a good shove. And it's all very all very odd. So they'll show it one more time. And there's so much to like take in with what was going on here. First off, as a lot of people, I'll point out my obvious things, but there's so many things that people are pointing out, like how in the world, if you're having like a live event, like it's understandable maybe on the grounds of the event, like in the entire building, why it would be kind of tough to have security everywhere, you know, monitoring what's happening. But you would think at a major con like this, like a big event, you would at least like where security would be heavy would be up at like the meet and greet areas or the areas where your celebrities are. And this dude, no credentials, no anybody, some weird fan, walks in front of the entire crowd and walks right up to Emiru. How does that happen? You know what I mean? Like, first off, how does that happen? How is anybody random just able to just walk up to her? And then, not only just to walk up to her, but then to also, like, have time to grab her and attempt to do something. You know, heaven forbid this guy had a weapon or something. Like, luckily he ended up having nothing. But, like, what if he had a knife or anything, you know, that he could have physically harmed her? He had plenty of time to do so. So yeah, those are two different things. Like the fact that he was able to run up to in the front of the crowd to get to her is one thing, and the other fact that he was just able to get to her in general is also kind of like I mean, I don't know what else you look at it other than a lack of security. Luckily, and another fact is this guy right here, this gentleman right here that gives that guy a shove, he doesn't even work for the event. He's not a security guard for TwitchCon or Twitch itself. This is one of her private security people. So not only did all of that stuff get allowed to happen, but then the person who breaks it up is not even part of the event. It's like her personal security guard, which another thing is like, why was he all the way back here hiding behind this wall when like he probably needs to be standing behind her? Oh, I get why. Someone made someone pointed out that like she wouldn't want him to be over here because he'd be in the way of pictures that she'd be taking with meet and greet fans and stuff. Understandable. I still think him standing all the way over here is probably too far away. But yeah, it's just insane. And then I feel like this video doesn't quite show as much as I was hoping it would. But then there's another thing that's a problem. Though, well, we'll see multiple videos, but another problem is that like he shoves the guy off of her. And then the camera pans and the guy just walks this way and leaves. Nobody stops him. So that's the shortest video that I have. That's just the actual events of what happened. So who to thank for that video? That was What's Trending. Thank you so much, What's Trending. I'm just taking a quick little peek. So next, another video we'll watch. If bro said Veronica, yeah. So we're gonna try and watch people that did. Again, if you can't tell, I'm a fan of H3. I just like them because I feel like they're very detailed with their commentary and what they're talking about. So we'll watch a little bit of their video, and they'll point out probably everything that I've pointed out already. But oh, sorry, someone's at my front door. No, someone dropped off a package. Right, I'll be right back. Let me go grab my package. That didn't sound right. I'll be right back. My package. I'm expecting my injections for this week. They weren't in. Let's see. That reminded me that I got mail too. I'm gonna check my mail for my package after work. LOL, says Veronica. Yeah, I've got my Ring camera and it told me somebody was there. Had to go see who it was. But yeah, so we'll watch a little bit of H3. Like I said, they did a very good job of kind of detailing what was kind of happening with the whole Twitch event. There's so much detail. And then I've got like 5 videos that have to do with what was going on there. So believe me, there's a lot of people talking about what was going on. So let me go ahead and switch over. I wonder if I should turn off the music. Okay, music's off. Back to the window, to the window, to the wall. All right, so this is H3 and them talking about it. Let's see. I've already seen the video, but
she is,
we'll see.
I looked it up myself. She is on the Twitch charts, the highest female content creator on
Okay.
Twitch.
If you guys could, let me know how the audio is with this. Let me know if I need to turn it up or down or anything like that.
About her. She seems funny and cool and chill, so good for her for being funny, cool, and chill.
Yeah, she was like number 19 overall or something like that on the site.
So here she is talking. This is before the convention. She talks about that Twitch has a requirement in her contract to do a meet and greet at TwitchCon. So these other people had the option to say no, but apparently she has some kind of deal with Twitch.
So they're going to talk about it, but essentially, you can needs a little bump up. Okay, I'll turn it up. So essentially, what they're getting into, or what they just said, is that Emiru, essentially, due to some sort of contractual obligation with Twitch, there was some sort of show that she hosts at Twitch, and somewhere in the contractual stuff, they determined that for her to keep whatever show she has, for them it was required that she have to do the meet and greet, which is something that she really, apparently, she'll say in the video, but she really didn't want to do. You know, and I won't say it that way, but as you can imagine, in the modern times and some modern events that have been happening as of late, you can imagine that a lot of people are super skeptical and worried about doing in-person stuff with fans. Not saying they're worried about the fans, but in every fan group, there's always some crazies, right? One with the Charlie Kirk event, that's obviously the biggest thing. That's why Hassan, I believe, pulled out of some Twitch stuff, because Hassan was supposed to do like a live show with Charlie Kirk. That's a random factoid, but yeah, he was supposed to do a random thing with Charlie Kirk like a week before he was killed. So like you have the Charlie Kirk event. I believe, from what I understand, there also was a Chinese streamer who was killed last year or something live on stream. So there's a lot of people that are very worried about like doing certain things live, because when you're live, that tells the weirdos in the audience where you're at and at what time you're at. So like I can understand why being worried about doing stuff like that. I can see where it comes from. So that's why it's especially crappy that like Twitch had like some sort of, granted, that's for you when you sign on a contract, the things that come with it. But still, the fact that like Twitch mandated you having to meet with fans in order to keep some show is, in my opinion, a little crappy. But yeah, that's essentially the groundwork of like what was going on with the meet and greet.
That obligates her to do a meet and greet at TwitchCon. So
I turned the audio up a little
expect,
bit.
Right?
Let me know if it's too loud.
These people are doing everything in their power to keep you safe. I mean, it's your safety is their responsibility. They're forcing you to be there, right? Here she is talking about it.
So I had to cancel my meet and
This
greet
is Enro here, in case you don't know, on the right.
In order to, it's
Honestly,
I can't
says Veronica
cancel my
Rose.
meet and
Yeah.
greet
Always
and
some weird
not cancel the
parasocial
show
fans to Skylar.
because
Most of the
fact that
time, yeah.
The reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours.
So you see what this girl said. I think she's a I think they're all famous Twitch people. I don't remember. I know one of them is named like Senna. I think that might be her or something. But yeah, this is Emaru, if you don't know, girl on the right. But she was just talking about how she didn't feel, or this girl on the left, a little bit higher, gotcha. She was saying that she doesn't even feel comfortable staying in one place for more than 2 hours. And mainly because of what I was talking about. When you're live and you're streaming, if you're some big streamer, that is an easy way for the parasocial weirdos that Skylar was talking about. That gives them, they know you're in a place and at a specific time. So that's why she was saying, oh, I don't like being in the same place for more than 2 hours. So that type.
Because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my meet and
Emmy.
greet because I wanted to keep my show. Surely it'll be
I'm
fine.
sorry, Emmy.
So she's saying she had to keep her meet and greet because she wanted to keep her show.
Right.
So yeah, so
Comes with a package deal.
sure.
You want a show at TwitchCon?
Listen,
Get ready to get accosted by weirdos.
listen. It's a reasonable deal setup, presumably.
Yeah,
if,
presuming
you know,
that they do the
take
due
care of it.
diligence to keep you safe. Yeah.
Yeah. So now let's go to the event itself. Now,
But like I was saying, that is on you as a creator to understand what you're signing on for and to get that. But still, even with that, you shouldn't. I don't like the idea of signing on and being forced to do things, especially meet up with people. And then, but then you also start getting into the argument of like, well, even if that is the case, even if you don't find it fair that Twitch is saying, well, you've got to do a meet and greet and you've got to do this, you signed on to a contract, I would still be okay with that. But Twitch, it should be super imperative on them. It should be their responsibility is on them to make sure it's safe. Then if you're going to require people to contractually have to do events where they're meeting with fans, then you got to make that safe, man. You got to have security. And I think that's one of the big things that we'll get into many of these videos is Twitch had no security there. There's videos of people just walking up and having no credentials and being led in places. And it's just like, again, Twitch could be let off the hook for mandating people do things because of contracts, but the least you got to do is ensure that there's proper security there for the people that you do mandate. That's the least you can do, in my opinion.
now this is very interesting. So Emaru, they launched the event within 3 hours of the event starting. Now this is a multi-day event, right, AB?
Yeah. It's over the whole weekend.
It was a whole weekend-long event. This is the first 3 hours. The doors just opened, essentially, right? Here's the video of what happened.
Heck, have a table separating the fan and the creator with a table or something. Yes, that's something that, who was it? XQC, another big Twitch guy. That's something XQC was talking about, is that if you're going to do something like that where you're mandating meet and greets with people, either, he mentioned it, have a table or build a stage. Build a stage so that the creator is up on the stage, and when people it's their turn to meet her, walk up on the stage while there's a security presence or somebody there. You know, some sort of barrier or something between you and the people. There can't just be a wide open room with Emiru standing in the middle of the room and anybody can just walk up to her. You know, that's not how things should be, in my opinion.
And as she expressed, she's so grateful that somebody actually caught it on video, because how could she possibly explain and the gravity of what happened and the utter failure of Twitch's if this wasn't captured, right? So here she is doing a live meet and greet. Here she is.
Oh, and I guess we should just say, this clip is actually pretty disturbing. If you're sensitive to sexual assault, you probably shouldn't watch this. Like
that I agree with. I'll tell you what happened so you can decide.
Yeah.
He essentially grabs her and tries to kiss her, right?
Yeah, just like he just charges her basically and embraces her.
So so if that makes you uncomfortable, that's basically what happened.
That's what you're gonna say, yeah.
And so you feel free to skip the next 2 minutes, which I'm gonna watch this clip here.
Oh, well, you can see it better here with mine. Not that you guys don't need to see it, but you can clearly see that. Just to be 100 with you guys, you can very clearly see what this guy's intentions are. So this isn't blurred out, but you can see it's not like in question. He grabs her by the face or upper body and attempts to move his face inward. It's like, it's blatantly obvious what he was trying to do. And again, not to show you guys the actual video, but
here he comes.
See, look, he like goes in on her and it's like, what the?
One more time. Because it happened so fast.
Yeah.
So everybody's standing in line.
He's talking to a fan.
He was
right?
mad aggressive,
and
says Veronica. Yes, he was like super aggressive with it.
Right. And from the outfield,
well, what am I saying? Aggressive or
some
not,
really
sexual
big
assault
dude,
is.
I don't know how tall he is, but he looks massive. Beeline.
But yeah, he like
her.
beeline straight for her, like Ethan's saying. And it's not in question what he was trying to do, in my opinion.
Their top female streamer is sexually assaulted.
And that guy that pushed him,
that's her security.
That's her security.
Not
Twitch. Yeah, I'm kind of getting to that.
Yeah. Sorry.
But the guy who essentially saved her isn't even Twitch security. This is someone she brought extra to protect herself because she didn't trust Twitch's.
I did not think he would wrap around her, said Veronica. Yes, he goes in for a bear hug and tries to he obviously tries to force himself on her, which is again, another thing we'll get into, but how is that not arrest? Like you need to get arrested level of harassment? That's another thing, is I don't believe, from what I understand, that guy has been arrested or any charges have been pressed or anything. I don't know. We'll see more. He straight up assaulted her and gets a slap on the wrist to walk out. Oh, you'll see. There's plenty more videos. The dude, he literally just walks out. He just leaves and goes home. And then super messed up part is later on the reaction of Twitch and what this guy's supposed punishment is. But yeah, he's not even a slap on the wrist. He gets an easy shove from this guy and then he just leaves.
Security. But honestly, guys, this is if this was all that happened, it would be bad enough, but it's so much worse.
Yep.
Well, he has a pen in his hand too, by the way. If he wanted to kill her, she would have been dead.
Yeah.
If he could have killed
Veronica
her.
Rose said, bet he doesn't even get banned. It turns out he did get banned.
Pen, I think.
Sure.
But I don't even believe he was actually banned from the event. I believe he was banned on Twitch, they said. Which that is something, and we have a video with Emiru where she'll talk about it. But yeah, I believe he only received a 30-day ban from being on Twitch, which is oops, sorry. Which is insane. A 30-day ban from just not being on Twitch. And Emiru says it, but she's like, okay, so? Yeah. The whole event was mishandled.
Actually, strange is Twitch is fueled by parasocial relationships. If there's any social media account that needs to protect their creators, it's Twitch, right? Because these people have intense emotional and personal connections.
Fostered by the platform, with everything about the way the platform is designed.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly so.
So I don't know, but yeah, and he's just such a fucking creepy, gross, massive dude, man. Ugh, what a disgusting fucking thing to happen.
Hey, Carlos Vargas is in chat, says, so why doesn't she just call the police? That's a great question. I believe this is such a fresh event that I don't believe that Emiru has begun to take any steps just yet. Or no, I take that back. She hasn't announced what she has been doing, but I think it's pretty obvious she's probably gonna sue somebody. I would assume like Twitch is probably gonna get majorly sued because of this. I mean, I would, wouldn't you guys? I mean, you essentially got sexually assaulted on camera, and like, Twitch's only avenue of punishment for the gentleman is a 30-day ban from Twitch, from using Twitch. I mean, yeah. That's a good question. Why didn't she call the police? I don't know what you can do though, because the guy, if you watch, we'll show it on video, but he immediately leaves the event. So it's not as if he stuck around and was being a weirdo. He gets shoved off of her and he immediately leaves the event. There's camera footage of him beelining it straight for the exit, goes home. I don't exactly know what you can do about that. I mean, I would assume they probably tried to, but you know what I mean? Maybe eventually somebody will go to his home, but like, it's only been pretty fresh. I mean, this just happened, what, Saturday? So I would at least almost anticipate there's going to be lawsuits coming Twitch's way, and you'll see. I think Twitch knows that. There's other videos I'll show of Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, talking about this.
So he walks off.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
Pretty horrible, pretty disturbing.
Oh, so this is the part that I wanted to show you guys on that other video that didn't have it. Look here. This guy gets shoved off.
So he walks off.
And then the guy escorts him.
That's crazy.
Oh, look, there he goes. He's going home.
Pretty horrible, pretty disturbing.
Isn't
Sorry,
that,
extremely disturbing.
that's
Very
the part I
gross
wanted to show
disturbing.
you guys, is that like the guy just like
Traumatizing.
left.
Absolutely traumatizing.
He just bails.
What the fuck just happened? What happened? Did I film that? I don't.
Yes, bro. Thank you, by the way. You did such a good job of capturing that. You honestly, and she goes into explaining it in more detail. I'll let her explain it. But this guy is a hero for capturing that, because this is the only video I've seen essentially that really showed what happened.
If he didn't,
No way.
people probably wouldn't have believed her or said she was exaggerating, maybe.
Right.
Or
100%.
even more importantly, Twitch wouldn't have fucking done anything
Right.
or cared about it.
Right.
Which is what she alleges, credibly.
Which, yeah, you see what they're saying is basically, when we get to the Emiru video, that's exactly what she says. Is she's like, well, they've been so dismissive, Twitch itself with her, they've been so dismissive as to like what was going on and what happened, that she doesn't even think if Twitch would have like done anything if like there wasn't an actual video, you know, if the whole thing wasn't recorded. So
Hey,
That's my
W cameras, I
didn't
guess.
want to come.
evacuate cutie because of
Is there
Right.
more? I haven't watched
Oh,
this
man,
whole.
that-
Basically, what
No,
I watched.
I think the most important thing, and maybe you're about to, but you should point out the fact that he just walks away.
Well, so we're getting to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
the
he walked
insane
off, but
part.
you would assume like with Dan Clancy's like there's police, security, secret agents, sleeper agents, videos, cameras.
You'll see,
lasers.
but
Yeah, the command
luckily
center
the
probably
H3 crew, they
swarm
have
with
they have
activity right now.
multiple
They've gone
videos of
DEFCON
him
1
like
and they're deploying
leaving,
troops
and
from
you'll get to see them
fell
all
from the
here.
ceiling, dude.
I mean, yeah, this is
Badass.
this is a DEFCON 1 situation, unironically, right?
If anything,
Let me see if I can find it.
So, what I would assume happened is her private security. I have this.
So here's another video. I went ahead and skipped ahead. This is another video that shows the guy like leaving immediately after these events. So this is a great video from them.
Here he is on his way. People started going through all their footage and catching him kind of walking.
This is
connection
another
in the
creator
background.
at Twitch.
bad place to commit a crime.
Yeah.
Giant convention center full of people live streaming everything that's happening from every angle.
So
Yeah, if you guys look behind this guy, you'll see him. That's another thing is yeah, they just brought it up, but it's crazy to commit a crime at an event where everyone's on their phone. Like, if you're gonna commit, you know what? I don't want to give people ideas on how to commit crimes, but not too bright, right? This guy to do something as heinous as assaulting someone in a place that's like full of YouTube creators, everyone on their phones and stuff. But if you look over this guy's shoulder, you'll notice he's like the most obvious. He's like taller than everyone, and he's wearing a plaid shirt. It's like, dude, you stick out like a sore
wait, how can you
thumb
tell
here.
that's him? I've seen videos of him where it's clearly him.
All right,
But
watch
it looks like
behind
he's
him.
skipping. Oh, that's the meetup. So he's okay. You can see
Yeah.
just how flagrant, how obvious his cutting is, right? Like there's a big line here, and this dude walks through a wide open space straight for them. Watch right here in the bottom right. Here he comes. Boom. Right?
Oh, this is the video
So,
I thought it was.
I mean, there was a lot of fucking opportunity.
There was another
to
video.
Stop this guy.
Oh, here it is right here.
The
That
same
same
clip,
creator.
streamer moments later, you can see. You see him?
So look here behind here. This is the video. This is the part I was looking for.
Is now, let's see.
So if you see, look who is standing off to the right over here. It's him. It's the assaulter. But you can see him. He's like way taller than everyone. You'll watch here. He just like casually leaves the event.
It's him in the plaid right there.
There
You
he
see him
is.
right there.
He's
This
just
is
casually
right
leaving.
after
Yeah.
He assaulted Emerald, and he is just casually walking away. Okay, watch this again. Here he is. Not a single person.
He's like looking at his
trailing
watch,
him,
like, oh, I
looking
gotta get
at
out of
him,
here.
Doing anything. He couldn't beat.
Wow, what a fucking caveman.
And
this
let it
motherfucker.
play.
He's like, oh, I must have left the oven running. It's just-
Right? Let it play. There's nobody.
It's saying that
coming.
he was allowed to just
Not only
walk
nobody
away
following,
from
there's nobody
that.
coming. Where's not a single person has fought? How is that possible? Right? But wait, it gets even worse.
How to commit crimes with Chaz 101, says Skylar.
So
I got
before
you,
I watch
fam.
this one, AB, I want to show what Twitch's statement was.
Just pay attention to me. I can show you
so
guys
9A, they initially responded.
fraud.
So-
Anyone
thank you,
want
I
to
got
learn
it.
fraud? I
Yeah.
can teach fraud.
So when this happened,
Avoiding the
Twitch,
IRS.
and it started going viral. It started to become like a trending story for so many reasons, right?
Yeah.
So here they'll show that this is now we're starting to get into the point where Twitch's reaction essentially to the events. So I think they're gonna read Twitch's immediately response here on Twitter. I think the more egregious response is Dan. Obviously, I mentioned it, but Dan Clancy's direct video response on. I think he responded with who is it to that crazy lady Taylor Lorenz. But we'll get into that, and then just like the nonchalantness, just they kind of just hand waved just absolutely everything that happened here. But yeah, here's the
So they
tweet,
quickly put out a
from
statement, and
them.
I'll read it to you. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involved a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on the site and responded to the incident. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to TwitchCon premise. They are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. By the way,
Okay, so I guess I did have it a little wrong. So they were banned a little bit more than I said they were. So from what I understood, they said they were. So it says they're banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. Still, to me, that's not a very good discipline considering sexual harassment. I don't know about you guys, but hey, Odin Assalti's in chat. Odin Assalti says, "Hey guys, I just watched the Fallout Day broadcast. How is everyone doing? I'm doing good. Odin, how are you?" Fallout Day broadcast. I'll be honest, I don't even know what that is. Is that like a public Fallout event that's going on? I saw something about Fallout New Vegas. They announced some like Ultimate Edition or something coming out next year, but interesting. Hey, Carol Pierce is in chat. Carol says, "Hello all." What's up, Carol? Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, I don't know what Fallout Day broadcast is. Maybe I might be able to watch that on stream. That's not even something I knew about. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Maybe we'll watch that after this. How long is that? Is that like a long event? Fallout Day 2025. Oh, that's fairly short. Maybe I'll watch that after this. I was looking for something to watch. Interesting. All right, back to what we were watching. Howdy. Just got out of work an hour ago, so I'm relaxing for now, says Skylar. Hey, that's awesome. I appreciate you spending your time here. All right, so back to what was going on.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, why are we talking about bans?
Why do we care about TwitchCon? How are you actually missing the point that hard? Hey, don't worry. He's never coming back.
He will never be able to comment in chat
He just
again.
committed sexual assault, bro, on camera. What are you talking about?
Just a
Yeah.
quick correction. You said they quickly responded. This wasn't that quick. This was the next day.
Okay, so this was the next day.
Next day.
So we are coordinating with the impacted creators team, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement and investigations. We have increased security at the meet and greet. You increased it? Wasn't it already supposed to?
No, we were maxed out. We're at top. Come on,
How
dude.
can you increase it? It's already maxed out,
Yeah.
guys. That clearly means that the security wasn't as fucking good as it should have.
It's an event. They announced Fallout. Thought it was disappointing. Oh, well, maybe I'll still watch it. Carol Pearson chat says, "Wish ChazmaN a happy birthday, all." Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Carol. I've had plenty of birthday wishes. We had a lot of people here wishing me. I did a stream on my birthday, so I got my recognition. I'm happy.
Bim.
Super security.
They turned it to 11.
Super
Who's
security.
there now?
saying,
RoboCop?
Super security saying God X3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stage 2, V. Ultra V power.
Yeah.
We have increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note they were unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Ooh, so slick. It says Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. So
that's actually worth pointing out, that thing about the +1. Are you aware about that whole element of this?
Well, it sounds like they were allowing +1s before.
So you had to register for the meet and greet, which would allow some degree of filtering, but then you could bring a +1.
Which, no security. No.
Oh, that's something I didn't even realize that they had mentioned before. So they're saying apparently there was a way for people that were buying admission into TwitchCon that you were able to buy a ticket, you had to register and put in information. But they're saying that in order to, if you wanted to bring a +1, they were allowing you if you had already bought a general admission, but that they weren't requiring any information for the +1. So you could just bring anybody? How does that make any sense? That seems kind of neglectful.
It's just whoever you decide to bring along.
+1. It's genius. You get a good value.
Yeah.
So here is so basically what they're saying is like, look, guys, our security's insane. We didn't do anything wrong. We got the guy. We apprehended him. Everything's fine, right? And essentially not accepting any responsibility for what happened. Now here's a clip that really puts everything into perspective for you.
Odin Salty says, I didn't know you had a birthday going on. Happy birthday week. Hey, thank you so much, Odin. Yeah, it was Tuesday. I had a very lovely day. Went and saw some family. I went and bought some Pokemon cards and video games. It was nice. Nice and chill. Went to the gym.
Here's a clip from outside the convention of the guy leaving the convention.
Oh, no, I didn't
by
go to the gym. I
himself,
skipped Tuesday.
Making
That's
a
right.
clean fucking getaway.
Oh, this is the other part I was going to show you guys. So, again, I wouldn't just show you guys H3 just for the heck of it. I like their content, but more than anything, I think they did a really good job of covering this. So I feel like that's why we're watching that. But if you guys can't tell, right here, if you guys look, so they're going to show a clip of outside of the entrance to TwitchCon. So here you can already see the guy on camera. Here he is right here. They'll show that, like, so he gets a clean getaway. He just like goes straight for the door, leaves. I do think if you look, there's somebody that follows him but doesn't walk outside of the door. I do wonder if at least someone, a part of the staff, was at least trying to follow him to find out where he goes. But you can definitely tell whoever was following him, once he gets out the door, they're just like, oh, nothing I can do now. He's outside, so great job on everyone's behalf.
Making a clean fucking getaway. Can you believe he walked through the entire convention that apparently is locked down like a Las Vegas casino?
Right.
Can you imagine someone stole chips? How fast they would be fucking...
Right.
That person wouldn't have made it 10 feet.
If they were able to ban his account, then why not help Emmy press charges? Great question. I still don't even believe... I'll be honest. I still think this, again, like Carlos Vargas had asked, I still think this is all super early in some of the proceedings. I still would anticipate someone's going to still press charges. I still anticipate their Twitch may eventually get sued because of this. Again, if you're Emiru, why wouldn't you sue? Even if she works for Twitch, she would get fat paid out of this. And also, flat out, I would be just mad that the place I worked for allowed this to happen. So, if I'm Emiru, and she's already a super wealthy girl, like, I don't see why you wouldn't sue them. To me, it seems like an easy open and shut lawsuit. Honestly, I hate to say it. Honestly, I feel like Twitch is in the position where a major lawsuit like that might bankrupt them. So maybe that's something she'd be worried about. Is she'd be the arbiter of bringing the entire company down that she works for. But I don't think that's something she should think about, in my opinion. I think you should be more thoughtful of, like, trying to teach this company a lesson. Plus, money's a thing too. Like, if you can get a fat payday and you can teach a crappy company you work for to not being crappy, I don't see why you wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I didn't say arbiter. I meant to say harbinger. That's what I was thinking. Harbinger of Twitch's destruction. I love that word, harbinger. Makes me want to play Mass Effect 2.
Right? But watch how this guy just casually cruises out of the fucking... Here he is right here. There's not a single person looking at him, following him, asking questions, nothing. So after all that shit...
Well, Ethan's wrong because I did see this clip. I do think, again, I had brought it up, but watch when he leaves.
10 feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Watch when he leaves.
Watch how this guy just casually cruises out of the fucking... Here he is right here.
There is somebody, again, there is somebody behind him. Look at the door over here.
Single person look.
See this guy here? This guy clearly has a device or phone on him. And he clearly, in my opinion, looks like he was following the gentleman. But once he sees him getting into the parking lot and getting out, you can very clearly see that this guy turns around, whomever this is. I definitely think this is at least a security or event staff of some sort. Not saying that pardons any aspect of what's happening here, but at minimum, it seems like somebody was. Granted, that's if this is somebody who works there. This could have been just some Joe Schmo, but
Looking at him.
you can see he goes back, and then
questions.
he follows him, and then this guy clearly goes back inside when he sees that this guy is gone. So that very well could have just been an upset fan who was trying to help her out by following him to see what he was doing. So maybe I'm giving them too much
after
credit.
all that
Carol Pierce says, has this ever happened at this company's events before, says Carol Pierce. That is a great question because, yes, there has been sexual assault at TwitchCon before. It happened just last year. So that's another great case for Emiru as to why she would, in my opinion, she would easily win a lawsuit. Is Twitch has had sexual assault happen on its premises before. I believe there was an event where 2 gentlemen were sexually assaulted last year at this event. So Twitch has had all sorts of problems with their company. There was that. There was a streamer who a couple of years ago broke her spine at the event because there was like a ball pit. I don't remember. There was like a big ball pit that had like a bunch of foam in it, and it was built so that fans could go in and jump in. And apparently it wasn't like that deep, and at the bottom was like concrete, and the girl thought it was like super safe to jump into, and she jumped in back facing the ground, and she landed on her tailbone and broke her back essentially. I don't know whatever happened to that. I'm assuming maybe she sued Twitch. That was another major event of somebody getting pretty gruesomely injured. I don't think Twitch is necessarily all that I don't know. I feel like they're pretty neglectful with how they've been handling many things. So, especially with there being a case of sexual assault just from last year, in my opinion, I would think that would be a pretty open and shut lawsuit, in my opinion.
shit. This guy cruised the fuck out. So essentially what's
Jinx said Veronica Rose.
It's really disgusting is they put out this statement that it's just a bold-faced lie to cover their ass. So Twitch lied. Presumably they didn't realize, being the geniuses they are, that every second was being filmed by somebody.
Right.
And they put it together what happened.
Oh, so that's what he's getting into. He's going to start showing clips now of other creators showing just how bad the security was at this event. Odin Salty says, sounds like Twitch needs to get some new people to clean up these messes. You guys will see more of it, but one thing that people have been calling for like a couple of years now is for the CEO to essentially get canned. There's this guy named Dan Clancy who is kind of universally known to possibly being like a creepazoid, like a big creep. He's constantly like getting called out for being a weirdo. He's always making weird. He's hanging out with like the really young. You'll see, but he's often like seen hanging out with the young female creators from Twitch. There's a lot of weird stuff put out about him. Carol Pierce says, I wouldn't want to be their insurance company. No, I don't think you really want to have anything to do with Twitch at the moment. Like I said, their company is very poorly ran. I believe, from what I understand, stemming from this event, just over the weekend, immediately after this happened with Emiru, from what I understand, officials from Amazon showed up to the event. If you don't know, Twitch is owned by Amazon, which Amazon's like one of the richest companies in the world now. You would think they would run Twitch a little bit better, seeing as how they own them. But yeah, from what I understand, PR officials showed up at TwitchCon to meet up with Dan Clancy after this. So it's like, okay, well, you should start taking it seriously, right? Your parent company Amazon is here, apparently, to talk PR with you guys. But red flag.
Take a look here.
Yeah, this whole thing's a red flag. In my
Here's
opinion.
another thing that came up about the bracelets. Lots of little clips started surfacing, showing their phenomenal security. Here's one. TwitchCon security is being called into question after this clip went viral on live stream fails.
Thank you.
Agreed, right?
Yeah. We'll just scan in, and then we're meeting him up front.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did what?
You'll notice it's never giving a confirmation sound.
This looks fake. No, it's real.
It's just showing red, no green.
Okay.
He said,
Did you guys just see that? Ethan was just pointing it out there. But if you notice, look at this person trying to scan in their wrist. It stays red the
you'll
entire
notice
time.
it's never giving a confirmation sound.
This looks fake.
And you can tell because look previously to when that just happened.
One.
Look at the first person
TwitchCon security is
scan
being
their
called into question
wristband.
after this clip went viral on live stream fails.
First person scans their wristband. It clearly turns green. There's one.
Meeting him up front.
They're trying to scan in.
Did what?
No,
You'll
all
notice
red.
it's never
Red the
giving a
entire time.
confirmation sound.
This looks fake.
Red the
No, it's real.
entire time.
It's just showing red,
Keep watching.
no green.
Okay.
Oh, no.
said-
The guy just said, yeah, you're good. Awesome security. Great. Great security, Twitch. You guys are going to go to the tip top. They're best of the best there.
Go in.
Oh, okay. Seems real tight.
None of them, by the way, got a green on that.
See, Danny's really good at
Well, technically the first girl did. But that's 1 out of 3 got a green.
just being ultra confident about everything, and
We just walked past.
yeah.
You see what she just said? She just said, oh my, I guess you just have to be super confident about what you're doing and they'll just let you in.
Which one's which?
We do a little crime on video. We do crime. We film it live.
And then there's another thing. So apparently these girls here are friends with, have any of you heard of is it S-Fan? S-Fan? He's another creator. Best people to take for security, not really, says Skylar. No. Well, that's another thing people got into is that it doesn't really even seem that like at this event, Twitch even has like actual security. Everyone you see is just in like the yellow or green shirts, which most of the time, if you ever go to an event like this, I've been to plenty of football games and stuff, or concerts. If you go to this event, typically the people in the brighter colors are just event personnel, and then security is typically in like darker color attire. So that's another thing is like if you go here, you'll notice there's barely anybody with dark attire. Everyone is just wearing the bright, which mainly means the people handling everything are just like just event personnel. But you'll see these girls here, like I said, they're like friends with like S-Fan, whatever his name is. He's a big creator. And they just walk up to him.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Is this for the meet and greet section?
Looks like
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Dude, that guy probably just walked in and went straight to her.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is because like a lot of these big streamers on the sides are completely empty. Like, you could just walk past. You could just walk up.
Looks like an airport at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
No offense to people are into this, but this looks like hell to me.
You mean doing the meet and greet? Like,
Being there
being-
or doing it. Hell.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, cons can be fun. This one doesn't look particularly
Be
fun.
fun. This one
but-
does not look fun.
The other thing I'll say, well, I guess this is probably
Odin Salty says, I keep noticing all these events, political or not political, always seem to have a security problem. I wonder if any of these people actually get trained properly for this. Well, probably not, because again, to me it doesn't seem like to me it doesn't seem like the problem is they don't have, or the problem is that you don't have properly trained security. To me the problem is that you don't have security at all, which typically that more means that it's a company just trying to be cheap, which if that's the case, which that doesn't seem inherently, that's not inherently a big surprise, right? With a lot of these companies is that, oh, companies are cheap and are trying to save money. Not to bring up politics, but like a big complaint with the Charlie Kirk thing, a lot of people are like, so why isn't like at one of these events, why does the security have like drones or something to surveil the top of buildings and of the such. I think that's a healthy argument, is like, why aren't at big events like this, why isn't there drone security? I mean, whenever you go to a football game or a big concert, there's like sniper people, you know, on top of the buildings. People always record the police snipers that are on top. So yeah, I mean, obviously with this kind of event, you can't have, you're enclosed in a building, so you can't have like a drone security, but like there should be more. And again, to me, everything always comes back to money. These companies are trying to cheap out, as they're trying to do as little as they
At the
can.
beginning, right? Is this early on Friday when they first opened?
This was in the first 3 hours.
My observation.
I don't know when this was.
My observation.
Skip all this, Ethan. Go ahead.
Is that it?
Station, a bunch of temp teenagers.
Thing at the end.
Okay, here we go.
Love it. Thank you for.
We missed something at the end.
So here's something. So we skipped ahead. This is those same girls. Now watch what happens here.
Oh, there he is.
So again, they're friends with SFan.
So these are unauthorized attendees.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
You see what they just said? They were just like, hey, we're friends with SFan. We're just going to walk up to him. Okay. And you just let them walk up? That doesn't worry you that, like, SFan, a big streamer, is just, like, having people who just claim to be his friend walk up to him? You didn't check anything or ask him first, hey, do you know these people? They're just like, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Now they're going to
SFan.
Especially how easy it is now to stalk someone, says Veronica. Absolutely.
Love him.
Nice guy by all accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, this isn't McDonald's.
They are skipping the line, walking straight down the aisle. They have invalid credentials.
SFan's gonna hate us.
Just walking straight up to
hey,
him.
what's up?
Now, once again,
God
they're
damn.
insinuating that there's security at all would be an exaggeration. There's no.
I didn't see any.
That is kind of funny. SFan's just like, oh, hey, how are you guys? It's like, what if those weren't friends of his and you just like told them they could just walk straight up to him? I don't know.
Security in that entire clip. The people in the yellow shirts are crew. Those are, you know, just workers that scan the badges or whatever.
Dude, what a
I didn't see any
catastrophic
security.
fucking failure. Holy God. So this next clip is extremely important. Emery was talking before this TwitchCon about how her favorite security guard who saved her
this is a great clip. So yeah, they'll show it. But this is specifically Emery talking with a guy named Jason, I think, from Twitch. He's another big streamer.
By Twitch forever.
But this is her explaining the details of
with an attendee.
What happened with her previous security guard that
Listen
she
to
loved.
Her in her own words. This guy Jason keeps popping up. Is he a big deal, this guy?
Oh yeah, he's one of the biggest right now. Jason Lewin.
Shout out.
Big up. I watch him a lot.
Big up, phase up. Really? What does he do?
He makes music. He makes IRL streams, and he sits and talks.
Does he not game?
Oh shit! He's got 100
games. No.
What the fuck?
He's doing a subathon right now, or I don't know if it's.
Reminds me of how our VTuber did a meet and greet and got fan mail, but in the end she got stalked because the fan mail had tracking device. Oh, what the heck, said Skylar? That's weird. It wouldn't be a big deal if, like, I want to say it wouldn't be. It would be a big deal, but like another thing to think about is like Emery is not like, this is not like a first time she's had a stalker or someone harass her. She'll talk about it here, but this has happened the year prior, you know, with TwitchCon and her having a stalk or a person, you know, try and assault her in some way. She's also on stream had previous people just stream sniper and just show up and they're like, oh hey, and try and attack her basically.
Still going, but he was.
All right. So anyway, here she is talking about it.
I don't think that's true. Okay, maybe I should talk about this. Whatever, who cares? I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon.
Oh, 2 years ago,
and
not
he like
a
asked him to stop the whole time. My guard asked him, the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came, and then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like perma-banned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while. So
I see what she's saying. Is like I was saying before. She's basically saying that Twitch banned her previous security guard because a guy tried to harass or assault her or something, and her security guard, her personal security guard at the time, held the man in place, or whomever held him in place until Twitch people could come up and escort him out. Which it's like, it's an insane thing to think about that, like, you're essentially telling, or he was banned essentially from that building, which there's two things that could be wrong. I think there would be building, the people that own the building, and Twitch itself. I don't think she said specifically whether Twitch banned, or I don't know, she may have said it. Either way, either Twitch banned him or the building banned him. I'm unsure of. But, oh shoot, where was I going with that? My brain just went kaput. Oh, I was gonna say what. I'd be very curious to wonder why Twitch is so averse from allowing security to be there, and they seem to be very watchful of allowing anybody to be prevented from doing wrongdoing at their event. My big question would be, why is that? See, what I'm thinking of is Twitch worried about liability? Are they that down bad that they're just like, listen, even if somebody's at fault for doing something, we cannot afford for them to be hurt in any situation, or them to be, you know what I mean? Are they that down bad to not be sued? But then but then if that's the case, then if you're negligent, no, I don't think that works, because then if they're negligent, now Emiru has a case to sue them. So I don't know what exactly is going on here. Like, why are you so lenient with having such bad security and such? You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Because then if you have bad security and you allow things to happen, then you're open to liability from your creators. But then if you have really good security, I don't know. I don't know if they're worried. I don't know if that's just me spitballing about what could be the issue. I don't know. Ban the security guard for doing their job. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Like the police to come.
That would have been great if somebody did this to this other fucking freak that sexually assaulted her.
Right.
But apparently that's against Twitch rules.
And it was like my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore. I was just like, okay, like
Okay.
It was so sad because he
did
did
say
like
the-
everything.
He isn't allowed at the venue anymore. Not to make it.
Are they? Another thing I'm spitballing. Are they that worried about viewership? Like, are they that worried about turning off their viewers? I can't imagine that would be the reason why. That's just where my mind goes. Is like, what is the reason why you're opposed to? See, all of that's more conspiratorial. I think what probably is more money. I think it's just a money thing. I just don't think they want to dish out the money to have security posted up everywhere in the building. Hold on, I remember the video about the VTuber stalking that happened 11 months ago. Oh yeah, I'm guaranteed streamers probably get stalked all the time.
I do wonder if it was the convention center that banned him.
I mean, the way she explained, that would be assuming, because the way she explained it is that Twitch banned him.
She said the venue. He's not allowed at the venue anymore, she said. I guess let's listen to it again. Maybe
Well,
I'm misunderstanding.
she talks about it more in different clips.
Okay, so
I think it was Twitch.
Okay, fair enough.
I think she clarifies that. Although it's good to make sure we're being accurate.
Yeah.
What Carol Pearson chat says, what does Emmy do for this company? She's just a streamer. She's not like a representative. She works for them. She's an employee for Twitch, basically. Just because she's a streamer. That's it. There really is nothing more than that. I mean, I think she does technically have more. She probably has more at stake than a typical streamer. Like most people like me who are streaming on YouTube. Like, I have no like contractual basis with YouTube with what I'm doing. So I can just be like, whatever. Like if YouTube, I don't know, ticked me off or something. Yeah, if they made me mad, I could just stop streaming on YouTube and go do something else. But I do believe that she's such a large name on Twitch that she has like certain contractual obligations with them because she makes so much money from streaming on there. Again, if you didn't see, one of the big contractual obligations is that they gave her own show for Twitch because she's such a big name. And then they said, okay, well, if you're going to keep this show, it's adamant, or we're contractually obligating you to have to do a meet and greet at TwitchCon. No doubt the reason they're doing that is because they need all the help they can get with people showing up at TwitchCon. So that's probably a big stipulation for them, is they're like, all right, we got to get all of our big names and we've got to be super adamant about them showing up to TwitchCon and doing meet and greets, you know. But even then, from what I understand, there's a lot of big names on Twitch that even then are like, no, I'm not doing meet and greets. I don't want to get stalked or, you know, killed or have to deal with sexual harassment and of the sort. But One of the top female streamers is Veronica. Yeah, she's like a top 20 streamer or something on Twitch. Again, she's not like she's just a streamer, but she's not just a streamer. Like, she is technically just a streamer on Twitch, but she's such a large streamer that she has like more contractual based stuff. But a lot of people on Twitch have been kind of slowly leaving. I know Moist Critical used to be much larger on there. Asmongold is still on Twitch, but he seems to have a much larger presence that's growing on like YouTube. I believe the only people that Twitch is like desperately trying to hold on to are like I know Hassan Piker is on there. There's a handful of other names that I'd have to think about. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really on Twitch all that often. I probably should be for advertising and showing off my YouTube or my channel in general, but I haven't had the time, so I've been pretty comfortable kind of residing over here on YouTube.
She goes on to say the clip gets cut off, but she goes, "It's so sad. He did everything perfectly." Right?
Right.
So the one guy who's actually good at his job, banned for doing his job well. That to me is where the liability comes.
Odin Salty said, Moist Critical turned off donations because he's made so much money from streaming. Oh yeah, I did see him say something about that. I don't think it's that he made too much money though. Is that what he said? I thought he said that he turned it off because, or maybe he did. I don't remember why. He said something about I did watch that video, but it's leaving me as to why he said that. You can never have too much money. I don't know, but I definitely think like even if you have too much money like him, maybe he just views it as better for his brand that he does the responsible thing for his viewership. I don't know.
And I'm like, that's lawsuit territory, because not only did they fail to protect her, they prevented her from protecting herself.
Right.
Oh, that's an important point that Ethan brought up. I totally forgot. That's something I'll have you guys watch again. But this is something that when he mentioned it, I thought, yeah, that's a great point. He's saying that essentially Twitch should be more open for a lawsuit because they're more liable now, because not only did they have terrible security, but they actually actively prevented the Emiru from having better security. So it's like a 1-2 punch, you know. Not only are they terrible, but then they prevented you from doing things yourself.
That to me is where the liability comes in, and I'm like, that's lawsuit territory, because not only did they fail to protect her, they prevented her from protecting herself.
Right.
She had no chance. They put her in a no-win situation.
And then, as Carol Pierce in chat mentioned, and then when you take into account the fact that there's been a history of sexual assault or assault in general at Twitch, that helps your case even more. So it's like, there's so many elements here that to me just speak of easy win if she wants to go down that route. If she wants to go down the lawsuit route, I don't see why you wouldn't, but she does technically work for Twitch, so who knows? Maybe it comes down to money, where she's just like, well, I make so much money from Twitch, is it worth me suing and possibly losing? You know, I don't know. I don't know the specifics. I don't have that kind of money, so I guess I can't speak on what would be the proper or wrong decision to make there.
Another old clip of Emiru talking about Twitch, pressuring her to do meet and greets. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, is this the one we saw already?
Yeah, we saw this one.
Yeah,
So my meet and greet.
So we watched this already. Now, guys, Dan Clancy is there at the
Okay, so this is where, thank you so much, H3. I think this is where I'm going to end the H3 portion. And we can move on to another thing. Like I said, there's so many elements. I got to speed this up. I'm already hour 10 into the stream, and I've only touched on the first video. Okay, so first video done. That's the main video. The rest of these we can kind of just blast through. I don't know why I turned the music on for just a sec. Turn you off. Turn you back on. Alright. So here we go. This is another person. I think pretty good friends with Emiru. This is ChazmaN from Twitch. This is him talking about it a little bit. I don't remember why I pulled this video up.
It can be kind of like misinterpreted or weird, but whenever I ended my stream, I saw a message, and it was like 1 minute ago, and it was Emmy saying this had happened. And I immediately called her after I had finished my stream. I had to even make sure that like it was off. And she didn't, like, this was before it had even gone public at all.
Why did I put this video on?
She
I don't remember what he says that stands out.
And so then
maybe it's just his reaction.
And thank God it came out. Now we can see what happened. Here it is. Let's watch it. So you can see, and what had happened is this person came up to her, and they were in another meet and greet line. That's my understanding. And
we'll only watch this for a minute. I don't remember why I pulled this video up. Other than he's just friends with Emiru, and I wanted to see his reaction.
Grab her, right? He tries to grab her. So there you go. And security basically let this happen. And you can see, you know, like, this is the security. Where was the security? He was like, I didn't even see the guy. He was like waiting back from there. That was it. And so the guy totally did this, wasn't allowed to have our own security. I don't even really want to show the clip that much because it's just disgusting. But that's basically it. And so they banned our private security, unacceptable. Well, they did. They banned, so they also, well, I'll go back and I'll look at this one here. So Emiru talks about her favorite security guard. So Emiru did have a security guard. This was from about a week ago, but TwitchCon had.
All right, so we'll shift off of this video, but as you can tell, I think I at least wanted to look at because he's friends with her, and to show that, you know, he's. I think ChazmaN was very unhappy, obviously, as anyone should be, with what was going on here. So, W ChazmaN when it comes to that. Here's another clip that I think is worth checking out. So I think this is the one with Taylor Lorenz and Dan Clancy. So this is this is literally like a day or two after the event. This actually, oh no, this is at TwitchCon. So I think this is the next day at TwitchCon. Dan Clancy talking with Taylor Lorenz. Boo, Taylor Lorenz and Dan Clancy. They both suck. All right, so here we go. Audio up.
Also a bunch of Twitch content creators.
You'll see he's like, Dan Clancy's such an a-hole, but like you'll see throughout his entire reaction to this thing, he is in just PR mode all the way through 100%. The dude clearly doesn't give a lick about what was actually happening. He's just like, listen, we're focused on blah 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 and security and blah blah. Listen, we're doing our best and blah. He doesn't even mention her Emiru like directly, just doing what he can to like avoid any sort of culpability or liability, whatever word you want to say, responsibility.
That they were too scared to even come.
All of the illities.
Just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, the safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch.
The safety of our creators is our top responsibility. No, it is not. I hate to break it to you, Dan. If it was, people wouldn't be getting sexually assaulted 3 hours into the beginning of your event starting on the first day. You know what I mean? If it wouldn't be, because if it was, people wouldn't be assaulting people and then immediately leaving your event scot-free without being stopped by anybody. The dude's just in. He's just in 100% like straight ahead. Eyes are blocked out. No, I didn't see anything. Everything looks good. Looks good here. We're doing our best.
Extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want, you know, engaging with you and participating with you aren't. They basically.
So what he just said is he's saying when you're a big time creator like that, you can dictate who's in your community and who isn't. So vis-a-vis, he's essentially blaming Emiru for having a weirdo fan come up and sexually assault her. Okay, dude. I mean, I don't care who you are. That's kind of a crazy thing to say. Like, the problem is society. It's on you to remove the people in your fan base that are crazy. No, it's not. it's her responsibility in terms of what may happen in her chat. Sure, that's why moderators are for. Moderators ban people, but like, you can't. What can you do about the crazies that are online other than ban them from your chat? Beyond that, it's like, I mean, nobody can control if a fan is a weirdo, says Odin. Exactly. Yeah, it's and you can see Asmongold face palming at what he just said. He's bro, no, you cannot, says Veronica. So tone deaf, yeah, 100%.
Don't bother me, okay? Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that, we care deeply about securing this environment. We're looking very closely at everything that happened there. This is just something we have to keep working on. I think everyone identifies our tools in terms of trust and safety as the leaders in the industry of helping.
Leaders at what? What are you leading in like a harassment, like stalking? I don't even understand. Like,
just to give you a sense of the monumental fuck up that transpired yesterday, the video of the incident comes out and goes omega viral. Twitch releases a statement about it, stating they have zero tolerance for harassment. Emira drops a tweet stating Twitch has lied about the whole thing. The person in the video that protected her was her own security, while Twitch's security completely ignored what happened or were even laughing, letting the person just walk away and leave the convention. After all of this, Twitch's CEO Dan Clancy goes live on his own stream, wondering TwitchCon. And then at the very same time as Clancy is streaming like nothing happened, Emiru goes live on her own stream.
I asked them, what are they gonna do about
Okay, so they're showing this clip. This is the next clip we're gonna watch. Emiru mentions it, but another funny thing in this video is she mentions that the Twitch CEOs and Twitch leadership were having a party that same night. So they had like some big, massive, like corporate TwitchCon party where all of like their biggest content creators were at the night of one of your biggest content creators being sexually assaulted. Isn't that cool? Isn't that great, everyone? I think that's a great idea. That totally doesn't make you look non-empathetic and it doesn't show you having no sympathy for your creators. Oh, Emiru just got assaulted, bro. Let's go. Let's go get some drinks, bro. Need to listen to some music. Sick, dude. She got assaulted. I don't know about you, but the vibes are really good right now for us to go party. What am I doing here? Right. Next video. So this is the video of Emiru. She actually put out her own response to the thing, to the events, and yeah, she goes pretty hardcore on them, kind of letting it all out there. And she even at one point tells people to stop going to TwitchCon, which is like, I would anticipate she's not with Twitch much longer after this, probably for good reason. Oh. Woo, we have poor security measures. Chug, 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 says Odin. Exactly. Doing keg stands because of how incredible their event is. Which, to be honest, I would actually anticipate that this is probably the last time TwitchCon even happens. I would be shocked if there's even a TwitchCon next year. It doesn't sound like this one was all that productive, or I don't know anyone. I haven't seen anyone who said they had a good time there, so. Again, I don't want any of this stuff to happen, Twitch to go away or TwitchCon to go away. I want them to be more responsible and to treat their creators better. I'm a creator. What if I was invited to some event like this and I got punched in the face or assaulted by somebody and Twitch doesn't do anything for me? I'd be pretty peeved, not having your back when you technically work for them.
Wake the f up, samurai! We have a city to burn. Okay, so first of all,
The audio on this one's very low. Let me turn it max.
I'm not meant to be doing streams like this. I'm meant to be playing fucking dress up in my room, playing video games. Okay.
Her audio is very
I
low.
do not want to have to do like a stream like this. Like it feels like I'm doing like a fucking press conference or something. But first of all, hope you guys are all feeling okay. Sorry you had to see that.
I gave the audio a bump
up. What I'm supposed to be
up.
doing right now, actually, I'm supposed to be going over my run-up show for my TwitchCon show, which I am still doing, by the way, because of all the work that the production staff and the cosplayers in it put into it. It's not their fault that happened.
Oh, she says it, but that's her event that she was. By doing the meet and greet, she does like I think it's a cosplay costume contest of some sort, and she wanted to keep that show So that's why she was contractually obligated to have to do the meet and greet.
I'm gonna do it. But yeah, I don't even know where to fucking start. I don't know if you guys can see this. I wrote fucking notes for this because there's so much stuff that I feel like needs to be talked about, which is also why I was very aggressive in my tweet earlier today, which is, I mean, you guys know me. I am never like that, but I just feel like, in a way, it's my responsibility, you know what I mean? Because it's not just about me, like this could have happened to anyone. Honestly, for all we know, this could have already happened to someone, a small streamer, and someone just wasn't filming it. Which, okay, I'll just start this by saying, shout out to the guy who filmed it and put it on Twitter, because last night after this happened, I was thinking like, fuck, like I have to talk about this. Like people need to know that this happened, like how am I gonna do that? And then someone happened to post it on Twitter, so thank fucking God I didn't have to figure that out myself, which, okay, like I said, this is gonna be a mess, because I'm not meant to be doing these kinds of streams.
So as you can see, that's something I mentioned earlier. She was obviously showing that she was very thankful to whoever was recording that, because even she's willing to admit that, like, I don't think they would have had my back, or they would have even acknowledged that anything had happened if it wasn't for the camera.
I don't think that Twitch would have put out an official statement if that clip wasn't posted and going viral. And even after the fact that that clip was posted and going viral, as far as I know, the other people who had meet and greets today were not reached out to ask if they wanted extra security or if they even wanted to cancel their meet and greet. Like, maybe some people were, but I know for a fact Extra Emily wasn't. My personal manager made sure that she had extra security. No one reached out to her. Don't know about everyone, but I know that for a fact.
So that's another thing that she just brought up, is that she's saying that, like, none of the people that she's associated with who also were at the event had Twitter, and Twitch essentially claimed in that one tweet that they put out that they said they were going to be bringing more security onto the floor to assist with, because I mean, obviously the next day they're like, oh yeah, we're going to be bringing more security, don't worry. And then Emiru here is saying, no, they, as far as I've heard, everyone who says that they're there, there's no additional security. So in my opinion, seems like proof that Twitch is basically lying, again, in my opinion, so that I don't get sued by anybody. Come on, you don't want to sue me. You don't want my $100 that I have. I need that $100. That's all I have.
Let's just start from the beginning, because I want to be able to run through everything before the show starts. The show starts in a fucking hour.
Cameraman being a W as always, says Odin.
My notes are a fucking mess. It looks like a schizo board. But yeah,
it's so reminiscent of, like, police officers, you know, like when a rogue police officer decides to, like, beat some homeless guy, and then people are like, the police officer can just be like, tell his lead that, like, oh no, nothing ever happened. You know, sometimes that body cam can help you, not prevent you from getting beaten, but when it comes to lawsuits, it can help you out. Or dash cam on cars.
Thank you to the guy that put it on Twitter.
I still don't have a dash cam. I really should get one.
Because otherwise, I don't know if anything would have been done or it would have been taken seriously. Straight up. So, I'm just gonna go through, from my perspective, what happened, what I saw, the order of events. So, I was doing my meet and greet, and I've seen people saying that it was an obligation given to me, like to be a featured creator and to have my show, I had to do a meet and greet, which is true. I was told that I had to do a meet and greet, but as far as I know, there's some people that can't.
Alright, so I just realized this video is 45 minutes long. What can I do? Did I get rid of the H3 video? I should have, now I'm thinking I should have stuck with the H3 video, because that probably would have just gotten to the meat and potatoes of what she's saying.
There at the...
Alright, so I'm going to pull back up the H3 video. We'll watch that instead. That's Emiru's channel, by the way. Shout out Emiru. I'm sure she needs all of the shout outs from me that she can get. Alright, back to this video. We'll watch this one. Show me them meat and potatoes. I need the meat and the potatoes.
He's the head honcho, the CEO, man. Where are you going? He's going strong. He
Okay,
likes
so
to
here's
Twitch
where they start
even
getting into
acknowledge
that.
the event if it wasn't captured.
I don't think that Twitch would have put out an official statement if that clip wasn't posted and going viral. And even after the fact that that clip was posted and going viral, as far as I know, the other people who had meet and greets today were not reached out to ask if they wanted extra security or if they even wanted to cancel their meet and greet. Like, maybe some people were.
Clearly you didn't read that press release that said everybody gets extra security. You know what's 2 times 0, Dan?
And Ethan's basically acknowledging that, like, she just again was talking about how, from what she's heard, none of the people there got any additional security post what happened. And Ethan's basically saying, oh well, on their a little tweet post talking about, oh no, they claim they gave everyone more security, and she's like, nuh-uh, not from what I heard.
It's still 0. Can't multiply by 0.
That's true.
Undefined, bro.
But I know for a fact Extra Emily wasn't.
Another very popular female streamer. Presumably she would be one of the first people to ask if she wants extra security.
My personal manager made sure that she had extra security. No one reached out to her.
Emaru reveals the security guard who pushed the guy away wasn't even Twitch security. Let's take a look at this. If you're interested, she put out a 40-minute video where she really talks about everything, and she drags the hell.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Ethan, for acknowledging. Her video was 40 minutes long. I appreciate you guys making my work.
Out of Twitch.
Making less work for me.
Intentionally and unintentionally, in my opinion. Like, there's things that she says that you can tell she's just being open and honest about stuff, and she's not even, like, trying to make them look bad, but it makes them look so bad.
Yes. Yes.
I spent over $10,000. Some people who stream on Twitch don't even make $10,000
On security, to be clear.
What the fuck are they supposed to do? Like, if you watch the clip, the security guard who pushes the guy away is my security. The woman who pulls me to the back, my manager. If you're a small streamer and you don't have those resources, or someone in your line's not filming, what the fuck do you do? No one would have known. Like, it's actually fucking insane.
And I think she's right that seeing how unethical they are, like the way they just released a statement, it might automatically be like, nothing to see here, guys. They would have absolutely downplayed, ignored the event. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Dan Clancy's job is already on the line just because he's such an incompetent fucking weirdo loser.
Yeah.
Just the captain of a fucking sinking ship. Emaru continues to reveal, apparently, Twitch was only going to give... Oh, God, this is going to fucking freak you out. I'm going to let her say it. But this shit is B-A-N-A-N-A-S. What does it spell?
It's bananas.
Oh, yeah, bananas.
Anyway, go ahead, Emaru.
Okay, I've been talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I asked them, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days.
Her reaction's pretty funny here, but he's banned from the platform. But initially, their response to what are they going to do about it is, oh, don't worry, he's banned from the platform for 30 days. Oh, whatever will he do without being able to stream or watch any Twitch videos?
What? And then she's obviously like, hello? Like, that needs to be indefinite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's like nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, who
no
cares?
one fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. Like,
Is he
we're
in
talking
jail?
about the convention here. So they changed it to indefinite. Takes an hour for that to happen.
So their decision to be like, don't worry, he's suspended for 30 days, is like part of them trying to already cover it up.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
That just goes to show you how serious the seriousness that they're treating this. And by the way, I want to say on Emaru's part, it's extremely high character of her to come out and say all this publicly, in my opinion. She's clearly someone that is deeply in bed with Twitch, probably has a vested interest in maintaining a good relationship with them.
Sure, yeah. True.
Odin Salty in chat says, bro, he'll just make another account? Possibly. Quite possibly. I mean, I disagree with you, Odin. I think it's a travesty that he's being banned for 30 days. I'm obviously joking. I was trying to make a joke about how terrible for him. Where I was going with that is should be happy he's not getting arrested for having doing that. but
And it's very, and also there's going to be lots
yeah,
of
not
people
IP banned
like
or nothing.
Hassan Piker,
Veronica,
Taylor
and yeah,
Lorenz,
that's
and all
another
these
thing.
usual suspects who just fucking are in a cult that runs defense for.
I'm sure
Twitch
when he
and Hassan
found out he was
that
banned
are,
from Twitch,
you know,
he's
gonna
like,
see her
no,
as an enemy, which is happening. by
I'd
the
rather
way.
get arrested.
So I think it's very brave and high character of her to do this.
By the way, these two people are the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch.
Amazon needs to get their fucking head out of their ass. How is it that this guy still has a job at all? Like, Dan Clancy needs to be gone from this job years ago, man. He's such a goofball. He's not CEO material.
You know, we saw him so many times at TwitchCon just walking past us. And I was like, was that? And
He's
then, like,
not slick. He's not
At the
smart.
time, I thought it was cool. Like, oh, cool. CEO's just walking around with everyone. Now, looking back, it's like, that was a little strange.
A little too close, as you guys will see later on.
So as you can see, AB is talking about how, like, that is weird in my opinion. For not saying that a CEO or people a part of leadership of a company can't go and hang out with consumers or the civilians, but like knowing that he's already a weirdo, it is very weird to know that he's so like, I'm hip, I'm cool, I can hang out with the youngins. And I told you, he's already been known to really like to hang out with the young female Twitch employees that he has, Twitch streamers. Very odd. Stay away from him, ladies. In my opinion, I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I don't know anything for sure. Covering my own AWS.
Also, later the same night, I'm not gonna drop names here because I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. But I had multiple people tell me that key Twitch representatives last night were out partying.
She's being classy and not saying
That's
it,
what
she
I
wasn't
had
there.
mentioned earlier. She
Other
mentioned
people
is
confirmed
that
the ones that told
he
her
heard
this
that key
and
leadership
heard it from
people
her,
were out
that
partying.
She's specifically talking about, amongst others, Dan Clancy himself.
Oops.
So that very same night, he's just out partying, yucking it up, having a great old time. Asmongold is close friends with her. He's
gracing us peasants with his presence, said Veronica Rose. Yeah, I've heard, again, I've seen plenty of clips of him being just, he's a weirdo. I don't know what else to say. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to slander him. It's just, all of this is in my opinion. I don't know for a fact that he's a weirdo. I'm just saying the vibes are off. The vibes are very off. That's all I'll say. As to what that means, I don't know.
spoke with her on the phone.
Again, I need my $100. I cannot afford to get sued and lose my hundo buckaroonies. I need that.
After.
Security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch.
Wow. Yep, that was who. I was gonna leak it to my friend, but I guess I don't have to now.
Later the same night, I'm not gonna drop names here because I wasn't there, so I didn't.
That's who they were.
But I had multiple people tell me that key Twitch representatives last night were out partying.
She's speaking about Dan Clancy himself, by the way.
So I mean,
so I saw this, and
And again, I'll throw it out there again. Imagine you're the CEO of a major company. Imagine going out and being caught partying when your dying company that is possibly on the verge of upending itself in the near future. Imagine being at the head of that company and finding out that you could be now have a lawsuit of your own one of your biggest creators suing you for letting sexual assault happen. What kind of professionalism is that? Like, you would think in the offices of Twitch, the red alarm is going off, red alert, you know, you need to stay at the office and figure out what's happening here, and you need to do what you can to appease Emiru, because you're now open to being sued, my guy. Like, is that not what a good CEO would do? Would be like, all right, Emiru, what can I do? What can I do to make you happy? We obviously don't want you to sue us, and we want to make you happy. You're one of our largest creators. What can I do for you? Instead, this man's over there smoking, taking big bong rips and doing keg stands with under probably 18-year-old other streamer girls from that work for his company, like just totally. I don't know. The man's a mess. The man's a mess, and not a CEO material, in my opinion. Suing you for $101, said Veronica Rose. Indeed. Skylar Twilight said the bells are tolling for this one, gang. Said Skylar. Absolutely. I'll be honest. The guy is again. I'm not a CEO. Who am I to judge? I've got to wonder if this guy Dan Clancy just knows his company is dead in the water. Maybe he's at the point he doesn't give an F, he doesn't give a crap. He's just like, there's nothing I can do to save my company, whatever. I'm going to party with these possibly underage or of age streamers at my event. Again, I don't know anything, but I don't know. Maybe he just knows his company's screwed, and he's yucking it up and just wants to feel young and hang out with the kids. I don't know.
I'm not a big fan of Asmongold. But I also just don't know Twitch very well. So I asked Love. I was like, would Asmongold know?
Yeah.
And apparently they're part of the same organization. They're friends.
Yeah, they're friends.
Okay,
No,
so that
the reason I know is because I watched this clip.
I didn't know if he
there's
was
a
just
little
speaking
more.
out of his ass.
No, he's very
but-
credible.
Yeah, no. So on this,
His political takes are one thing, but like he is credible when he's talking about like Twitch culture and stuff.
Sure, fair enough.
Yeah, 100%. Twitch. Emery ends her press conference advising creators to not go to Twitch.com.
Oh yeah, this is where she talks
And
about
I mean,
that.
yes, people need to
really,
stop
like-
fucking going to TwitchCon. This needs to be the last TwitchCon. They failed her, man. This poor girl went there and got probably traumatized and sexually assaulted.
Odin is salty in chat says, if it wasn't for the fact that the video game Twitch drops and KCO exists, then I would not give a crap about Twitch, but those are the other reasons I really have it around. Oh. Twitch drops. And KC. Oh, I see. I know who KCO is. I don't know. Video game Twitch drops. What is that?
Assaulted, which was totally preventable. Just a catastrophic failure.
Also, Moist
at a
Critical.
time when
Oh,
they
Moist Critical
were
is still on
supposed
Twitch.
to
I
be
thought
on
he was
high
only
alert
on
when they
YouTube now.
were reassuring
Maybe,
everybody
I
that
don't
the
know. I don't know
security
for
was
sure.
top notch.
I really would discourage other creators from going back to TwitchCon, not just because it was able to happen at all, and what happened during it, and the aftermath. Like, it's just crazy. Like, why would their PR team say that? Like, you can literally see in the clip that he's
She's talking about the press release where they're like, "It's all good, guys,"
right?
Which upset her, obviously, right? I mean, obvious. How disrespectful to her.
allowed to walk away. But yeah, thank you guys.
And I hate to say it, I don't mean to bring politics into it, but like this whole event to me, how Twitch operates, stuff like TwitchCon, to me it gives very strong like misogynistic vibes where it's like like it's just, it's like, how do you not, it doesn't seem like, people always say, believe women, you know what I mean? Believe women when they say, things like this could be super traumatic and obviously are terrible. But like Twitch is like the most, they come off, they give the vibe of like a misogynistic male who's just like, oh, it didn't happen, or whatever, it wasn't that bad. He just tried to kiss her. You know what I mean? He didn't do anything. You know what I mean? It gives, I don't know, this is my opinion, but like it gives strong like, whatever, you'll be all right. Suck it up, honey. You know what I mean? That type of thing. I don't know. That's just me.
There's actually other parts of this where she's talking about how no one from Twitch in the immediate aftermath checked up on her at all, which I also thought extremely, extremely disturbing.
They're just incompetent.
Ooh, does anyone work there?
Yeah, I'm in.
Is it just Dan Clancy walking around trying to fucking befriend young girls?
Yes, that's what Twitch is.
Well, that's it, man. In the stream, she also confirms that the police did arrest the guy and she is pressing charges. So,
okay.
Justice hope.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that. Did they really say that at the end? I didn't know that stuff.
Evidently.
Well, that's it, man. In the stream, she also confirms that the police did arrest the guy and she is pressing charges. So,
there we go. Well, that answers. I didn't even know that. Clearly I should have watched the whole video. Well, that's good. They said, I guess, at the end of the video, Emiru says that the guy has been arrested and she is going to press charges. Well, that's a positive. I mean, at least the guy has been stopped, at least. Let's see. Veronica Rose says, reminds me of how many times can women on their platform can violate the rules and still get away with it. How many times can women on their platform? How many times? I guess. I'm not sure what you mean. Still, when something like this happens, they turn a blind eye to it. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I just get strange vibes from Twitch. It does, to me, it does kind of seem like, you know, I don't mean to just throw around the word misogynistic, but like, it's like boys, to me, Twitch kind of gives off like big boys club type stuff. I mean, because it does feel drastically different. I mean, you're not that far removed from when Twitch was like, everyone was freaking out about the bath streamers, or what was it, the tub streamers, or whatever the girls were doing. And like, for the most part, that was just people on the outside who were freaking out, and Twitch was actually like, I actually didn't have a problem. I don't inherently have a problem with the tub streamers. I was like, it's annoying, but whatever, they're clothed semi. So like, but like, I don't know. I want to say it's Twitch being misogynistic, but they were like friendly with that kind of stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know what their goal is. Odin Salty says, I notice each content app tends to have their own double standards. Some YouTubes get away with stuff that Twitch streamers couldn't get away with. It's a bit strange. I guess so. I don't know. I honestly, maybe it's because I'm on YouTube. I don't feel like YouTube is really all that. I don't feel like they're really all that bad with hindering content of any sort. I mean, I feel like as a creator, it's on you to kind of police and to an extent, it's on you to kind of dictate, control what type of audience or what type of mindset that you allow in your streams and of the sort. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't feel like YouTube's all that particularly bad. I'm trying to think of anyone I've seen who's like, because I feel like all of the worst people that do like really messed up content, I don't feel like they're really on YouTube. And I'll be honest, I mean, save some people, but I don't think most of the bad ones are really on Twitch either. I feel like the ones that have people that are really doing stuff is like Kick and stuff. Kick is probably the worst one that's got people dying on stream, and that's where oh gosh, where's that one douche? What's his name? Little kid who's always getting in trouble. I don't remember his name. Is it Dylan? Danny? I don't remember. I'm not gonna try. Veronica Rose says, sorry, using text to speech. What I'm saying is that it feels like they only cover women only if they service to them. Oh no, YouTube was soft and reluctant to punish Logan Paul when the Forrest thing happened. Yeah, I can see that, Veronica. Gosh, that's so long ago. The what is it? Suicide Forest or what it was called? I don't remember the reaction to that. I thought I know at least from Suicide Forest, I think he was forever banned from going to Japan or something like that. I know that for a fact because I remember seeing on a podcast later on, just like last year, he was caught saying he was banned to still going to Japan years later, because he does wrestling, and because wrestling has its own organization in Japan, someone was asking him, why can't you wrestle in Japan? And he's like, oh, I can't because Japan won't let me back over there. And he wouldn't say why, and the people in the crowd were like, oh yeah, we know why. Guys, I think there's someone hanging there. Ugh. I saw that video when it came out. It was incredibly stupid thing to have a dead body in your stream. I forgot how people made some memes with that clip. Veronica says Sniper Wolf is YouTube's golden child too when she docked Jackson. Oh, that is a great point. I forgot about the Sniper Wolf stuff. Yeah, I think she pretty much got off the hook, right? Not let off the hook, but I definitely think it seemed like she got lax on it after. So she didn't, in my opinion, what it seemed like happened with that is that someone from YouTube talked to her and told her you need to stop. But I don't believe, she was ever formally punished. Or if she did, it was only like a day or two ban or something like that. That was pretty messed up though. Yeah, I agree. That's one of the few ones where I can say, yeah, YouTube was super lax with what they were doing with that one. All right, what do we got left here?
Okay.
That whole thing was just super messed up in general. Sniper Wolf sucks. Stealing people's content and like I feel like as a creator, when it comes to other creators, there's like a subtle like understanding that like, okay, you can use my content, but you need to mix it up somehow and credit me, which is what I've tried to do. Like if you guys look at my YouTube shorts, there's a couple other creators where I'll take one of their short videos, I'll add it to mine, but I'll at least put their name in the description or on the video, and I'll change the video up somewhat. When I do these streams, when you see me watching people's videos on YouTube, there's like a subtle understanding of what's called fair use. And most creators tend to believe, as long as like H3 believes in all that, I believe most of these other creators, in all actuality, I should be actually like reaching out to these people and saying, hey, can I use your video in something? Problem is I'm such a small YouTuber. There's no way Ethan Klein is gonna see my request and be like, my request is get drowned out in like a million requests of people asking. So that's why there's a subtle understanding of like, yes, you can use my content, but you need to mix it up or pause it periodically and add commentary and talk over it, which is what I try to do. Also, if you ever notice when I'm watching other people's content, I put it at 1.25 speed. So I'm trying to speed it up a little bit. And I'm also stopping in commentary. Therefore, technically, lawfully transforming the content in some way. And that typically, as long as you like credit the creator and you do those things to transform the content in some way, typically most YouTubers are like, sure, yeah, as long as you do that and you credit me. Like if someone did that with my video, I wouldn't have a problem as long as you shout me out or say, hey, I got this from this channel, or you know, this is this guy. Like, yeah, sure, use my content. You know, I don't. Got a weak punishment, said Skylar. Are you still? Oh, that was Sniper Wolf. Yeah. YouTube wouldn't take the monetization for Logan for a while until the backlash got hard. Yeah. I don't. I hate to say it. I'm not excusing YouTube at all, but I feel like Logan Paul was like YouTube's largest creator at the time, so maybe that made it incredibly hard for them to do something. Again, I'm not excusing that. Maybe internally for them that was like a bigger problem of like, well, we can't really punish our biggest name, but I have no idea. Copyright, says Veronica. Copyright and
justice hopefully
an
will
interesting
be
word.
With no help or thanks to Twitch.
All right, so there's that video. Oh gosh, man! I'm almost on 2 hours on this one topic. Goodness, I feel like I keep going longer and longer on specific topics. Hey, we're done. That's all I had. So yeah, that's basically the Emiru situation. From what I understand, what they just said at the very end there is all I know. Emiru is the guy apparently got arrested. She's gonna press charges. We're still waiting to see whether Twitch gets held accountable for anything. Maybe there's a lawsuit coming their way. I'm sure that's not what they're hoping for, but who knows? Yeah, that's all I had. What to see? That's an hour 50. I still got a couple more videos if you guys want. Maybe we can finish watching these. I'm kind of curious. I did have one video I wanted to show you guys. I think I shared it with you on the Discord. If you're a part, go join the Discord if you care to be a part of our community and to see what else we're talking about in the background. But yeah, there's this video I saw. I just thought it was funny. It's a quick minute. Shout out to this creator. This is Gucci Marks with a video called "Shock My Dog, I Can't Stop." I think obviously this is like an AI created video, but I just thought it was funny. It sounds too good to not be AI in my opinion, but who am I? So this is just a funny someone made about the Hassan Piker shock dog events.
Gucci Marks generated this shit.
Gucci Marks. I just thought it was funny. It sounds too good. This has to be AI.
2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah. Got this remote on me like in my glove. If Kaya tried to move, she out of love. She better know.
I don't even listen to hip hop anymore, but I like it.
Gotta stay in that little
I feel like if I do listen to hip hop, I typically will go back and listen to like older stuff. Maybe it's because I'm old. I'm an old man.
I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy.
Why does he act like a baby?
Making me look bad on the screen. Gonna hit her with my power beam. I don't know why that stupid dog just yelp. She should know better not to call for help. Cause you already know when my stream is. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know how much money I spend?
It's too well done.
That dog costs more than your mama rent. I got the most expensive breed. You know that's the one I need. That stupid dog is so spoiled. Yeah, one more time she getting boiled. Moving with my dog to China. I'll lead her up, goodbye to Kaya.
So stupid. Kind of messed up. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty funny. I saw that video and I was like, that is hilarious. I don't really see that much on YouTube anymore that makes me laugh, but that did. So I appreciate you, Gucci Marks. I saw the Ride the Lightning Metallica meme using that whole shot collar situation. It was funny. You mean my video that I made? Says Odin. Are you talking about mine or are you talking about another one? Because I made one similar. Shock, shock, shock. Definitely AI, LOL, said Veronica. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it 100% is. Oh, I just realized I had my music playing over that. Darn it. Let's see. So I think I'm going to skip this video. This one I'm ending up not being terribly interested in. So why don't we watch... I'm kind of curious. We'll watch this this Bethesda or this Fallout thing that Odin was mentioning. It probably was yours since I watched the streams anyway, says Odin. It might have been mine. Yeah, I made one. I was bored. Every now and then I'll get motivated to make a short. Every now and then I make something decent sometimes. Hog meat? What the heck?
Let's go, pal.
On October 23rd, when we heard that sound, we went underground and found a vault life waiting for us come what may. Leave your trouble on the surface, it's Fallout Day.
So let's see what's here. I honestly don't know what to even expect from this.
Office. I'm Jess Finster.
And I'm Richard Stanford. Together, we're the Fallout community team.
We're the ones you talk to every day.
And now we're the ones welcoming you to the second annual Fallout Day broadcast.
This is our chance to celebrate the Fallout community with the Fallout community. It's a fun-filled showcase where we dive into all things happening in the world of Fallout.
Last year's show was so great, so I'm super stoked to be here with all of you.
I love that old
Easy
school
on the
Fallout
details
t-shirt
of
he's
last year's
got.
show. Happy Fallout Day.
Hey, Bill. Oh, hey, Dave.
Shock, shock, shock.
Yeah.
Or the Brotherhood.
Razzle dazzle.
No, don't cover me up.
Promise I'm not a diva.
We've got a packed show ahead of us with details about big anniversaries, some awesome community events.
Odin Selfie
major
says, yeah, I was
updates for
watching this
Shelter
Fallout
and
Day
Fallout
thing, and it was
76.
just really
And even a surprise
not really
message
interesting
from
with what
some
they announced. I was hoping for
special
Fallout
friends.
3 or New Vegas.
And be sure to stay tuned
Oh, that
after
makes
the
me disappointed.
broadcast, when we'll be joined here in the office by our friends from Fallout for Hope for an amazing live stream post show.
Proceeds from the live stream will benefit
So is it all
St.
just
Jude
Fallout
Children's
76
Research
probably
Hospital.
announcements?
Fallout for Hope
I
is
guess.
so close to reaching their 2025 goal of $1 million in donations, and we're going to do our best to help them get there. If we reach that incredible milestone today, we'll be giving away the player title Hopeful in Fallout 76 to celebrate.
We want to thank Ken and the entire Fallout for Hope team, not only for that awesome pre-show, but for always being an example of why the Fallout community is the very best.
Although
Happy Fallout Day, and
I'm
we'll
glad
see
they are
you a
putting
bit later
actual
in the
Fallout games on
broadcast.
Switch too, says Odin. I kind of agree with that. Although, no, I'd probably rather play them on PC. I feel weird
All
playing
right, and over
any
here is our
Fallout on
kitchen,
anything but a PC.
And then over to our right is our audio bay. And then on over here is our VO room.
Okay.
Oh,
Shock, shock, shock. Oh, they're gonna talk about Fallout 4?
Let's go, boy.
That game's pretty old at
10
this
years.
point.
It's been 10 years since Fallout 4 launched. We had spent months preparing the video assets that we were going to show at the Dolby Theater.
They announced
And
the
I
Fallout
remember
4
going to the
anniversary,
Dolby
basically
and
just a
walking in there
re-release, like how
and
Skyrim
seeing it
got
for the
released
first
a billion
just being
times.
amazed at how
LOL.
big it was.
So just
And
like a
then watching
remaster
as
re-release, or what?
fans stood in line, streamed in, wearing their costumes, just so excited. They had no idea what we were going to say, but you could tell, right, what they all hoped for. And I remember sitting there and watching and waiting. I knew exactly the pacing of how it was all supposed to work, and I was getting very nervous. I freely admit that. And when the first video played and the audience erupted, it was one of truly the most moving moments of my entire career. And
Gosh, I'm not gonna lie,
often
man.
think
Bethesda has been
that
so
it is
terrible
at that moment that
as
I
of late.
truly understood how much everything
I don't
we
think
do
they've put out
here
really
at
anything
Bethesda Game
incredible,
Studios
right?
means
I mean, I
to the
played
fans out there.
Starfield. I was super disappointed by that game.
But I'm not just
Doom:
here
The
to
Dark
reminisce.
Ages I thought was just okay. I didn't love it, didn't hate it. I just thought it was alright. Obviously Fallout 76 I wasn't super big into.
Do not attempt to reach the surface. The surface is unsafe.
I mean, I guess the Oblivion remaster was cool, but I mean, that's probably the best thing they've put out, but that was just a remaster. So I don't know.
This wasn't the world I wanted, but
Bethesda just, in my opinion, Bethesda has not been great as of late. Maybe there's something I can't think of that they put out that was good.
we need someone who can bring the whole Commonwealth
I think
together in a
Starfield for
common
me
cause.
was the biggest disappointment. I was not into
And I think you've
Starfield.
got it in you to be that leader. What do you say?
I'm worried about Bethesda because I love Elder Scrolls and I really want them to get their head out of their
So,
bum
I
and
know
make
you're
another
from
good
Evolve.
Elder Scrolls game.
How would you describe your time on the inside?
We'll see. I honestly don't even know what to expect from them now. Oh, I didn't think about it. Probably the TV show. The TV show is probably the best thing that they've made
I believe the
in a
term
while.
is Yahoo.
Another beautiful
And that's
day
not even a game, though. That's a TV show.
in the most dangerous place in the world.
I mean, I I did like Fallout 4 at least. Fallout 4 wasn't a huge disappointment. There were aspects of it that I was disappointed by, but at least for the most part, I thought, oh, I really liked Fallout 4. Yeah, that was a good game. That's probably the last great game they've put out.
A special anniversary means
Fallout
a
TV show was actually
special
pretty good
edition.
from what I watched. I
To
expected a hot
celebrate
pile of poo,
Fallout
but it
4's
wasn't
10th
bad,
birthday,
says Odin.
We've created
No, yeah, I
the
100%
Fallout 4
agree. I love the
Anniversary
show.
Edition. This will contain
I thought the
6
ending was a
official
little
add-ons,
disappointing,
including
but
the Automatron,
most of the
Bar
show I
Harbor,
thought was fun.
and Nuka World story add-ons, plus the workshop add-ons.
In addition to the add-ons, the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition also includes over 150 pieces of Creation Club content, including some previously unreleased items to supplement your adventures. And now with this anniversary, we're taking your experience to the next level, because creations are coming to Fallout 4. That means you'll see even more new content coming to the Commonwealth. The Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition will feature a brand new in-game creations menu on PC and console to help you easily discover, download, and enjoy content from professionals and enthusiasts alike. Our creators are among the best, most talented, and imaginative communities in gaming, and we're so grateful for the dedication and love they've shared over the years. We're always looking for ways to support and build
Send
those
my
close
tailbone
community relationships.
all the best wishes
Which
you
is
can.
why we're proud to provide a path for creators to go from hobbyist to professional through our Verified Creator Program. Many of our creators are already working on amazing new content for Fallout 4 that we're all excited for you to enjoy. Soon, you'll be able to bring a slice of the Mojave Desert to the Commonwealth or take on the Beast Hunter and his pet Deathclaw Rex. Or maybe you prefer an escape room experience. Interact with a mind's eye version of your spouse, voiced by the original actors, and experience emotional moments while earning unique equipment and rewards. I can't wait to see what our creators come up with next.
And the best part, the Anniversary Edition is coming on November 10th.
What?
Switching gears a little, in addition to this special anniversary release, Fallout 4 is making its way onto a Nintendo console for the very first time. The Switch 2 edition of Fallout 4 is coming in 2026. We need to talk about another beloved Fallout game with a major anniversary this year.
One of the greatest privileges in my over 30 years of making games has been able to work on Fallout.
It has been, somewhat
Obsidian.
incredibly, 15 years since the launch of Fallout New Vegas.
15 years, really? How did I get to be so old?
It really was a dream come true to be able to work on a Fallout game.
It's an incredible honor to have
So
worked
is this
on a
where they
game
announced
that
the
fans
Ultimate
still
Edition
play,
or
still
Great
talk about,
Fantastic
and still
Edition, whatever it
cherish.
was?
Have a happy Fallout Day.
Ring a ding, baby, and happy Fallout Day.
Happy Fallout Day. Go play Fallout.
The one thing
New
for
Vegas.
Bethesda I enjoyed this year was Oblivion Remastered because I love that game,
Thanks
so it was
so
amazing
much
for me and my
to our
brother,
friends
says
at
Odin.
Obsidian for joining us today.
Oh, again, I
And to
agree with you.
celebrate this
Oh
significant
yeah, here's
milestone,
the anniversary.
We've created the Fallout New Vegas 15th Anniversary Bundle. The limited edition bundle is available for pre-order today on the Bethesda Gear Store. Whether it's the Commonwealth
I don't disagree
or the
with you,
Mojave,
Odin.
we
I
look
just think
forward to
like
joining you in the wasteland again to celebrate these
it is just a
birthdays.
remaster. Granted, it was a good one, so there is some amount of kudos I think that should
Sounds
be
good.
given.
I've got a meeting with Level Design, so I'm gonna have to get you that information a little later.
When I grow up, I'ma be a supermodel. Mommy says I'm talented. I know that I can handle it. When I grow up, I'ma be a supermodel. Mommy says I'm talented. I know that I can handle. I'ma be a supermodel. Plastic doll, rock and roll, hunky dory, transcendental, elemental. What I wanna be.
That was cute.
Pew, 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 pew.
Where'd you come from? Where's Richard? Is the show over?
No, not even close. Richard said something about seeing a man about an axolotl, so I'm here to talk about some big community events happening this year. Hi, I'm Danielle Bartholomew. Let's dive in with your personal
an interesting
favorite
last
guest,
name.
Halloween Horror Nights.
Bartholomew.
There's nothing I love more than a haunted house.
And Universal Studios Hollywood and
Oh,
Universal
I
Orlando
forgot.
Resort are
Here
going
in
all out
Florida,
for
that's at
Fallout this
Halloween Horror
spooky
Nights.
season. We
I
actually
totally forgot
got to
about
check
that.
out the Fallout Halloween Horror
We didn't
Nights
make plans
event,
to
and
go
it was
this year. That's why I
amazing
forgot
to
about
see
it, I
two of
think.
my greatest loves in one creepy bundle.
Jess says amazing. I say haunting, but tato tato. Grab your tickets now before this radioactive experience ends on November 2nd.
On a slightly less terrifying note, have you ever wanted to see Vault Boy on a Zamboni? If you're in the Austin area, October 25th is your chance. Join us for the second Fallout night for the Texas Stars. We'll have decorations, Fallout-inspired food,
Kinda
mine's
boring.
radiation, or not, and obviously some special giveaways for attendees.
I am
plus
kind of
much
finding
more.
myself bored by this.
And if the cold isn't your thing, maybe take a trip to Good Springs, Nevada for the
I thought it
4th
sounded
annual
fun to watch, and
community-run
now all of a sudden I'm
Pioneer
like,
Saloon
eh.
Festival celebrating all things Fallout. This festival runs from November 14th through November 16th, and this year it's bigger than ever.
I guess I could take the
There will
moment
be
to
a
see what
cooking
else I can watch.
competition, car show, a film festival, incredible fan-made cosplay and props, and so much more.
It's like being in the world of Fallout, but, you know, without all of the life-threatening danger. And just down the road from the Pioneer Saloon, we're partnering with the Atomic Museum in Las Vegas. The influence of the atomic age on pop culture still resonates today. The World of Fallout exhibit at the Atomic Museum opens in November and will let you experience Fallout's alternate history in a totally new way.
See artifacts from the Fallout universe, and our own, to learn about the inspirations and origins of the franchise. And who knows, you might even gain a few points for that Iron Special.
Check out our social channels for more on all of the Fallout events.
Am I done? Can I go pet dog meat now?
Oh my gosh, I found a video I want to watch. Alright, scratch this. I found something I do want to watch now. I just saw the toilet man plastered on my screen and I was disturbed. I wasn't even paying attention. Bro, I just got an ad for a Skibbity Toilet RC vehicle. What is this world? Yeah, that's my ad. I put that there intentionally. I'm glad you saw my very real ad for a Skibbity toilet, whatever that is. I don't even remember what
There it is.
What is Skibbity? Skibbity's like, doesn't that have something to do with Team Fortress? Or you can tell I'm old. I don't think when you hit the age 33 you should know what Skibbity means. I feel like that's just just a physical impossibility for people over 30. Alright, so scratch that. I found something I do want to watch. Let's watch this. I haven't played the game yet, so here's Moist Critical talking about the Pokemon evolutions. This looks funny to me. Shock, shock, shock. That dog, yeah, boy.
Mega Starmie. They just they just dragged the fucking Vexels here to make it have longer leg, or to make it have like the longer star to be legs. That's cute.
Odin Salty says Skibbity Toilet was these Source Engine animations that were popular a while back. Oh, that's right. They didn't use Team Fortress. They used the models from they used models from either Team Fortress or is what's that zombie game series on 360? What were those called? That was oh my gosh, what was that? Left 4 Dead. They used the models from either Left 4 Dead or was Team Fortress. I don't remember which one.
Patrick, yeah. That's the one I've seen the clip of where it like runs around a lot. Can you at least rate all of the
Odin Salty says it was
based on
Half-Life.
design
Oh,
if you're not
okay, I
playing
see.
Zaw?
I was wrong
Okay,
completely
well, it's
either way.
still downloading, I'll do that.
What do I know?
Alright, let's take a peek. Mega Meganium seems fine. They just put a bunch of extra leaves on him.
These are so
Mega
awful.
Embor, fine.
He's got more
What is
flames. He's just got more hair.
With its arms and hood-like fin, this Pokemon
I don't understand what this is. Gave it like a big catcher's mitt. Cool.
I keep seeing the
Toilet
long-legged
seat.
Starmie on my TikTok feed.
It
I should make a
looks
short
pretty
about
cool.
long-legged Starmie.
Oh, it's a helmet.
What?
Wow. So cool.
That's actually kind of neat. I think I like that one, kind of.
Pidgeot. That just looks exactly the same, except they gave it like a Yu-Gi-Oh hair strand here.
Yeah,
I
that
guess.
looks just like a freaking Pidgeot.
Wow. The
Yeah.
Ampharos looks like an Adventure Time character. Cool. Gyarados is pretty cool.
Hmm.
No complaints there. I don't know shit about Barbacle. I don't remember this guy at all.
It's like when Patrick was using
honestly,
the
kinda
fishnet,
hype,
when
I
he had the
guess.
fishnet boots in the movie.
Looks like something Edward would have seen
That
in
was
Full
pretty
Metal
great.
Alchemist. There it is, Mega Starmie. They just they just dragged the fucking Vexels here to make it have longer leg, or to make it have like the longer star to be legs. That's cute. That's so cute. Patrick, yeah. Very, very cool. That's the one I've seen the clip of where it like runs around a lot. I don't know this Pokemon.
I roar. That looks awful.
I don't really care. It looks fine. Clefable turns into a big butterfly. Cute.
Ugh.
Gengar's fine.
What did you do to Gengar?
Also fine.
Ugh, the
That's
victory
just
bell.
sad. How does this Pokemon even move anymore? Jesus. Also strangling itself. Cool.
That's
Cool.
just Gallade. That's just
Big
Altaria.
fucking bunch of cotton candy.
That's
Cool.
just Banette. Whoa, the drill
That
one
just
was
looks
weird.
the same. I don't remember what it looks like. They just gave it the Majin Buu symbol.
I'm a
Wow.
goody goober at Starfish. Says Odin.
That's almost as lazy as Starmie. Just stretch out his arms and his head. He's mega, damn it. Chainsaw Man. Yeah. Pretty cool. Man, they really cooked with these megas. Well, the Garchomp looks good.
Mm.
Don't know enough about what they
Eh.
used to look like. Seems fine.
Oh, I
Looks
kind of like
exactly
Mega
the same.
Absol. Cario looks about the
That
same.
looks pretty much the same.
Chainsaw Man said Veronica
Jesus
Rose.
Christ, Slowbro.
What did they do to
Poor
Slowbro?
guy.
What the heck?
He's just stuck in like a sarcophagus here of his own shell. That looks the same. I can't make heads or tails of what I'm looking at. This looks like some kind of airplane. Yeah, I've seen this one.
Eh. It's just pink.
I mean, that's fine, I guess.
Hmm.
That's fine. I kind of like that one.
These are so ugly. Whatever
I like
these
that
design,
one.
whoever came
I don't
up
know
with
what
these
the fuck
designs.
that Pokemon is.
What do they do to Glalie?
Fine, I guess. Don't know that one.
Sizzle.
Is he missing an arm or is it just the angle? Oh no, he's still got it.
All right, that's that. I just kind of wanted to see he had them all in one place. Can we just get a buff brown humanoid with Diglett as the head as the Mega? That would be funny, says Owen. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty good. All right, y'all. Well, that's about all that I had for you guys. If anybody's got any other interesting suggestions, now would be your time. Let me browse the interwebs and see what I think's interesting. Shock, shock, shock. Ba, 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 ba. Shock, shock, shock. Shock, shock. I got that song stuck in my head. I like that. Like I said, anybody in the Discord or in the YouTube chat, if you got something you think I might find interesting, now's your chance. I'm just taking a browse to see if there's anything that pops up. Odin Salty says, I remember seeing something about the basis of Limp Bizkit passing away recently. Yeah, I saw that. I just saw them live, back in August, and Very sad. Apparently he had a apparently he had like a kidney surgery or something like that that I guess may have gone wrong or something, and that kind of caused him to have a, I think he had cardiac arrest due to it or something, unfortunately. Very very sad, very unfortunate. Like I said, I just saw them live with Metallica like August, so what, like 3 months ago? Pretty awful. Alrighty, well, y'all, I think that's it. I don't think I got anything else for you. I don't see anything else that's really sticking out. Sticking out. What does that mean? Here's an interesting video maybe we'll watch.
The first generation.
Where did you get your information from? So here's a video by a creator called Chemolingo. And Chemolingo appears to have done some research into some Gen 1 Pokemon that apparently never got released or added with the game. Part of me is kind of curious. Let's see.
The first generation of Pokemon is where
I don't know if this is real or not.
And a long time has passed since then, and with over 1,000 Pokemon, there is of course a lot more Pokemon that just never made it into the games for different reasons. As a matter of
Salty says, I'm gonna wait for midnight so I can check out any Friday music releases coming out. I do that sometimes because I like being early for music releases to Zod. Oh, interesting. It's not often that I generally, like, even for albums that I'm excited for, I can generally wait. I just wait until... Ooh, sorry about that. I just wait until they're released and then I listen to them. I think the last Ghost album was the last... That's probably the first album in a while that I was, like, kind of paying attention to when it released.
In fact, Pokemon programmer Shigeki Morimoto, who is also known for creating Mew and putting it into the Generation 1 games without Nintendo's knowledge, revealed in an interview that we were originally supposed to have 190 Pokemon in Generation 1, which is way more than the 151 that we ended up getting. But thanks to several leaks, interviews, and other sources, we are actually able to discover more information about these cut Pokemon, which is what we will be talking about today. But what kind of leaks are we talking about? Well, most of these Pokemon come from leaked Gen 1 beta assets from the Helix Chamber, which were leaked in 2019, alongside the Gold and Silver Space World demo from 1997,
Gen 1 beta
which was
assets, interesting.
And some more interesting sources. Every single source, including the Gen 1 beta assets and the Space World demo, can be found in the description, but I will also leave the source to each Pokemon on the screen. And you can find the source for each specific Pokemon in the bottom left corner of the video if you're looking for something specific. I will also leave a link to the artists that have done an amazing job bringing these old sprites to life. And you can also see who made the design for each specific Pokemon in the top left corner of the video. A lot of these Pokemon have very little and limited information about them, but I will do my best to cover as much information about them as possible with what's available. To start off, there are some Pokemon we won't be covering in this video. That's because the images you see on the screen are concept art. This concept art primarily showcases how the game would function, but one interesting creature from this concept art is Cabin. This little head is by many believed to be just a stupid meme that never had any significance. However, it may actually be an early version
that's
of
worse.
Snorlax,
That's scary.
with its name
That's
Kabin being
scarier than
very
like
similar
Gengar.
to Snorlax's Japanese name of Kabigon. Snorlax is also based on Game Freak employee Koji Nishino, which would explain why it looks like a human head. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's get into every cut Pokemon from Generation 1. Starting off with
based
Part 1,
the
cut
big
Pokemon evolutions.
large Pokemon
Because
after
of
a
limited
large
cartridge
person.
space, many 3-stage evolutionary lines got cut to 2. Interestingly, Pokemon lead designer Ken Sugimori would reveal in an interview with Yomiuri newspaper in 2018
Hey,
that
you
in
can't
order
play
to
Zelda
decide
on a
which
Pokemon
made
video.
it and which ones didn't, Sugimori would print out drawings of all the Pokemon and simply ask people which one they liked best. And the Pokemon with the least amount of votes ended up being cut. Another designer for Pokemon, Atsuko Nishida, known for designing various popular Pokemon, would add that it was believed that people would want more variation instead of the same Pokemon evolving twice. But with that being said, let's get into the actual Pokemon that ended up being cut. Coming in first, we have this pre-evolved form of Zubat. Of course, this Pokemon was created before the introduction of Crobat in Generation 2. Sadly, the back sprite is all we really have for this Pokemon. There really is not
I kind of like that Zubat. What about you? I kind of like that Zubat. That's kind of a dope. I think it's kind of a dope little creation. I guess that would go on to eventually be called Golbat, he said. Imagine having a fat Pokemon based off yourself, said Odin. That sounds like that's what happened.
About it, and the upscale design work is of course speculative. There was also supposed to be a middle stage evolution of Psyduck, often referred to as Weird Duck. We also only have the back sprite for
that's
Duck.
a good one
There
to
is
cut.
also a lost middle stage evolution to Magnemite.
Whoa! It's a Magnemite with huge honkers, dude. Yeah, sick, bro. Dude, that is a... That Magnemite is stacked, dude. That's an awful design. That would have been a meme forever. I'm so glad that thing is not there as well. Zubat, said Veronica. Dude, it's a Magnemite with honkers and nips. That is... Or it could be a ball sack. I was gonna say that good thing that never got put out.
Another cut evolution that easily causes for speculation is the cut evolution of Marowak. This Pokemon was supposed to serve as a final evolution to Cubone. And again, I have to make it clear that the upscale design work, though incredibly well made and interesting...
I don't know if I like... I was about to say turkey legs, said Veronica Rose. I'm kind of glad that Marowak never came out. Because the design kind of screams Kangaskhan. Yeah, that looks too Kangaskhan-y. I'm glad that...
It's purely speculative, as we only have the back sprite to work with alongside very limited information. However, we are now moving on to Pokemon that we do have more information about, as they were also part of the Gold and Silver Space World demo from 1997, giving us both sprites, names, and typings, with one of them potentially being referenced in the Pokedex, that being Mekon. Mekon was supposed to be a pre-evolution
looks like
Vulpix,
Vulpix,
whose Pokedex entry states that at the time of its birth, it only had one tail. Mekon means 3 fox barks, and it would evolve into Vulpix at level 13. Speaking of lost pre-evolutions, we have Kanya, who's supposed to serve as a pre-evolved version of Meowth. Kanya would evolve into Meowth at level 14 and was pure
those
normal
are two
type,
that they
with its name
basically...
translating to either Baby Meow or
I'm kind of glad
Meow.
those
There is
aren't
also a pre-evolved
thing.
version of Ponyta named Puchikun. Its name translates to Petite Unicorn. Puchikun would evolve into Ponyta at level 20. However, unlike its evolved forms, Ponyta and Rapidash, Puchikun was categorized as a
like
pure
pre-forms,
normal type and
I
not a
guess.
fire type.
Some of these
Goldeen was
I like.
also supposed to have a pre-evolved form named Gyafin. Gyafin would evolve into Goldeen at level 16,
I don't
with
like
its
that
name
one either.
meaning lively goldfish. And it was a pure water type, just like Goldeen and Seaking. And to finish off cut Pokemon evolutions, we have one of the most, if not the most popular, and well-known lost Pokemon of all time, being Gorochu. Gorochu is actually pretty unique, because it was actually leaked by Game Freak themselves in 2018, when they did a newspaper interview in the Japanese newspaper Yomiuri. Judging by its name, it's pretty easy to understand that Gorochu was supposed to serve as the final evolution to Pikachu and Raichu. Atsuko Nishida, who designed Pikachu and Raichu, was told to make a final third evolution. She was instructed to make it look strong.
Pichu,
Nishida
is
would
that
go
what
on
she
to
went
say
with?
that it had horns, fangs, and looked like a god
Dude,
of
that's
thunder.
awesome.
The story of Gorochu
That
came before the leak Gen
Gorochu
1
is
beta
like really
assets,
cool.
but after the leak, Gorochu's back sprite has been found, though no other sprites of Gorochu
He's actually
exist.
fat,
There
he's
seems
just
to
a
be multiple
little... Actually, not
reasons
fat,
why
he's a
Gorochu
little
didn't
chunky.
make it into the
He's
first
Odin.
generation of Pokemon games. Employees such as
goldfish
Koji
looks like
Nishino
Mom,
and
I threw
programmer
up,
Shigeki
yeah.
Morimoto would say that Gorochu
That's
didn't
pretty
make
funny.
it because of cartridge space. However, lead designer Ken Sugimori would go on to say that it also had to do with the game's balancing. But to end things off with cut Pokemon evolutions from Generation 1, Junichi Masuda was actually asked in an interview with GameSpot a few months later if Gorochu would ever make it into future Pokemon games, where he would go on to say that the chances are very low, but he never did say no. And
Yeah,
that wraps it
Gorochu
up
looks
for
really
lost
cool.
and cut evolutions planned for Generation 1, but we are far from finished.
I really like Gorochu's one. I would have been
It
like,
should
that's
come as no
dope.
surprise that the vast majority of lost and cut content comes through the means of leaks, mostly through the game's coding. But these lost Pokemon mostly come through more unique methods. Most of the Pokemon that we will take a look at in this part comes from the creator of Pokemon himself, Satoshi Tajiri, in his biographical manga fittingly titled Satoshi Tajiri, the Man Who Created Pokemon. And
Hold on, he had a manga built just for him? That's kind of cool. I'd rather have that than an actual biography. Make a manga based on me, if I became that popular. That's dope.
This manga gives us a bigger insight into the creation of Pokemon, as well as showing us some never-before-seen Pokemon that never made it. One of said Pokemon is Jagu, a shark-like Pokemon believed to be a water type. Though not much information exists about Jagu, its back sprite was also discovered in leaked Gen 1 beta assets, and
that's
it most
really
likely
cool.
ended up
That's one I
becoming
would.
Sharpedo at a later stage.
Yeah, could have.
We also have Gayun, who is a little special. Gayun is one of the first Pokemon ever made.
It's like a
In
Nido
fact,
Queen
it's
or
possible
Nido-
that Gayun was the second
King.
Pokemon ever created. The Satoshi Tajiri manga shows Rhydon as having the index number 0. And as we know from Ken Sugimori, Rhydon was the first Pokemon ever made, and Gayun has the index number 1. In
Rhydon's
Japanese,
the first
Gayun is the
Pokemon
sound
designed?
for Godzilla's
Wow, I didn't know
roar,
that.
which is probably what it was based on. Many people also believe that Gayun's design may have been used as the sprite for the move substitute in later games. But with the leak of Gen 1 beta assets,
That's
we
really
were not
cool. I
only
like
able
that
to
one.
find the back sprite of Gayun, but also this Pokemon, believed to be its pre-evolved form. However, aside from that, we don't really have any more information about Gayun's possible evolution. A Pokemon from the manga that falls more on the weirder side is Cactus. This Pokemon was
That's
also
a really
later
cool
found in Gen 1
design.
beta assets. And though we don't have much information about it, it may have later served as inspiration for Cacnea and Cacturn in Generation 3. There is also a deer Pokemon named Deer, whose back sprite was also later recovered
It's
from
just
Gen
called
1 beta
Deer.
assets. Again, another Pokemon we don't know
I've always
much
been a
about,
Pikachu guy,
but
even
who
though I'm
most
not really
likely
into
ended up
Pokemon
becoming
that much,
Stantler
so-
in Generation 2. Another cut Pokemon that may have been referenced in the Pokedex just like Mikon is Elephant. In Raichu's Pokedex entry in Pokemon
Amiibo
Green,
with
it is stated
Squirtle
that
to
Raichu
Skylar.
can make an Indian elephant faint. Here we also have Elephant's back sprite from leaked Gen 1 beta assets. It is possible that Elephant was later used as
Donphan.
inspiration for Phanpy and Donphan. Then there is Barunda, which looks very obscure
balloon.
in the image from the Satoshi Tajiri manga,
That looks
but
pretty
it was
cool.
supposed to be a balloon Pokemon, as the Gen 1 back sprite also tells us. Barunda is also often called Balloonda, and though it was most likely cut because of cartridge space, it may have also been cut because of Pokemon like Jigglypuff, who was already known as the balloon Pokemon.
Otis Salty says, this deer seems to be made of deer. They made that deer Pokemon and they said, oh dear. I thank you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys laughing at my joke. Kirby said Chronocuros.
One of the weirdest Pokemon to come from the Satoshi Tajiri manga is by far Crocky. Crocky is also one of the first Pokemon ever made, being created in the early to mid-90s. And it appears to be based on a crocodile, though its back sprite shows more of a dragon-like figure.
What in the
And to
world?
finish off this part, we have Omega. Unlike all the other Pokemon from this part,
Why are
Omega
the
does not come from
the
the
designs
Satoshi
are
Tajiri
so
manga.
cool.
Omega was first revealed
These are
by
so much
Pokemon
better than what we
CEO
get
Sunkazu
now.
Ishihara in 2018, in a segment with the Japanese national TV broadcast.
I love these
Ishihara would
designs.
go on to showcase a lot of beta designs, such as Gyarados, but Omega was the only cut Pokemon that he showed off. Omega would eventually end up getting cut from Generation 1. However, interestingly, Omega's internal number would later be used for Mew. Omega seems to be based off of Mechagodzilla. However, the only photo we have
Herbie
of
really do
Omega
be having
is
that
the black and
Pokemon
white
look to
sprite
him,
shown
so-
by Ishihara in 2018. Now we're moving on to the final part, which are all unique Pokemon that does not appear to be part of any evolutionary lines that made it into the games. Starting off, we have this Yeti Pokemon. Though we don't know its actual name, it's been nicknamed Freezetti. This Yeti Pokemon is believed to be
That's
an ice
really
type,
cool.
and it may
I
have
like
been
that
supposed
one.
to serve as a counterpart to Jinx, much like Electabuzz and Magmar. Freezetti was most likely based on a Yeti, or even the kaiju known as Wu, from the 1960s Japanese TV show titled Ultraman. But of course, we don't have any more information about it, and it's all speculative. We are also quickly going to mention these two Pokemon, which we don't really have much information about
Oh,
either,
those
other than
those
two likely
obviously
being
would
the same
eventually
evolutionary
be
line.
those Toad
Not having a lot of
Pokemon.
information is
I
to
don't
be
remember the name
expected
of
in
them.
this video, as you've probably noticed. But we really have no idea what these two Pokemon were supposed to be. The second sprite does seem to refer to some sort of traditional Japanese top knot. But aside from that, the favorite idea from the Helix Chamber themselves was that these two Pokemon might be sumo wrestling frogs, which is definitely an interesting thought. Moving on to these two bird or bird-fish Pokemon. These two Pokemon could potentially be based on the Cheep Cheep from Mario and the
bird-fish
Bedfish, but we really
Pokemon.
don't know. We also have a full 3-stage evolutionary line. These three Pokemon are believed to be dragon types. The Dragonite line, being the only dragon type Pokemon of Generation 1, has always been a little bit weird, so it's fair to assume that it was supposed to have a company. They could have potentially been based on Chinese water dragons, but with only the back sprite, it's very hard to tell. It's also worth noting that we don't know for absolute certain that these three Pokemon are part of the same evolutionary line. The first sprite has the index number 94, the next one has index number 95, as you would expect, but the last one is index number 174, which means it was added near the very end of development. But we have more Pokemon to go through, including these two squid Pokemon. Though, just like last time, we don't know for sure if these two Pokemon are part of the same evolutionary line, as their index number are very far apart.
really cool.
It is believed that they are related. Obviously, they seem to be based off of squids. And all the way at the end, we have Katora, probably one of the most popular lost Pokemon of all time.
I really
Katora
like
is an
that
electric
design.
tiger Pokemon that would evolve into
That looks
Rayquaza
really
at level
cool.
35. Katora Katora meaning baby tiger and Raytora meaning thunder tiger. Both of these Pokemon were planned for Generation 1, but they didn't make it. They were also planned for Generation 2, but again, did not make it. And they are still yet to make an appearance in any Pokemon game. But it doesn't really stop there. Though we have both front and back sprites for both Katora and Raytora, thanks to the Gold and Silver demo from 1997, we also have back sprites from Generation 1, which included a final stage evolution, making it a 3-stage evolutionary line.
Cool.
This third evolution, however, is only in Gen 1 beta assets, meaning we have
that
no
would have been a
name or
really
front
cool
sprites
one to
for this
have.
Pokemon. We also don't know why Katora and Raytora were planned for Generation 2, but its final stage evolution wasn't. But that would be all lost and cut Pokemon from Generation 1. Or well, not exactly. There are still 6 Pokemon for us to go through. However, out of these 6 Pokemon, 3 of them are blurred out, and it is impossible to tell what they are. And the remaining 3 were probably not meant to be actual Pokemon at all, that being the Lavender Town Ghost and a fossilized version of Kabutops and Aerodactyl. I'm really sorry, but I did a goof. So there's 2 more Pokemon to mention very quickly, and it's a little bit complicated. So the first Pokemon is this, which is believed to be a pre-evolved form of Blastoise. Blastoise was not originally part of the Squirtle line. The other one is the evolved form of Wartortle. Like I said, Blastoise was not originally part of this evolutionary line. And this is a different Pokemon all on its own. I'm really sorry, mistakes were made and I realized way too late into editing the video. And with that, we have covered everything for now. As you probably noticed, a lot of this information is limited, and we are still learning more as time goes on. And hopefully, we will have more information in the future. But for now, we are finished with the lost Pokemon of Generation 1, and we will be moving on.
Interesting video. Thank you so much to the Cut Pokemon of Generation 1 by Chemolingo. Thank you so much, Chemolingo. I really like that video. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, y'all. Well, again, anybody have anything else they want me to check out, or are we done for today? Oh, goodness. That was a nice 2.5 hours watching videos, reacting to some stuff. Hey, Reese Tiki joins at the very end again. As usual, it seems like. What's up, Reese? How are you? Yeah, we watched all the videos I think I had planned. Unless anybody's got anything else you guys might want me to check out. That was a cool video. I like that one. Dun, 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 dun. Shock, shock, shock. Alright, y'all. Well, anybody got anything? Step right up, step right up. Throw your topics at me. Oh, there's something in chat. How a stalker broke into this VTuber's home while she streamed. I never fail to show up at the end of the stream, says Reese. Yeah, you've got a talent for it. I don't got anything, says Odin. Yeah, I watched a bunch. How long is this video from Skylar? Shock, shock, shock.
In 2000
13-minute video? Alright, why don't we finish with this one? I'm kind of curious. Shout out to Mujin. How a stalker broke into this VTuber's home while she streamed. I'll watch this one and then I think I'm going to call it for tonight. This is a really fun stream so far. I appreciate you all.
2009, the U.S. Department of Justice released this special report titled Stalking Victimization in the United States, in which during a 12-month period they found that an estimated 3.4 million people age 18 or older were victims of stalking. The CDC in 2022 then released a study that they conducted from 2016 to 2017 about the same topic. They claim that over 13.5 million people got stalked in that 1-year duration. That includes both male and female, as well as minors.
I would
this
never
study
get
helped
stalked,
show
you know
that
why?
stalking was a growing and very
Because I don't ever
concerning
go into
problem,
cornfields.
and it wasn't stopping anytime soon. Now, according to the United States
That's an
Department
awful
of
joke. I'm
Justice,
sorry.
stalking is
I
classified
shouldn't
as
be
a
making a
crime
joke
in
of
all 50
stalking.
states in the United States.
I just heard
and
the
while
word
the
stalk
definition of
and-
stalking is well laid out here, saying that it generally involves repeated visual or physical proximity,
is there stalks
non-consensual
in
communication, and
cornfields?
verbal
Now
written
I
or
get-
implied threats, the process...
Now I gotta research if my joke makes any sense. That's an insensitive joke I shouldn't have made. You can tell I'm getting tired. What is a stalk? What is a stalk? I made the joke because I thought there were stalks in cornfields. Stalk is a... Are there stalks in cornfields? Now I don't even know if my joke makes sense. Ah, yes, cornfields have stalks. See? My joke makes sense. I'm not a total idiot. Reminder that this happened 11 months ago. Oh, I see.
Process for a victim to prosecute their aggressor is extremely vague, very hard, and very expensive. And the worst part is, even after you prosecute, the results will be way less than satisfactory. And that grim reality isn't just for the average normal person. A good example of that is what happened with Ariana Grande and an absolute crazy unhinged stalker. He had made nearly 100 visits to her mansion and even brought a deadly weapon on one occasion. This was all after she had placed a restraining order on him. Just think about this for a second, okay? Almost 100 visits under a restraining order. That's insane. On January 2024, very recently, he got put in a state prison for 3 years and 8 months. And unfortunately, it's not too hard to guess what he's going to do as soon as he gets out of state prison in 2027. That's the reality of having to deal with a stalker. And unfortunately for the VTuber Camilla, this is a reality she had to live through.
Corn stalks in a skull. Listen, not every joke is going to land. All you can do is try your best. Try your best and apologize if it doesn't land very well. It didn't land. I'm sorry.
Very recently. You see, not only was there a stalker she had no idea about that was after her, but as she was streaming, he had showed up to her house with a sledgehammer and tried to destroy her bedroom window. She had to run to her mother, and they had to hide until the police came to her house. Make no mistake, this is a nightmare scenario. But how could a VTuber so conscious about privacy, so careful with her personal information, get a stalker that found her address? Well, it turns out that he used a tracking device in one of the most unexpected and dirtiest ways possible. Let's talk about it. I love good character designs.
No.
Oh my god. This one goes out to my female viewers. But you know what I love even more? A good story and awesome gameplay.
What? That's insane.
This is where Ash Echoes
yeah, how do you
Global
get
comes
information
in,
on
a real-time
VTuber?
grid-based strategy game.
It
Look,
is
there are a
interesting.
variety of characters here. You can choose to play the game in many different ways, and more importantly, there's autoplay. So if you want to sit back and relax, you can. It has a deep, well-written story that places emphasis on character development. And while in the story you'll be mostly playing the tower defense game mode, there's also a roguelike game mode as well. There's something here for everyone, including platforms. This game is not only available on mobile, but it's also available in a perfectly optimized PC version. And yes, you can use the same account on both platforms seamlessly. And you know what the best part is? The game's already out. I got to play it early, and I can tell you it is solid. So if you're interested, make sure to click the link in the description or the pinned comment to get up to 200 free polls. Thank you so much, Ash Echoes, for sponsoring this video. So as I mentioned, Camilla is a VTuber. She started gaining a lot of traction back in 2022 and has been streaming ever since. And today, she is well known among the VTubing sphere, being part of a larger friend group that has some of the most successful VTubers in the industry. Now look, people become VTubers mostly for two reasons. The first one is privacy. You don't have to show your real face at all, and yet you can still show expressions to your audience watching you. That's why many VTubers are very reluctant to share personal information, because they value their privacy. The second reason can be more attributed to the fact that it's just cooler to not be yourself. This can be seen in the fact that many VTubers have lore or a backstory. Like, oh my god, look, this VTuber is a descendant of like some ancient dragon or something. Or, oh my god, look, no wonder she farts so much, she's the reincarnation of the goddess of farts. Or something, I don't know. That's usually how VTuber backstories go.
What the heck?
But while VTubers do value privacy a lot, it doesn't mean that it's all cut and dry. This is where things get tricky. Fan meetups. There's a lot of fans out there that are interested in meeting their favorite VTuber, but how does a VTuber so centric on privacy meet up with their fans? Well, there's two ways, okay? And the first one is fairly creative. It involves the fan meeting up, well, with the VTuber, right? As you can see, there's a camera right here, so the VTuber can see the fan reacting and interacting, and the fan, just like when they're watching the streams, can see the VTuber reacting as well to everything going on. Now, obviously, this isn't everyone's cup of tea, and I would say like only the biggest VTuber fans would be into this kind of stuff, but hey, it's something for someone who's so privacy-centric, or for someone who literally cannot make it due to health reasons like Iron Mouse.
So to be fair, I guess I would say that like that is kind of a neat thing to do. I mean, I don't know why you would I mean, maybe why would you do your VTuber meet and greets if you're digitally doing it? Why would you feel the need to do? Maybe it's just because an event like that pays you to show up and do that, but couldn't you just be more, I don't know, communicative with your fans online? I don't know. Maybe I don't know anything. To me, that just seems weird. I think I found something, says Veronica Rose. Oh, what'd you find? Oh, while it's on the tip of my brain, had to pause on this frame, said Veronica. Oh, you know, I had to. I wasn't. No reason, no reason at all. I just happened to want to talk to you guys right when I got on this page. I did want to mention to you guys, if you haven't seen on the ChazmaN Live and the Long Plays channel, I've completely reworked all of those. Redone the descriptions, I've redone titles, I've redone all the pages. So like that's something I've been working on the last day or two. Try and gain more viewership on those channels to help me out. And then, one thing I was going to bring up, the big thing I was going to bring up is I'm thinking of reworking my Patreon. So if you guys in the chat or in the Discord, if you could throw suggestions my way as to things you guys would want to see with the tiers, I'm thinking of, I don't know, I'm just thinking of different ways to give people reasons to, join with the Discord. Some of the early stuff is obviously still continuing to do the Discord or the Patreon. I keep saying Patreon. Is to give people that are on the Patreon, maybe the first tier is to continue doing, you get your name on your screen like I've been doing during my streams. Well, I'll give you a shout out. Another one I'm thinking of possibly doing is like for the highest tier, maybe letting someone pick a game or something that I get to play next. There's all sorts of other ideas. If you guys have any ideas, feel free to throw it my way as to like what is something you guys would want to get out of paying money, for the Patreon. Just one of those things. I'm going to try and start work. Another thing I want to rework. I've been definitely trying to take the time since I'm unemployed to like completely rework everything that I'm doing and spruce it up. Try and get more action going on with what's going on over there. That's it. All right, back to video.
Second way, though, is saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go to the convention anyway. And that's actually what a lot of VTubers end up doing, especially for TwitchCon, because not only do they get to meet their fans, they also get to meet their fellow streamer friends. They'll typically wear a mask so that they hide most of their facial features if someone else is streaming or taking a picture they're not aware of, and in pictures they're aware of being in, they'll still blur their face or add an emoji censoring it or whatever. Camilla actually falls in that category. She would rather go to the convention to see her fans face to face, hug them, interact with them, talk to them, than to see them from a screen. She has many stories of how she would hug fans, for example, and they'd be shaking from excitement, or how she would receive some of the cutest handmade gifts in person. But unfortunately for her, it was one of those fan interactions that ruined everything. That was the day where she had no idea that she had met her stalker and that he had placed a tracking device on something that she could have never imagined. The stalker would bide his time, and he wouldn't strike immediately. It was only on November 2nd, 2024, while she was streaming, that he decided to make his move and completely impede on her privacy. This is the moment where it all happened. Watch.
Lena's is so cute too. Oh my god, look at her little like... What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Chat. What the... Hold on.
That was the stalker. And the very loud sound, that was his
sledgehammer.
After she got up and muted the microphone to check up on the noise, the stream suddenly ended. Now obviously everyone was extremely worried. This is when she would tweet out an update saying this: someone during the evil stream yesterday knocked on my window and then went away, so I assumed it was nothing, but turns out it wasn't nothing because someone tried breaking into my home during my stream just now. So the day before, she was collabing with another streamer. She wasn't actually streaming herself. She heard a knock on the window and she assumed it was nothing because she looked at her camera feed and saw that there was no one there. But no, as she saw the next day, someone was there and they had a sledgehammer. Now look at this. Someone replied with, "I'm so sorry that happened. Install extra locks and have extra cameras around the house really helped me after we got broken in ourselves. Hope this would never happen again to you." Camilla replies with, "We have every defense mechanism you can think of. Motion detectors, strong windows, really loud alarms, panic button, and weapons. Just unfortunate still." So she was well prepared, right? And yet the stalker still caught her off guard. That's how it works. You can prepare for the worst all you want, but when it happens, it's not going to make it any less shocking. It's a very rough reality. She then tweeted this: "The cops have already dealt with him. We are okay. W to the panic button on my desk." So now the cops were involved. Then she said this: "We finished talking to the officer. Considering the person only ever interacted was when I was alive makes him believe it was a stalker. He also said the guy kept repeating, 'She's my friend, it's okay.' So it seems that when a stalker is caught, he'll always go for the excuse, 'Oh no, don't worry, she's just a friend.' But buddy, you showed up with a sledgehammer. What are you talking about, a friend? Get the hell out of here. You have a sledgehammer and tried to break her window, you idiot. Oh my god." The biggest shock came a couple of days later when she tweeted out a crazy revelation, saying, So, hey VTubers, make sure you guys are checking convention gifts for tracking devices before taking them home with you, or you too could end up just like me. Some more info from the police to answer more questions. He is arrested, he admitted to planting a device in a gift he gave me. I will share more about what exactly happened on stream. A family member will be escorted with an officer into the house at some point to give my giant container of gifts to give to the police. I am not home and I do not plan on returning home for a little. I have acquired a temporary pewter to stream for the time being. So yeah, crazy bombshell, right? A tracking device in a gift that
That is very weird. Kind of crazy. Crazy thing to do. Oh no, I just messed up my audio for my music. And I feel like that's about where it normally is. Shock, shock, shock. Bam, 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 my dog's so spoiled. Shock, shock, shock. Ba-ba. Alright, so we're back to having anything else. Oh, Veronica did post something. Hassan fans crash out after Ludwig betrays him. Well, gosh. Alright, we'll watch that. VTubers be needing an iron dome nowadays, I guess. I don't remember pranking or getting pranked by my friends with a hammer, said Veronica. What? That's a weird, that's a weird prank. Shock, shock, shock. Da-da, my dog, she's so spoiled. Shock, shock, shock. Oh man, am I going down another rabbit hole here with the Hassan stuff? I really didn't have plans to talk about Hassan. 2 hours ago, hot off the press, says Veronica. Alright, we'll watch it. Now I got 2 more videos lined up. Shock, shock, shock. Turn off that music, music, music. Alright. So let's see what's happening here. Actually, before I watch this one, I also saw that it looks like H3 just did another video based on this.
Welcome back, guys, to another video.
And I think I'm going to watch it live. But I'm going to commentate. So I'm going to watch both of these videos. All right, you guys got me going down the rabbit hole now. Because I'm seeing 2 videos based on the same exact thing. Ugh. All right. If you guys don't mind, I'll be right back. Let me make a new coffee. And I think I'm going to watch these 2 videos. So be right back. Alright. Shuck. Alright, I'm back, y'all. Made me some fresh coffee. Because of you guys, you've talked me into watching these last two videos. I've got a feeling these are going to be chunky videos. At least the H3 one. They talk for quite a bit. Alright, make sure we got audio correct. I'm going to watch my stream on my phone so I can use my Xbox. All good, Odin. Do what you gotta do. Veronica Rose says, need to put in those gaming hours in. Alright. Which reminds me that Splatfest is going on tomorrow. Oh, that sounds interesting. Shuck. I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head now. Alright, here we go. I haven't seen this video. This is a fresh take. If you guys want to know what I'm gonna guess this is about, I'm going to guess this is some sort of follow-up to some of the Hassan dog allegations. If you guys didn't see, go check out the previous video on the ChazmaN Live channel. Last week in our ChazmaN Live, I did a reaction to a lot of the Hassan dog or abuse allegations that was going on there. We did a whole hour talking about it or whatever it was. A lot of the fallout from that has been a lot of Hassan lying, or in my opinion, has been a lot of Hassan seeming to deflect a lot of stuff, attempting to convince people that he didn't shock his dog or he isn't abusive at all. And a lot of it has come out that a lot of other people have been playing defense for him, which is really weird. You have Taylor Lorenz, there's so many other names, all the other Mike from PA, all the other Denims, the other orbiters of Hassan. This is the usual crew. But what it is one of his best friends, one of his two best friends are Ludwig and QT Cinderella. And from what I understand, she basically was just honest on some stream and was just yeah, no, he uses shot collars, or they were shot collars or something. Which I've always said about Hassan is he very much comes off as somebody who he indirectly gets angry, and what it is that he has this very fervent, very aggressive fan base that will do whatever they can to make him happy or to placate to him, you know what I mean, or defend him just no matter what. He has this super hardcore fan base, and he tries to play it off as if he has no control over what they do, and when everyone knows what he does. He says, oh, he doesn't ban the people in streams, he doesn't say anything bad about people that are going out and doing things on his behalf, but he can always claim that there's distance between them because he doesn't directly tell anybody anything. I've always said this whole thing always reminds me of the fallout between Hassan and Ethan during the not frenemies, what was it called? Leftovers. When they had their Leftovers podcast, their left-wing Democratic podcast when they were doing the show. That whole it all reminds me of that moment, because if you don't remember, at the time, they're both Democratic and both have like, they agree on like 9 out of 10 things, but the whole fallout between them was because of differing on one aspect of their 10 things that they all agree on. And it all came down to a lot of people within Hassan's audience were like harassing Ethan, going into his streams and saying bad things about him. And due to Ethan and Hassan thinking they were like really good friends, all Ethan ever wanted was Hassan to like, hey man, you have your people are out here going into my streams, or I see them in your streams saying things in the chat about me. Are you gonna like moderate that? They're like cursing about me, calling me names, saying that I'm like a bad person. Like, are you gonna moderate that in your chat when we're supposed to be friends? What do you think Hassan did? No, Hassan was like, no, that, you know, I can't control what people say in my chat and all that. And it's like, well, are you his friend or are you not his friend? Why are you saying you can't control what people say about your friends in your chat when like that is what moderators do? Hassan literally he's multimillionaire. He pays people to moderate for him. That is what your moderators do. If someone's harassing my friend in my chat, I guess it's like in my Discord. I guess that would be the only place I have moderators. It's like if I don't know who's someone in chat. It's like Veronica Rose I see on stream. If you, Veronica, were like harassing some person, like Phoenix from our podcast. Say for instance, Veronica Rose was calling him a patootie head. You know, it's saying he's a dum-dum. Like sure, like Veronica's really nice and I have Veronica as a moderator. But like, you're insulting a friend of mine who's like a friend. Like, the obvious thing to me would be like to either tell Veronica to chill out on that, or temporarily ban, or to put forth something where I'm saying, hey, that's not cool, this is a friend of mine. And like, that's all Ethan was asking for, was for him to be like, tell your people to chill out. That's your I don't know. I feel like I feel like I'm explaining something super obvious, but like LMA using Vera as an example is making me. Vera's the one I see in chat. That's a mod right now. I'm sure Skylar's somewhere up there, but you know what I mean. It's like no, you can control what your audience is saying in your chat. Like, if you're not doing it, then your mods do it. I guess a better example would be if Veronica saw someone in my chat saying something negative about Phoenix or something. You know what I mean? Like Veronica is there. If she was and she saw someone saying that, like, you're there and you have my approval to like, hey, someone I know is being insulted, Veronica. You have the power to ban that person for a day or for a week or whatever. You know what I mean? And that's all Ethan was asking Hassan at that time when they thought they were friends. And it should have been something easy. It's like, dude, which don't get me wrong, as it turns out, we all know they weren't really friends, or at least Hassan wasn't viewing it as like, oh, you're a friend of mine. I mean, I think we all kind of know at that time Hassan was kind of just using, in my opinion, was using the H3 crew and audience to like just benefit somehow off of it. He was being given free apparel from Ethan's wife's company, Teddy Fresh. He was getting a lot of fans from Ethan's fan base to come over to him and watch his stuff. Ethan's a huge podcast. It very much, like, in hindsight, very much, in my opinion, comes off as like Hassan was kind of leeching a little bit off of what Ethan was doing. Granted, Hassan, he was a big creator at the time. He's huge. But, like, he's just using someone else, and then, I don't know. Yeah, I expect y'all to yoink with me, said Veronica. I don't know. That's just all this stems from that, and then over time. So essentially what I think is happening here is due to QT Cinderella seemingly not really defend. She's like best friends with Hassan. I'm assuming because she wasn't flat out willing to just say, "Oh no, Hassan's innocent. He never does anything wrong." You know what I mean? Because she was just like, "Yeah, it was a shot caller. He accidentally shocked the dog, and the dog, you know, because she wasn't willing to just lie for him I'm guessing Ludwig and QT Cinderella, who they're married. They're either married or they've been dating forever. I'm assuming Hassan's audience is starting to attack them because she wasn't willing to fib, and she was just kind of in a moment of being honest. So that's my guess. We'll jump into it. I feel like I'm explaining too much. Here we go.
DEXP. Today, we are going to be talking more about Hassan because this is the story that never ends, and specifically about some of his close friends who have, I wouldn't say completely taken a stance against him. Ludwig, more than Cutie Cinderella, for sure.
Oh, Ludwig? Okay, that's interesting because I would think Ludwig is the one that would be the most lenient with Hassan. I've always thought that QT is the one that, like, would be a little bit more strong in her beliefs or whatever when it comes to Hassan, but sounds like it might be the opposite.
But I want to examine kind of what...
Oh, maybe it's the opposite because QT Cinderella, QT Cinderella is the one that didn't really defend Hassan super hard here. So maybe Ludwig, being the defensive good boyfriend or good husband, is coming off as strong to just defend her as hard as he can.
Said and how people are responding to it. So I just wanted to look over all of that and unpack it because it is all very interesting. So let's just go back, and a lot of you have probably seen this, but just for the sake of telling the whole story, let's go back and see the first quote-unquote proverbial shot fired
good coffee.
From Cutie Cinderella. And this clip had a lot of impact, I will say, because it really put a pie on a lot of people's faces who were defending Hassan. Take it away.
So this is the one, yeah. This is the clip where she was I don't know who these people are. I think this is the FaZe crew from what I remember hearing. I don't know much about FaZe Clan, FaZe crew. I believe they're still a big thing. They have like a FaZe house or something. I believe this is where QT Cinderella is, and she's hanging out with that crew. And yeah, she kind of just she's not even that like mean to Hassan. She's just like, yeah, I saw it. It was a shot call or whatever. You know what I mean? The one thing you got to know though about Hassan and that fan base or that audience is any slight to Hassan is the biggest deal in the world. So just keep that in mind. Even if she just says, oh yeah, he doesn't do his laundry, that often. Any like subtle, like mild slight against him is like, oh, it's on. Oh, it's on. We attacking you. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm not inherently surprised by something like this. So let's see. You'll see what she's, and she doesn't say anything crazy.
The dog gets shocked. That's my take.
Whoa.
I've never seen the dog get shocked. The clip is insane. Okay. Like the clip looks awful. He has a vibrating collar, and it looks like I've seen it. Guys, I'm a psychopath. I love dogs. Okay.
Nope. I gotta correct you there, cutie. That doesn't make you a psychopath. Loving dogs.
Yep, she already she's already like, and she's like best friends with Hassan, her and her husband. So you can already see the seeds are getting planted where like she's not like hard, she's not trying to roast him, but she clearly like legitimately loves dogs like most, we're dog owners. Like she's just saying, hey, listen, it looked bad, yes, and you know what I mean? She's being about as nice about it as like a friend could be when your friend does something wrong. Problem is Hassan's a big baby, and you can't ever, even if you're friends with him, you can't ever say anything wrong about him.
That makes you awesome and regular. The psychopath is the one electrocuting the dogs.
He has a vibrating collar, and it looks like I've seen it. Guys, I'm a psychopath. I love dogs. Okay. You've seen me bathe my dog. No, it's just so annoying because people have made it so much better. I'm in his house. I looked at the collar. The collar is taped.
All right, I got it moving too fast. I got to slow this down since we're watching in live action.
Taped off where I think there would be prongs. Yeah. There's no zap. There's only a vibrate function.
Yeah. So I would agree to that. If I didn't have like my own collar and I put it over like my hoodie and shocked myself on level 10 and it almost took off my neck.
No, there's no shock. Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing.
This is very interesting because I think a lot of Hassan fans perceive this as an attack. What I see is just...
So it sounds like Ethan's gonna say that, but it almost sounds like, in a way, she's kind of, not really defending him, but in a way she's also defending him. So it's like, she's kind of like, she's saying, yeah, Hassan has a collar that shocks, but the prongs were in it, therefore Hassan didn't shock his dog. When it's like, she's technically defending him on the thing that most people are that most critical of him on, is the fact that it's obvious your dog got shocked. Your dog jumped and screamed in the air when it got, it jumped and screamed for a reason. What did your dog just, out of pure happiness, it just jumped and went, ah! You know what I mean?
Someone who is put into this position by Hassan because he's perpetually lying. Where
That's how happy the dog was. The dog
just
was
telling what happened.
It was in pain from so much happiness.
In a sense, to defend herself. Because, like, why should she, someone who's honest and has a good reputation and, you know, is not trying to lie about animal abuse and this kinds of stuff, why should she have to lie, right, about what she knows? So this is someone who's just being honest. I don't believe she's trying to attack Hassan, but she's just saying what happened. And this was very impactful because a lot of people were saying there was no tape. It was impossible to cut the prongs off. You guys have seen it all. It's ridiculous, right? The amount of coping. Now, the one thing they're missing in this clip is that the electrocution prongs, they just twist back on. Also, I'm pretty sure you would still get shocked even with just the screws. So
you want to find out?
Like, who are you fooling, said Reese Tiki. Yeah, it's a... Again, if you go back and watch the video, man, like, there's only one thing that would make a dog leap up in pain and yell it because you got something on it. Like, what the dogs don't just make a sound like that. Like, as someone who's owned dogs his whole life, a dog doesn't do that. I never seen a dog yelp to express joy, said Veronica. Exactly.
Yeah, actually, we could. I mean, that's a good test to run. We don't need to guess. I am the resident expert on the Educator.
Oh yeah,
Mini.
they bought. This
so
is the
here
exact.
You see we have the device. Okay.
He's gonna say it, but this is the exact device that Hassan has. They went out of their way and bought the exact model. This is it from Amazon. It's called the Educator.
Now, what Cutie Cinderella is saying, and what she's saying, I 100% believe. Right? She just doesn't. She's not an expert on this e-collar like I am. So we're gonna twist these off. Right? Get the overview. Good. We're gonna take these off. Okay. Okay, good. And you can see there's these two little nubs. Now, reminder, these are made of
unbreakable.
This is unbreakable diamond.
A carbon fiber composite material.
It can't be
unknown to man.
It can't be broken.
Can't be broken off.
It's literally impossible. So I'm not even going to try. What I am going to do is see if I can still get electrocuted with the with just the screws. I'm putting on a 10 out of 100. Okay.
Place. You have to touch the red dots together to activate it.
Red is...
The dots are touching. I'm getting a flashing red signal.
Okay.
Oh, now we're green.
Red is...
Do you see the protocol, the safety protocols involved in this? Okay, so I've got it over my arm.
Uh-huh.
And let's see. Do the unbreakable NASA screws electrocute? Let's find out. I don't feel anything.
Huh?
Let me turn it up.
Crank that shit.
Is it on me enough? Oh, yeah, it's on. It works.
You feel it?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I was thinking
It's
10
pretty
was kind of
painful
low.
too. It feels exactly the same, to be honest, as with.
Because
I think
the point of taking them off is not to remove the shocking function. It is to change out the sizes of the prong.
Yeah, the purpose of the prong is just to extend the shocking capability. It feels exactly the same, right? And as Dan said, yeah, you unscrew to put on different sizes, right? So Cutie is speaking just from a place of ignorance, which I mean with all respect.
To be fair, there is one thing that I don't know if anyone's talked about, but Hassan could have the excuse, because in the clip when Hassan shows off the thing, it's got tape on the back of it. And a lot of people were saying, I mean, this is on Hassan. He could have used this as an excuse. But if he would have used the excuse that, like, hey, listen, the prongs are taken off. I've got the collar on the dog. And the tape is on there. The tape on the back is electrical tape. Because it was black. He could make the argument that I put electrical tape on the back of it to absorb the shockness from the prongs. You know what I mean? That could have been an excuse he used where he's like, hey, listen, it's got electrical tape. There's no shock. Haha. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's not something he ever said, but that's just me spitballing as to, like, it's black tape. He could have fell back on that. It's electrical tape. No shock. I don't know. That's just me.
She doesn't have this, right? So I've tested
I don't know if it was ever
is
proven
still,
if that was
fully
electrical tape
functional,
or
right?
whatnot.
So there's Cutie throwing the casting the first stone, as they say. And then this really took a lot of people by surprise.
You see, I'm better at coming up with excuses for crimes. Or not a crime. We don't know if he committed a crime. I'm just saying I'm good at coming up with excuses. See? You gotta think.
Self included, Ludwig all of a sudden had some things to say on the situation.
Hassan shocked his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based on...
My dad is crazy about dogs, and even he knew it was a shock collar. Well, I think everyone knew it was a shock collar. I don't think... Hassan would say otherwise. I don't think for the most part amongst people who have seen the video, the question isn't whether it was a shock collar or not. The question is more... it didn't have the prongs, it didn't have the tape. Was it, I think the question is more how much shocking was it doing? I don't know. Clearly a lot, because the dog jumped in the air and screamed. Frantic Rose says, not say it's covering his phone number that he wrote on the black collar with black Sharpie. Oh yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think that's why the tape was actually on there, was to cover up the information of the dog. Well, no. Actually, I'll disagree with you, because I do think, you see, it's hard to say this for Hassan because his story has changed like 4 times since doing this. I do think initially he put the black tape over it to cover that there were holes where the prongs were supposed to go, because initially he wasn't saying it was a shock collar. Initially he was saying the collar isn't what hurt the dog. His first excuse was that the dog got its nail caught on the floor or on the bed, and it yelped out in pain because it hurt its hand or something, or its paw. Then his story became, oh, it's not a shock collar, it's actually a vibration collar. And when he was making that argument, that's when he put the tape over the back. So I think he initially was trying to cover the prongs with the black tape, so that people thought, oh, it's a vibrating collar. It doesn't have the prongs on the back of it. And that's what I meant, is when he did that, he could have made the argument, hey, it's a shock collar. Yes, you guys are right. But I took off the prongs and I had black electrical tape in between the back of it and the dog, preventing shock. That probably would have been his best route, other than just flat being honest when the whole thing first started. But that's not something Hassan's really capable of, is honesty. So, liars never get their story straight, says Veronica. No, indeed. I don't know what his story was after that. He's come up with like 4 different... It's like, come on, dude. We all know. All right. I zoned out for a second. That's how you zone out right there.
Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar, as a fact.
So just like the simple act of acknowledging observable reality is like a radical notion if you're in Hassan's orbit. Like, this was somehow shocking to everybody to see Ludwig say, yeah, no, he's lying, right?
I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar.
Yeah.
But I have no clue.
Right?
And I think when you come in and you say, oh no, you're gonna get the Hassan call now, I think like you are like genuinely pathetic. Like you are still pretending to live in a universe where it is like brave to speak out against Hassan.
I will say, respectfully disagree with him here, just by the fact that him and Cutie are now being dragged as Zionists in immediate response to describing observable reality. So again, like he makes the statement, I guess, to defend himself, be like, I'm not afraid to criticize Hassan. And also, you're insane, he says, if you think people care that I criticize Hassan, which was immediately proven to be not correct. And that, unfortunately, I have the feeling that they're both getting kind of a front row seat to what Hassan's audience puts people through when they cross him. And it should be quite obvious to people now who are paying attention that it was never about Israel, right? It was about criticizing Hassan. That's the only reason you would call Ludwig or Cutie Cinderella a Zionist. This madness. It's madness.
And I'll be honest, like, the one thing I've never got, I think the reason, like, I mean, obviously the Hassan fallout with Ethan was a reason why I stopped paying attention to him. But I do think if not for that, there would have been eventually, I would have stopped following him anyways, because I have noticed that, like, that like it's got to be so hard to be friends with the guy. You know what I mean? Like, I've never understood why people like Ludwig and QTC and um he's got other friends. Who's the gay guy? What's his name? No offense, that's just how I remember him. One of his best friends is a gay guy, gay gentleman. Oh, I can't remember his name, but like I've never understood how you can want to be around someone like Hassan who like just can't be honest about anything. And like, don't get me wrong, I do think what I've been feeling like been noticing about his orbiters and people that are around him is, to me, it doesn't necessarily feel like he has any like. It feels like people just kind of, I guess in a way, it's a lot of like the Trump stuff, where it's like nobody actually likes Trump, especially the people around him, but they just know it's so darn easy to benefit off of him that all you have to do is just agree with everything he says. You know what I mean? Same thing with Hassan. I think it largely that is how it operates there, is where somebody like Taylor Lorenz and Denims or Mike from PA, any of these weirdos, they're not actually good at what they do, but it's just so easy if you just, excuse my language, dick ride 100%, and you just go with whatever this guy does and play defense for him 24/7. His fan base, he has such a huge fan base that like you just already have a built-in audience. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he doesn't have any actual friends. I do actually feel like maybe Ludwig or QT Cinderella, like those are probably actual friends of his, and the other two gentlemen, I can't remember their names. One of them was in content or a Creator Clash, and the other one was okay, I feel weird calling him the gay gentleman. What's his name? I need to think of his name so I don't keep saying that. Let me Hassan friend. What's his name? Austin Show. There you go. I feel like those are probably his close friends. Like there's one guy, Austin Show, Ludwig, QT Cinderella. Like those are probably his close orbiter friend, close friends. And then beyond those people, I feel like he has orbiters. That's when you start getting into the Taylor Lorenz, Mike from PA, Denims, all of those people. I feel like when you get to the orbiters, I feel like those people are only in it to benefit off of his audience or his huge reach and his fan base. Because again, all you have to do is like get semi close to him and defend him no matter what, and you have an already built-in audience and fan base. You already have a group of people. So you know what I mean? To me it comes off as that simple. And again, I draw similarities between that and the Trump stuff because like there's so many people that are around Trump that have talked crap on him in the past, and yet they're still a part of his administration. Look at someone like JD Vance. JD Vance called him Hitler, what was it, years ago, and like now he's like his vice president. It's like yeah, sure, he likes you. Look at Marco Rubio. Clearly, you know, there's so many people a part of. I don't think anyone actually likes them, but when someone is so easy to like benefit off of, unfortunately, I think Hassan and Trump, that's the kind of thing you get. You know what I mean? I don't know. Not to get into politics. I try not to.
Ludwig continues. He says about Hassan, we're actually not.
Yeah, think about it. If some of these people are getting enough money to pay their bills, simply like you gotta put yourself in their shoes. If you could get to the point where you could make your bills be paid every month just from defending someone, like would you do it? I think a lot of people have been or would. Not saying everyone would. Obviously, there are people like me who are excellent people and have values and ethics. But like, I mean, I would never do it just because I think that's kind of a crappy way to exist, you know, to ride for somebody no matter what, just because you benefit off of them. But I don't know, what am I saying? I'm
Even
dragging.
Trump,
Let's keep watching.
Interesting. Let's hear him out.
Coming clean politically, I don't know if you guys know much about me. I share probably a decent amount of politics with this song. Not everything. I'm not a socialist. I like making money. I'm a fucking CEO here. But, you know, some other...
Just to be fair, that is a big difference for them.
Or maybe more social issues, sure. I'm also not even friends with his son. Legitimately, I'm not. He's not someone that I invite to, like, my birthday or things like that. He's someone I've done streams with.
So now Ludwig... Now Ludwig is saying they're not even friends? I thought they were good friends. Maybe it's just QT Cinderella that's friends with Hassan. This is new. This is new news to me. So now people are... Is he legitimately not friends with Hassan? Or is he just backing away from Hassan? This is interesting. Oh, this is getting spicy. I thought they were like BFFs. Huh. Fascinating.
I think it's fair and a healthy thing to acknowledge, right?
Sure.
Knowing this, you know, parasocial quagmire that is Twitch, to be like, yeah, listen, we're colleagues. We work together. We made fun content together. But I don't talk to him. I don't know him. You know what I mean? I don't even invite him out on my birthday. You know, people I assumed, well, basically because of their interactions online, that they were friends. Also, he does a podcast with his girlfriend.
But we're not bored.
Cutie Cinderella. But it's nice to say, hey, you know what I mean? These people. Dang,
random bombshell, says Skylar. Yeah, that's very odd to me. I thought they were friends. So, again, because I'm Chaz, my brain immediately goes to, I just mentioned it. Are you legitimately never been friends with him? Or are you just saying that because it's really easy right now? This is probably the easiest it's been to, like, break ties with him. I don't know. I'm curious about that.
They're not all best friends, right? And sometimes one of them does something really fucked up, and you got to say something, or you look dumb. Pop off, legend.
My boys are fucking Slime, Aiden, Nick, the people that I hang out with actually on a week-to-week basis. When I retire, I will never speak to 95% of the streamers I collab with again. Hassan is part of that group. That's a fact. This is just the reality of life, okay?
I mean, that's kind of true of all jobs, right? When you work at a job, even for a long time, when you leave, you probably stay in touch with like one or two or, you know, a few people.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody else, you know, you might see them on the...
See, I think that's a terrible thing to say. Everyone in my chat right now are all my forever friends. See? I'm not like Ludwig. He doesn't appreciate his friends. I appreciate all my friends, and will always will. I'm being annoying, of course.
Stream, be like, hey, nice to see you. How are you?
You see him, or you talk to him once every few years and catch up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, for the most part,
you don't think about that.
I don't speak to the vast majority of people that I've worked with in the course of my life.
Well, are you in touch with the California Pizza Kitchen people?
Sure. Unironically, two of my best friends I met.
Is that right? There you go.
Yes.
See, friendships are forged and love is forged at the restaurant.
Yeah, me and Lena met at the Lava Lounge.
There you go.
Become a waiter, man. It'll shape your whole life.
Yeah, but I worked with a lot of people.
Yeah,
there,
said Veronica Rose.
You know what I mean? It's very normal to not.
So this is good.
Keep up.
I think this is a healthy dose of reality.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm being jokey, but like, I don't know. I kind of feel like I grew up in a world of like professionalism and having a healthy separation of like of being responsible. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I hate to say it. I have a very like corporate mindset when it comes to friends and family. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've always been good with like. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I grew up working in managing businesses and stuff, and like stopping by a Denny's on the way home says, "Oh, Denny's sounds good right now." We have an IHOP that's literally getting built right outside our house. I can't wait for that to get built. I don't know. I've always felt like a healthy distance between like, not saying I intentionally like something that I notice a lot of like people get in trouble with is responding to like DMs with fans and people who appreciate them, and I've always felt that like that's a very I don't know, very tricky thing, very tricky thing to do. Like if you guys were, not saying you should, don't try not to, but like if any of you were to message me, you'll notice like I probably would be very like, hey, cool. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've always had that like separate friends from work, says Veronica. Yes, I've always been very much like that where, like most of my best friends, I mean, I have made really good friends at previous jobs, but I don't know. I feel like the older I got, the less friends I've made at jobs. Honestly, all the best friends I've made have been at my first job. Like some of my best friends from my first job. My last few jobs, I don't think I've made like any friends other than maybe one or two people. So I don't know. Maybe it's because the older you get, the more you're able. It's easier for you to like take a step back and be professional. I don't know. I think especially for, gosh, I feel like I'm rambling. I ramble a lot if you guys notice, but I think since I've kind of treated ChazmaN, anything ChazmaN related, as more of a business, I've especially built that because I'm so worried about like if I ever get to the point where this is like a full-time thing where I can like make a lot of money doing this. I just like everything I do is to make sure that I don't ruin that, if you know what I mean. Like the last thing I want to do is have any controversy. Like when I shock my dogs, I make sure they're in the other room. Is what I'm saying. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
For some of the parasocial. Sure.
I know what I'm saying. I'm
Twitch
rambling.
heads.
I think I'm tired.
Connor,
We've been on here for
Connor,
3.5 hours.
Speak with after, but most streamers I wouldn't.
Shout out.
It's just true. They wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to their funeral.
Okay, that's he's coming in a little strong.
You guys are free in chat. You guys are free in chat to let me know if I'm rambling too much. I feel like I do that.
You know, I
like that's probably true, but also
you know I'm having a good time when I ramble. I feel like that's when you know I'm engaged, is when I'm like just yapping, just being a yapper.
Intense.
I would not go to your funeral. I just want you to know, Hassan, if you died tomorrow, I would not go to your funeral.
I think that
I was like, whoa.
I think that he meant like years from now when they're both old men, he wouldn't go to his funeral. Hopefully.
Yeah, in like 20 years. I guess he's not planning on dying tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
Go to their funeral. We would never speak again. The same thing that you would experience if you ever worked like a job and then retired from said job or moved on to a different job.
Hey, fair enough. Not a hateful comment, just like, listen, telling the truth. Because he's getting dragged, and I assume, frankly, that he was closer to Hassan and therefore kind of going out of his way to not talk about him. But he wanted to make it clear and right.
Yeah, for the most part, I agree with Ethan. I don't think what Ludwig said was all that inflammatory. Is that a word? No, that's a word. I don't know if that fits there. I don't really think what he said was all that bad. He's just basically, which is grand news to me, but he's basically just saying they're not friendly. Like they collaborate for content, and that's about it. Which that seems like a lot less than I assumed. But it's kind of why I said, I enjoy listening to someone yapping. No, I like the yapping. It gives me something to listen while gaming his own. Well, there you go. I appreciate you guys enjoying me yapparoony.
So, hey, listen, we're not friends. I'm not covering for him. It's just the way it is, right? But then he goes on to explain kind of a bigger point of controversy where Ludwig gets brought up quite a bit. This time when...
Now, the thing I had mentioned earlier about how militant Hassan's audience is. I was talking about how militant and how fervent they are about attacking people who don't back him up no matter what. I'd be very curious. I don't know if they'll get to it in this video, but I'll be very curious if Ludwig and QTC at all in the next day or two. I'll let you guys know in the Discord because I'll be watching this. I love this stuff, but like, I guarantee you they're going to get a lot of backlash, and that's probably what these videos are for. But I guarantee you they're going to walk some of this back because they're going to be like, oh crap, his audience is coming after us. Or they're leaving in mass. I guarantee you. I know it's coming.
Ludwig made a video in response to Hassan's infamous claim that streaming is a much harder job than any other 9 to 5. And Ludwig poked a little fun at him, and then the video goes down. So people understandably figured like he got the call, right? Let's hear what he says about it now, because this is the first time he's actually explained it.
I've lived through the lens of Hassan, and then you can talk about something else afterwards. Now, I wanted to talk about that because this comes from a video that I uploaded almost 2 years ago. I think it was end of February 2024. This is the reason why this happens. All right. I uploaded this video called Huge Streaming Drama. Now, the reason I uploaded this video is because it was February 27th. I had a sponsor and I wanted to make a lot of money. So I uploaded a video that talked about really not much. It was a filler video, but Hassan saying that streaming is harder than a 9 to 5. I poked fun at Hassan.
Dude, this guy is stacked. He just got an AT&T little fucking blow up in the bottom corner.
Holy
Dude,
crap.
Always stays.
I just know, yeah, that is a... You're sponsored by AT&T? How do I get that? Like, come on, what, I gotta lose 60 more pounds? I mean, You got Red Bull and you got AT&T. Like, where? How come I can't even get one of the small companies? Come on. Come on, y'all. That's chat's fault. I'm blaming chat. You guys aren't active enough. I'm blaming you guys for my lack of sponsor. I'm kidding. Dude, how do you get AT&T? I don't think I've ever seen AT&T sponsor a streamer. Like, that's insane. Like, how much money does that gotta give you? Like, AT&T is a massive company. Like, Red Bull's fine. Red Bull's a slightly smaller company, but like, how do you? Oh gosh, I don't even know how you get AT&T. That's crazy. Holy crap! I didn't notice that until now. Says Skylar, sobbing. No, I'm kidding. It's not your fault. It's your fault a little bit. Just a tiny bit. What is this today? Said Lencho. Hey, Lencho's in chat. We have been getting into some mad drama and tea. This is by far the longest ChazmaN live I've done to date. I don't know how I'm gonna. I almost am making too much content today because this will take me a while to edit and put together all this highlights and stuff for the other channel, for the ChazmaN live stuff. What did we just do to get this hate? Chaz, said Reese Tiki. You didn't make me enough money. That's what. I'm kidding. Or maybe I'm not kidding. No, I'm kidding. No, yeah, I'm making too much content. This is gonna be a lot of work for the next week for me. Essentially, whoa, gosh, what did we even talk about today? Very first, we started off with, for almost an hour and a half, we talked about, gosh, what was even the first topic? Oh, the Emiru. First hour and a half, we talked all, and I didn't get to talk about the Emiru stuff with Twitch. That was like a large amount of the convo we did. Then we watched a couple other videos. Now we've been probably on this Hassan, Ludwig, and QTC drama, Cinderella drama for like an hour. Rose crying, yeah. Yes, I appreciate your feeling bad for me because of how much work I'm making for myself now.
Being paid, man. He's got the freaking Red Bull sponsor, AT&T.
That's what I said,
bro.
Ethan.
Okay.
Yeah, AT&T and Red Bull. That's like, and he's got the freaking Red Bull fridge in the back for more ad. Like, come on, Red Bull, send me a freaking fridge.
Rhodes probably.
I'm as big as Ludwig, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm not as big as Ludwig.
Paying him too. Okay, Playboy, get it. Not jealous.
On to do a sponsored ad read. I forget for what sponsor.
And he's on the Lakers. It's
and
incredible.
Bro.
Yeah, and he won an NBA championship.
Good job,
That's
Dan.
fucking
Funny
insane.
joke.
Called it a day.
And he works
made
for the
some money.
Lakers.
Easy gig. Until Hassan reacted to it on stream. And then the video got a bit brigaded by Hassan fans who are upset. And the sponsors, not so happy these days. I don't know if you know this. When Hassan comes up for sponsored deliverables. So I took it down. All right. I uploaded the sponsor at a later date, and then I re-uploaded the video. But because of that, I inserted myself.
I didn't realize for the initial Hassan backlash that he got, I didn't realize sponsors came after him. That's kind of crazy. Because I almost would have, I definitely would have at least been like, yeah, obviously Hassan's fan base would and audience would come after him, but for the, I mean, I guess that would make sense for the sponsors too, because if you say something that upsets the audience, then if the audience begins to leave you, then like, why is the sponsor gonna stay with you if they know you're getting less viewership? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I kind of see that. It's still kind of insane though that a sponsor would be like, hey, you need to not talk about this. I mean, I guess if you were to like go. If you were to talk politics and you upset that, yeah, I guess I don't know why it's surprising.
That has been with me for 18 months. Bitch move, maybe, but I also don't care to die on the hill. I don't think I was like making a poignant statement about how I disagree with Hassan's politics. I think it was the equivalent of, haha, Hassan said 9-to-5s are easier than streaming. Anyway, check out this sponsor. So it's not like a moral hill that I was here to die on.
I know what he means. It's not worth getting, although unfortunately he did end up catching shit from everyone outside Hassan's fan base. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation there for him from the get-go.
But you guys kind of see how crazy it is, because again, if you weren't seeing, he's the initial thing, he was mildly criticizing his, well, now we know not really a friend. I thought they were friends. He was criticizing Hassan because Hassan was making the argument. He was being a baby as always, and he was saying, being a streamer is just as hard as working a normal 9-to-5 job. I remember when Hassan did that, and that became a big talking point. And all Ludwig was saying was that, like, no, I don't agree with you. You know, I think a normal 9-to-5, I think your job is easier than a normal 9-to-5. I'm glad I don't, but imagine living in a world where that gets a bunch of people mad at you for not dick riding for a streamer, for a Twitch streamer. You know what I mean? Kind of insane, right? I think that's insane. I mean, I feel like, I don't want to say I'm normal, but like I feel like most normal people would be like, no, I'd take being a content creator over working a normal 9-to-5 job any day of the week. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how pale my face is without my beard. I can't wait for Halloween to get here so I can get this costume done. I miss my beard. I feel like I'm pale. My neck is like so much darker. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm bringing attention to it.
That's why, and then again, this is why people avoid criticizing him, because they know it comes with a whole bucket of shit, right? And that his audience is relentless and will try to destroy your life potentially. I mean, in my case, that's definitely true. I don't know if they went that far with Ludwig, but definitely enough to make you feel bad, right?
Was, hey, I don't want to deal with the brigading from Hassan fans. I'm here to do this for a paycheck, so let me delete it. Was it the right move to make? Probably not, but it's the move I made at the time. It is what it is. I'm not that hung up on it. That was 18 months ago. And so, because of that, again, 18 months ago, I had dealt with people who now thought that, hey, Hassan messaged me, he made the boss call, I had to take down the video.
That's not what happened. To be fair, that is exactly how it looked, but I'm glad he's explaining, because it does change, just change a little bit for me.
You can believe me or not believe me.
Let's see. Unsalty in chat says, bro, if I could chill and play games and get money for it, yeah, that's better than 9-to-5. That's what I'm saying, dude. Look at me, I'm just chilling. I'm living the dream. I'm doing the streamer thing full time, content creator full time. Although I'm doing it because I have no choice. Let's see. Veronica Rose says, just like today, I scolded a 5-year-old, half joking.
Really don't care, but I swear on my mother's life, who I love more dearly than any human on this earth, that Hassan has never asked me to take down a video, and I did not do that because he asked me to.
Now, of course, I believe him, but what we kind of learned happened is that he got the boss call from the sponsor, who was harassed intentionally by Hassan's fans with the interest of making this happen. So, I mean, he didn't, but I believe him. He didn't ask him, but we kind of see how it's interesting to see how Hassan works his audience, and
he still essentially got a call from somebody saying, your criticism of Hassan is not cool. Whether it came from Hassan or not, that's still the point. Ethan's saying is that the point is still that it's impossible to criticize Hassan without Hassan either getting a hold of you or the sponsors of his or yours coming after you because you're criticizing him.
It didn't happen on everything. You don't have to believe me. I don't care. That just is the fact. You know what?
So anyway, kind of an interesting look back there as Ludwig seems to be re-examining and explaining his long-time relationship with Hassan. So now that we've seen Ludwig's explanation, I'm curious to go back and see what actually happened. So I want to review what Hassan said that caused him to remove the video. He didn't actually need to call or text him. Hassan knew exactly how his audience would react to his live call-out of his supposed friend. Well, I guess Ludwig says he wouldn't even go to his funeral, so I don't know what that means, but Hassan called him his friend in this clip.
As a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding.
Oh, God. It's just like, what's funny is you haven't even addressed this again since then. I know. It's just an opportunity for every single person to be like, look, guys, I'm a content creator. I'm really privileged. Like, yeah, dog, we all are.
Here's the thing.
I didn't watch
just
any
say
of it.
you look dumb. You looked dumb.
Yeah.
You said being a streamer
solution.
is harder than a 9-to-5. I don't know what you meant, right? But like, just admit you looked dumb, bro. It's not Ludwig's fault. You said something dumb. And this is part of Hassan, the perpetual downfall of Hassan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, Hassan, even to this day, even though 95% of the people on the interwebs said he was wrong and said, now that's an incredibly stupid thing to say, that your job isn't easier than a 9-to-5 job. Even though the entire internet is saying, dude, you're dumb. That's not true at all. He still can't. He can't admit to anything. I definitely think he has some, in my opinion, I definitely think he has some sort of I don't want to say condition. What is it? Is it sociopath? What's a sociopath? Chat, what's a sociopath? What is it? What's sociopath meaning? In formal terms, someone diagnosed with antisocial personality. Maybe not sociopath. That's kind of that seems kind of like a more hardcore thing. Oh no. Yeah, that is a form of sociopathy. So the capacity for empathy and guilt, impulse for erratic behavior, disregard to social norms. That would be a social norm, would be thinking your streaming job is easier. No, I guess no. I don't know. A narcissist? There you go. That's probably a better word. What's a narcissist? Isn't a narcissist just somebody that thinks so highly of themselves 24/7? A narcissist is a grandiose self of self-importance and deep need for excessive attention and a lack of empathy of others. Entitlement, this is exactly a belief in being special, arrogance, exploiting others for personal gain, exaggerate their own achievements, sensitive to criticism. Oh my gosh, this is exactly what he is. I've never seen anything so accurate for somebody. Oh, someone who lacks empathy and remorse. I'd say narcissist, Veronica. Yeah, I think narcissist is like the most obvious term. Yeah, streaming whenever you want is much harder than getting up from 5 to 6 in the morning and having to work by almost 2 to 3 p.m., says Reese. Yes, that's the argument everyone was grilling him for at the time, was like, dude, your job's not harder, right? Or getting grilled by customers. Yeah, I think narcissist is the best term.
Is his refusal to acknowledge anything, even something just as unserious, something that is completely.
I didn't want to say
not a big
sociopath.
deal. So, yeah, no, I
Sociopath
didn't mean
seemed
what I
more
said.
like
It sounded
a
dumb, right?
a diagnosed
It's just
condition,
an opportunity for every single person to be like, look, guys, I'm a content creator. I'm really privileged. Like, yeah, dog, we all are. We
That's
all
not
talk
what you
about
said,
it all
though.
the fucking time. It just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do.
Well, the annoying thing is that Hassan is like admitting that like it's so weird. Like, I guess maybe it's that narcissist trait that I was just reading, but like his inability to admit that he was wrong, because at the beginning of his sentence he says, yeah, no, he almost agrees and says, you're right. But then immediately after that, he has to curve what he's saying back around to make himself sound right. You know what I mean? It's so weird. It's like, yeah, no, you're right about that. But I don't, it's this, and this. And it's like, dude, just say it was a dumb thing to say. Say you were wrong. It's very scary, I think, that type of personality. I used to know a narcissist. They suck so much. Yeah, he reminds me of Pirate Software, says Veronica. A little bit.
It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like,
bro, it's
I'm
not
actually
clipped
one
out
of
of
the good-
context. You said something dumb. There's nothing out of context.
It's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't fucking matter that he showed the context.
Wait, hold on.
It's
You
just
said it
a
was
way
out of
to just
context.
Literally farm off the fucking drama. Whatever. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? It's just.
I don't give a shit about this conversation.
Frankly, no video for Nick Marks from Ludwig. Because
I think it's dumb. Okay.
Stream and these people have to deal with it. Law. It's like, it's odd that I have to just like sit here and be like, yeah, that's right, dude. Yeah, wag your fucking finger at me.
Bro,
Like,
it's not that serious. How much more would you respect him if he was like, okay, to be fair, it looked bad and it was very dumb the way that I said that. I don't mean it. And anyway, move on, bro. But you're going to cry and shit and bitch like a child. He's so immature. I don't know how he's lasted as long as he has acting like this.
What I mean? Yeah, it's just, you're right. Communist, hypocrite, fucking.
Nobody said anything like that. Not Ludwig, anyway.
This bums me out more, honestly, than random dumb fucks online.
See, I would say I can't believe I used to like Pirate Software in retrospect. I shouldn't have really given him any attention. I used to like Pirate Software. I mean, I didn't watch his long form content. Where I liked Pirate was I really liked his short form content on YouTube when he first started, because I felt like, because, well, mainly it was just him talking about the intricacies and details of like game development and stuff like that. I used to like his opinion on computer and programming and stuff, but then like when he started getting into like when he the live streaming and video games and stuff, it got too much. Let's see. Legend chat says, "Wait, why is there so many reactions going on? Literally 4 dudes on the screen." All right, so I'll explain what's happening. Essentially, on screen right now there is the original video stream that we're watching is a video of this guy, Ludwig, who did a reaction, or he was talking about someone he knew being this guy. So I'll start with me. So there's me down here reacting to H3, who's reacting to Hassan's reaction, everyone reacting to this guy Ludwig. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. The whole gang is here, said Veronica. I used to have Pirate Software in the background, so I was a bit surprised as Reese. Again, I liked his short form content. I didn't watch anything long form or any of his streams or of any kind. Don't you know Chaz, a reactor of a reactor reacting to a reaction? It's reactor reception.
That are just saying a whole bunch of shit about my family or whatever.
So he's planting the seed with his parasocial fans, and you know there are a lot of them. He has a big community on Twitter and TikTok.
We can all agree, though, my reaction is the best out of the 4, see? What if I just started building, like, narcissist aspects? What if I started doing that? If I just started becoming, oh, yeah. I'm better than all these people. Maybe if I watch enough Hassan, maybe that's something that'll happen to me. Oh, what I was saying before is I think where the genesis of Hassan's narcissism is, to me, he strongly comes off as someone who's too online. I think that's what it is he's someone who's like online 24/7, and through streaming and being a content creator, he built a huge audience, got really famous, and when you get too large, that big to an extent, you can kind of live, to me it's obvious, you can kind of live in a world that you've created. So because he is like the big honcho of his world, you can be, what's the word? Oh, I can't think of the word. I don't know. You just have so many people agreeing with you on everything that like you can kind of just build a world where no one disagrees with you, and the people that do disagree with you can just ban them or block them. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's what he sounds like. He just sounds like someone who kind of just tailor-made a world where he's like the one that's right 24/7. And that's one thing I've never liked about social media in general is social media is so largely tailored to showing you what you want to see, not necessarily what is happening in the world. To me, it reminds me of like, I don't know if you guys remember when Trump and them during the election, when they were like, there were supposed videos of people in Cleveland, Ohio, like eating cats and dogs, and like and people were like, "Oh no, I saw this video of somebody eating a dog in Cleveland," and it's like no, that's your algorithm. Your algorithm is showing you some random video of some poor person in some other country doing something, and you just think that's happening because like on your algorithm, you know, you've gotten trained that like that's what you want to see is that somebody's eating a dog in Cleveland, Ohio, or that people are going to I remember when Joe Rogan got in trouble or got called out live because he thought that like kids are going to the bathroom in what was it called, in kitty litter boxes or something, in school bathrooms or something. Like, it's like, no, dude, like you're online way too much if that's what you're social media feed is like so crazy. If that's what you're seeing that happening in the real world, is people going to the bathroom in kitty litter boxes. Like, I don't know. But again, social media can do that because, you know, based on what you like to see and what you watch, that's what social media sites like Facebook and stuff are designed to do, is to, they want you retention. They want your retention. They want you to keep coming back. So what's the only way to keep somebody to keep coming back to your Instagram or your Twitter feed is to show you things that you keep watching. If they like the numbers say, if you do that, they're gonna come back and keep watching. It's all about retention. All right, I'm spewing again. Where were we? I don't even remember what we were talking about.
Talk there like Hassan Abi head Twitter and all this types of stuff, and he's like, you know, guys, he really broke my heart doing this. Ludwig, what a deep, utter betrayal.
Onus Salty says, I just use Instagram and YouTube, although Instagram still has random political stuff. Not as bad as Facebook, though. Yeah. I mean, the one I'm on the most is definitely Instagram, just because I do like funny videos and stuff. I mean, every now and then I'll go down a political rabbit hole or something, but like, when I don't inherently dislike social media. I feel like it could be fun and useful for people. I just think, like most forms of things online, is you have to be able to separate how people talk and react on there versus the real world. Like how people are talking to each other in a Facebook comment post is not how I'll communicate with some random person I strike up a conversation with at Publix or Walmart, you know. Like that's generally, well, problem is I feel like that's slowly starting to bleed into the real world. But like for the most part, for most of the time up until modern times, is like how you talked with somebody on the internet was not how you reacted in real life. You know what I mean?
I'm heartbroken, and I mean the result of that is going to be obvious, right? With all of these parasocial fans lurking everywhere.
The shit from Twitter doesn't do anything. It's not real. It's like mostly fucking bot farmed into oblivion, and it's like a right-wing shithole. It's when content creators who are liberal or have like a larger, broader audience, like an audience of real people, when they frame it in the same way that they see it off of Twitter, that is fucking... That actually does lead to real world shit.
Of people thinking you're a dipshit? Is that what you mean by what? It's a clip of you, man. And I mean, this guy was on video electrocuting a dog, and he's still doing the same bit. So there's no reality that is concrete enough for him to deny.
But that is the reality, okay? And I'm not trying to fucking woe is me for somebody making 50K playing video games, but it does get even worse for some streamers. Specifically, today, it got a whole lot worse for a lot of streamers because they woke up and the website that they used to stream on, that they built their career on, that they made their community in, is gone. And that's what I actually want to talk about here today, which is the Twitch shutdown in Korea.
That's so whack. Oh my god.
Didn't know that shutdown.
Look at him moping and crying like a bitch, dude.
What's he
Just
talking
fucking
about?
move on, bro. Like he wants his audience to harass Ludwig. He knows what they're like. Let me just look what they did.
That is something that interesting that Ethan's bringing up, is like, why is Hassan? Why else? Oh, weird cough. Why else would Hassan be on this dude's if he's not friend? So Ludwig was saying he's not friends with him, so that we know. But why is Hassan like reacting to this video that he's so like annoyed by? He clearly has no interest in what Ludwig's saying, and like I agree with Ethan. I think what he's trying to do is he's like, maybe he's trying to like apathy his audience into kind of like going over and talking crap to Ludwig now that Ludwig's talking junk on him. My opinion, again, I don't know for sure. But like, why else is he just like, he's watching his content and he's like, oh gosh, this guy's talking about, it's like, dude, if you're so like not into what he's talking about, then go watch a different video. Why else would you be here other than you're trying to get your audience to like, what do they call it when they, is it, I don't know, he's just trying to get his audience to just like go and criticize him or something. This is interesting. I remember when they had a podcast together briefly. Now look at them, says Lencho. Yeah, well, again, this whole genesis of this conversation was Ludwig saying how they were never friends, and he doesn't really care about it. They're not really friendly. And I think Ludwig was just doing that like pretty easily. Like he wasn't like attacking Hassan or something. I think subtly here, Hassan is about as passively trying to get his audience to go after Ludwig. But he's not directly telling them. He's just watching his content and he's like, oh, this guy. Ugh. Oh, he's talking about this. You know what I mean? Why else would you be watching this if it's not interesting to you, like, in the slightest?
Me. And everybody I know. This is his intention. There's no doubt about it.
Dude, come on, bro. Don't fucking farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's
Farm
lame
you?
as fuck, actually.
Guys.
Like,
guys, I'm so upset. My best friend Ludwig just betrayed me in the most brutal way possible. There's a clip of me saying that streaming is harder than most 9-to-5s, but nobody...
And then when you look at his chat, Hassan's chat, you can see it says, Elwig, who cares? Skip the vid. Just stop watching this crap. Oh, it's clickbait. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty obvious what he's doing. Like, you can see what his chat is saying about
Nobody's allowed
Ludwig.
to talk about that, okay, guys? It's out of context, by the way. I never even said it. Just shut the fuck up, bro. Grow up. Move on.
He Franco'd you? No, Philip DeFranco at least did an honest, like he did
Oh,
what do you
hold
guys
on.
think?
I missed that. There's more people. You saw some people saying F Ludwig in his chat.
At the end of it, but at least he did a fucking honest...
What else was he going to expect Philip Franco to do? Oh, so Hassan hates Phil too. Okay, cool. You got to pick a side, Phil. It's me or Hassan. No more fence sitting.
And then fucking flipped it over to something entirely different and sold a fucking rocket mortgage ad in the process.
Also, by the way, mentions the sponsor by name. You know exactly what he wants to happen there. It's time to lobby the sponsor, which, according to Ludwig...
Oh, I see. Lencha was talking about the podcast with Hassan and Ethan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they had a podcast a while ago. Leftovers or whatever it was called. Hassan's such
exactly
a
what
baby.
happened. The sponsor got upset
he definitely
that
screams.
Hassan was calling them out and didn't want to be on the video anymore, which is exactly what Hassan wanted to
adult
happen
child.
by mentioning them by name.
I didn't watch any of it. It's irrelevant. It's gonna be fucking go away in like 2 days, and people like only the dumbest losers of all time will constantly be like, "Oh, are you having a hard time at your job?"
Are you
Over and
having a
over
hard
again.
time at your job, sweetie? It looks like you're having a hard day today, Hassan, and the hardest job ever, being a streamer. By the way, worth pointing out, Hassan has never had a real job in his life. He is the poster boy definition of a nepo baby. Oh no!
Don't make him responsible.
He definitely is a nepo baby. If you don't know, I know for a fact. Everyone knows for a fact. He started his job. I think his first job was over at TYT, the Young Turks, with his uncle, who literally owns TYT. They're a political YouTube channel, and literally, his first job was working at TYT under his uncle. His uncle works at Nintendo, basically. You know what I mean? I like his uncle. I actually like his uncle Cenk more than Hassan. I mean, I don't know much about his uncle, but I actually watched some of their stuff, so thank goodness they got rid of... I don't remember if they got rid of him or if he left, but thank goodness. I kind of like TYT a little bit now, but I actually haven't taken the time to watch any of them since lunch. It's all good. The leftover stuff with him and Ethan were like, it was good for the time. It was nice, fun political drama. They were just talking about all the Trump stuff 24/7, basically.
For an already trending subject, that's kind of lame.
So anyway, this is kind of just a little recap. I watched more than I expected because
Runacro says, so he literally never worked a day in his life. I don't believe so. His family was rich. His family's from Turkey, I believe. And I believe his mother was like a wealthy, why can't I think of the name? A landlord? Not a landlord. Who's someone that sells you a house? That's a realtor. I believe his mom was like a big realtor in Turkey or something, and his dad was also wealthy. So like, he was born into wealth or whatever. He had money. I mean, you have to be born into money if you move over to America and at like age 18 or 17 or something, like over from Turkey. Like, how many people are just moving over to America, like from away over there? I believe he's a military dodger, from what I understand. I think his parents literally paid for him to leave Turkey to come to America because a lot of European countries and of the sort, if you don't know, many of those countries over there have mandatory military service. And I think he was supposed to go into the military for basic. They tell you just do a year or two and you get to go back and you don't have to do it much. But I believe he avoided doing that because his parents just paid for him to come to America when he was like 17 or 18. So it's like, oh, he's a military dodger. He, nepo baby, never had to work an actual job in his life, complaining that his super lucrative streaming job is harder than a 9 to 5. It's like, come on, dude. I know way too much about him. I shouldn't know this much.
Kind of got sucked in there a little bit.
You can tell I'm
but it's good to
online
see the
too
whole
much.
context. XQC, of course, the king of all drama. This guy has the best Madden charts. He literally figured out TwitchCon disaster in just one beautiful drawing.
He solved the Middle East problem. You know, he said it with Israel-Palestine. He said they should just make Landia. And everyone just live there.
Make a new country.
A new country called Landia. Yeah.
Full reset.
Like a Landia. Like it's just land. Like.
Dang, only for basic, says Odin? What do you mean basic? Only for basic. You mean basic training, like military stuff? Not sure what that means.
I don't know how no one thought of that.
Let's send him in. Let's send him to negotiate. So anyway, Luna says, Ludwig says Hasanabi's dog collar was 100% a shot collar. Quote tweet from Luna says, this guy's friends with a dude who made AI porn deepfakes of women, by the way. One of those women were his girlfriend. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is a Hassan fan.
Oh, basic, like military services, Odin. Yeah, I guess that's fair enough to say. Yeah, I guess he basically dodged basic training or something. Whatever a year or two's worth of Turkish military training would have gotten him.
Defending Hassan's use of a shot collar by saying, well, you're friends with somebody who made AI porn. And this kind of boils down to all the defense you see of his fans.
Wait, that's such a weird thing to say. So this person, Luna, is attacking Ludwig because Ludwig said that the dog collar was 100% a shot collar. And this person, Luna, is saying, this guy is friends with the... So if you guys don't remember, QT Cinderella had a friend of theirs, her and Ludwig, who made AI deep fake porn of his wife, QT Cinderella. So this person's criticizing him for being friends with that person when they didn't know he was making that? That's such a weird thing to attack him for. He didn't know about it. What? They immediately, like, defriended the guy. They were like, oh, that's a disgusting thing to make. We don't want to associate ourselves with you anymore. That's such a weird thing to bring up. I don't know, Twitter's weird.
Kind of the cognitive dissonance of his fans is it's next level, because they're on one hand being like, it's not a shot collar. But then when Ludwig, who's very close to him, said, and his girlfriend says it's a shot collar, they go, oh, well, your best friend made AI porn. It's like, okay, well, like, different, right? Different topics. XQC said, so basically, we went from it's not a shot collar to if you say it is, I'm going to go after you for who you're friends with. The mind of a Hassan viewer is fascinating. Oh, also, reminder that your goat zaps his dog. All good, though. Quote tweeted by Harley Morenstein. GG, bro. Fucking, you got legends on your back now.
So XQC's talking crap about Hassan a bit. And Harley Morenstein, if you don't know, you guys know who Harley Morenstein is? He's the Epic Mealtime guy. That's just funny. He liked that. Who remembers Epic Mealtime? I don't remember. That might be before your guys' time. No, I'm kidding. You have to be really young to not remember that. It's like the largest YouTuber at one point. That's like someone being mad at you for unknowingly being friends with someone who committed a crime. No, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly the situation. They didn't know they had a friend who was committing a crime. So, like, what's the problem? They were like, oh, that's not cool. We're not friends with you anymore.
Love Harley.
In fact, that's a crime.
You can talk about it anytime. I support that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Jew.
But then things got even worse for poor cutie Cinderella, who I really feel bad for. There is a rumor popping around that Aiden Ross and Asmongold were planning to make their own gamer streamer awards, which, if you don't know, is Cutie Cinderella's thing. So every year, the streamer awards. So this would be in competition, theoretically.
That's fascinating. So, yeah, QT Cinderella has her own award show where she awards stuff to YouTubers and content creators. And that's fascinating because So Asmongold and Aiden Ross want to make their own award show? Okay. That's so weird. I mean, obviously that collides with QT's show. That's a very weird thing to want to do. Lentro says, I'm learning so much about these people right now. Wait till people make exposed videos of you, Chaz. Oh gosh, don't start with that. I don't know. I don't need people digging into my past. There's so much. There's so much. No, kidding. I don't know what are you gonna come after me for? I'm fat. There you go.
With her award event.
I
Asmon
really
Gold
don't
Ross
need-
from Front Streamer Award Show collab.
Oh gosh, what'd I press?
Here, Asmon goes over some
Oh, I accidentally pressed something.
things.
I thought that
you
was me
figured out.
that did that.
Categories: hosting, getting people up there, production crew, judges, etc., etc.
Oh, just everything?
Yeah, he's planning the event. In other words, thank you.
I help him set it up and co-stream it with him and everything.
Hell yeah,
if he wants
bro.
to. And,
Yeah, fuck
okay,
yeah.
I-
You guys, at this point,
Why are there
just get
two
on a call.
What's happening?
Just get on a call, guys.
Why is there 2 Asmongolds on the video? Dude, there's 5 faces on screen right now. That's crazy. There's so much Batman. Oh no. Can't wait to see my favorite streamers receiving a golden cockroach award from Asmongold. Dude, that is funny. A golden cockroach award. That's pretty hilarious. That's a pretty good one. That's a good joke. Shout out Odin.
Yes, please, just get on a call. And listen, I hate phone calls. Just get on a call.
This is because they were bouncing back and forth via clips?
Yeah.
I see.
Come on.
Nah, we wouldn't do it at the warehouse. We'll probably do it in either Vegas or LA. We'll probably do the
Wait, who's clipped and who's watching?
Probably LA.
I have no idea what's happening.
doesn't matter.
How many layers deep are we?
They're having a
Streamers going through mitosis. That's funny. I forget, mitosis is like multiplying, right?
Probably do it in either Vegas or LA. We'll probably
Golden cockroach is Reese. Reese is golden cockroach.
How many layers deep are we?
They're having a real-time conversation via clips.
This is how you communicate in 2025 now.
This is high-level streaming, if I'm being real. And they're not even on the same platform.
I would, I'd be down for it. I've got to figure out if you got to figure out categories.
Anyway, et cetera, he goes on to just basically acknowledge that they are potentially planning something that would be in competition with Cutie Cinderella's event. So Cutie Cinderella responds to this on Twitter, presumably because a lot of people were probably hitting her up, being like, hey, did you see this? Did you see this? Did you see this? So she wants to make a comment on it, and here's what she said. People ask me my opinion on this, and to be honest, there are a ton of categories they could do that I think would make the show unique and special. People ask me every year to do the drama categories, like best breakup, best cancellation, best drama, etc. I actually think they could lean into that and make something incredibly entertaining that neither of them are afraid of doing. In other words, I don't see it as competition because I know they would make a unique product. In other words, when I read this, I go, this was an extraordinarily classy response.
Yeah, I mean, she's obvious. She's being beyond classy. She's trying to be helpful. Which I don't know how many people would be that when knowing that someone's trying to make a competitor to one of their things that they do. I mean, she's just saying, yeah, they could do this, this, and this. I could see how there's a world where both of our products can live. You know what I mean? Seems fine to me. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Very classy. And also a message to Cutie Cinderella that if that does sound good to you, there is an award show.
Yeah,
the
that
Streamies
exists with all of those categories.
What am I, chopped liver?
It's called the Steamies, baby.
Oh, Steamies.
And we out here steaming it up.
You guys haven't been doing Steamies for a year.
And
or
we
two
got
now.
invited to the actual Streamies where they intimidated us. They intentionally rigged our nomination, right?
No, they were very nice and they provided us with a great meal and it was a good time.
I remember just walking out of there upset.
We left. That's all I remember. I think they kicked us out. I don't remember.
If you don't know, there is this event called the Streamies that gets done every year, and they made a joke award show called the Steamies, which they did a couple of years ago at some live venues, and it was pretty popular. It was I thought they did a good job with that. Why am I right underneath his face? Move. Chaz, get out the way. Get out the way, Chaz. Get out the way.
Like, get out of
here,
here,
losers. Multiverse is
You lose,
expanding,
you
said
leave.
Skylar.
Who would I lose to? Jay Shetty for the 10th time?
That's right.
But anyway, being extraordinarily classy and doing kind of the world is
now
wide
he's
enough
back
for
over
all of
here.
us, which is
Dang
true,
it.
right? There's two ways you can take this. You could be extremely insecure and cagey.
No, I
and be like, they're
all right,
stealing my
don't
shit.
worry
Fuck
about it.
them. I wish them the worst. Or and again, you're not going to stop it from happening. You could be, the world is wide enough for all of
I
us.
pressed the wrong thing.
Do your event, I do my event. You know, there's tons of audience. Everybody's going to tune into the one they want.
Same key of E.
Best of luck to you, and I hope you make a great show. Classy all the way, right? Wouldn't you know it, though? If this response...
Oh, so okay, so I feel like we had the Ludwig part of the drama. Let's see what people start
was
going after
just
her for.
Way too, I guess, nice to Asmongold and Aiden Ross, who are enemies of the people. They've been branded as enemies of the people. And presumably, I mean, they are both, you know.
Oh, is that... So is he saying that because Asmongold and Aiden Ross are not friendly with Hassan, that Hassan's community is going to be mad at her for not brutally going after Asmongold and Aiden Ross for wanting to create competition for her show? So she should have went after them harder because Hassan doesn't like them? Is that what's
rightfully branded as such
going to happen here?
However, she's not endorsing them. She's not, saying, I love them. She's just being classy. There's another show that's going to be made to compete with her show. Anyone who's seen Hamilton the musical knows Burr made the big mistake, Dan, at the end after he kills Alexander Hamilton. And that's when he breaks into the great line of, the world was wide enough for Hamilton and me, Dan. And so he realizes when it's too late that he made the fatal error that ruined his life and killed this great man, Dan.
Yeah, the change of heart that he had, I felt it was very unmotivated and abrupt.
We had discussed Hamilton for 10
So anyway,
minutes.
obviously, Hassan's fan is fucking livid about this response. Here she is responding to the, now deleted, by the way, response to the insane amount of shit that was heaped on her. She said, being optimistic equals being a spineless fence-sitting bitch. Thanks for the heads up, everyone. And obviously, we know who she's addressing. Being optimistic is even like, you're just being nice. You're just being classy. That's it.
Yeah, that's such a crazy...
I actually had this comment because
That's such a crazy thing for the people to come after her for being nice. But because it doesn't suit Hassan, it's like, no, you are in the wrong. You must die. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm telling you, man, I cannot tell you how happy I am to not be a part of whatever is going on that side of the internet, man. Those people are so militant, so easily just convinced to just go after somebody. And I'm like, I like living in, I don't know, I like doing what I'm doing right now, and I don't want to be a part of any of that.
I was feeling bad for her. I thought it's just so fucked up that people are giving her shit for this comment.
I don't want to hate anybody. I don't want to receive any hate.
Smart, shrewd
No hate.
business lady. I said, I think I should lay off Cutie. She's in an impossible position no matter what side, quote unquote, you think she's taking. She seems like a very nice person that got unfortunately mixed up in a volatile situation. I would say this is kind of what happens when you're friends with Hassan. But I'll be honest, I was friends with Hassan, and look what it did to me. So, I mean, it happens to all of us, right? Here she is responding to a few people on Twitter. This is just a battlefield with deleted tweets and all kinds of business. But here she says, I'm giving them credit for making different content to me. Since I've spent months of getting shit from people saying that they are, quote, stealing my show and making it better, quote, I don't know. I'm just tired, I guess. Your response was great. So this Hassan fan responds, how...
Oh my goodness, this kind of person's coming after her. I can't tell you how much, like, someone bringing the politics into it is just, oh. I've seen the play. It's really good, so I don't blame them. Oh, them going on a side railing for Hamilton. Ethan and a former girl, a part of the show named Olivia Lopez. They had like a camaraderie where they both were big Hamilton friends and would make references and stuff. I don't know what happened. I know what happened with her, but I don't believe she's a part of the show right now, so who knows? I think she's actually away from the show because of this stuff, because of the Hassan people coming after Ethan and his crew so hardcore. But Veronica Rose says, brother, yeah, someone bringing in Israel Palestine into a convo where they're talking about, she's talking positively about someone who's trying to do something that she's doing, is just like, it's like, come on, man. Just like, why do you got to bring this into it? It's like nobody's going to disagree. The problem is that bringing something like this into an argument is, for the most part, the majority of people in the country would not disagree with that sentiment. But like, it's just, why is it necessary to bring it up right now? You know what I mean? It's not about what the topic is this. It's, you know what I mean? I don't know.
How about we just don't address people who have called for the death of all Palestinians, illegal immigrants, etc.? They don't deserve credit. I mean, she didn't give them credit. She's just acknowledging something that, like, she's just not ignoring reality. There's two very big streamers who are talking about making a competing show, and like she pointed out here, she's hearing this all the time. They're stealing my show and making it better, etc., etc. She's just acknowledging reality, which I know has become a very difficult thing.
It's like somebody you really hate. Imagine the person that you hate the most, walking by you and complimenting your shoes or something. Like, even I'm just imagine, like, again, I know it's a weird, I guess it's a weird analogy I came up with, but it's like somebody you really hate that you know coming up and say, "Hey, I like your shirt." It's like, in the real world, even if somebody you really dislike most likely comes up to you, most of the time you'll be like, "Oh, thanks." Like, your first thought isn't to be like, "F you for that one thing that you did that makes me mad." You know what I mean? It's just like, it's such an unrealistic. It's like, sure, QT Cinderella probably doesn't like those guys, but they were just creating something. Like, they're not, I don't know. It's just weird. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's the best analogy I could come up with. Someone that you hate, just being like, "Hey, I like your t-shirt." And you being like, "Ew, you said this one thing this one time. No, screw that." No, most likely you'd be like, "Oh, thank you." I don't know. People bring up politics too much these days. Like, see people bringing that up everywhere, no matter the context. So when how those people function in real life. Well, I'll tell you, they most likely don't go around saying that in random conversations, just bringing up that topic. It's so strange to gatekeep a concept like an award show. Like, what are we, Nintendo? Says Veronica. It must be very boring if they talk about politics in conversations that we're never a part of. Yeah. I tell you, I typically don't like talking politics unless it's with somebody that I feel like, I don't know, I won't get into it, but like, I typically like talking politics with people that I feel like are at least understanding. You know what I mean? Most of my close friends and people I talk to are not like, let's be honest, I live in Florida. Most of the people here are not like libbed up. So like, so the fact that I typically lean a little bit more Democrat, you would think like I'm not surrounded by like-minded people all that much, but like, I don't know. But I have the friends I have are the friends I have. You know, they disagree with me on things, and I sometimes disagree with them. But then like, we kind of typically talk about it and then move on. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. By the post IG shows me that you like, I can tell we have similar views as Lencho. Yeah, again, like I'm a little libbed up, but like, I mean, I have most of my friends are conservative, so like, I don't know. I have an aunt who is like that. Let's just say most of the family doesn't like her much. Her kids are cool though, says Odin is salty. Yeah, I don't like letting your political views and stances kind of ruin your relationships with people simply because most people don't have a say or control on how the world works. So to me, it doesn't make sense to allow your relationship with somebody deteriorate because neither of you have control or can dictate how things function. It's like this person and this, somebody, or maybe not that, that's a strong subject, but it's like someone being like, "I hate your stance on gun control." Okay, well, I mean, yeah, sure, you may not like their stance on gun control, but they don't control how gun control works or whether there is any or not. So it's like, what, I don't know. Yeah, it can be an open conversation if the person is willing to hear you, but most of the internet just wants to be right. Fair enough, yeah. All right, back to the
for
subject.
Hassan and his audience to do. Cutie responds, so what we don't do here is reach. If you followed me, you know what I stand for. If I comment on someone else's content, that has never meant that I condone what they say or do, obviously. If you truly think that because I said that we make two different types of content, that means I am a racist and enjoy racist, edgy jokes and comments. Unfollow me because you've never really followed me to begin with, if that's what you think. And that goes to everyone reading this. So the playbook is complete. Cutie Cinderella is now being accused of being racist for acknowledging their existence, essentially. They responded, I've watched your content for years. I obviously don't think you're a racist Nazi. Why is that even something to utter in response to what she said?
And it's so funny, this person saying, oh, I don't think you're a racist Nazi. And then saying all this crazy stuff. And then this person's profile picture is a little kitty cat with a hat on its on the side of its head. Like, come on. That shouldn't be your profile picture. Your profile picture should be like I don't know, the color red or something. Should be an angry cat.
But I don't know why you give the light of day to those people. She didn't. That's not what she did. If you think your post is just a quote comment that's harmless, then why is Asmongold commenting thanks for the support? This is just a privilege talk.
Oh my God.
This is just privilege talking? What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking
They're just
about?
being classy. She was classy, and he said, thanks. That's really nice of you to be classy. And these people are like, Nazis!
Well, they're also
privilege!
They're also they're falling for the bait completely. Why is Asmongold commenting thanks for the support with a smiley face? Because he's trolling her. Because he's
It
an
could be
asshole.
that too.
Like, obviously.
That's a good
Why is
point.
that her fault? That he's trolling her.
Very good point you make there.
I try to be honest.
He tries to be honest, though.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Oh, look at this. Queen. She made the same point. I didn't even know.
Exactly. So she goes, so you're using his response
Yeah, or
against
like
me,
mine,
not what
absolute
I said
peak
myself.
schizophrenic
You also seem to
gross.
lack nuance and like to fight hate with hate. No need to unfollow. I'll block. Now, Cutie Cinderella, I will
Go
point out
off,
that
girl. There you go.
this is your podcast co-host's audience, and this is what they do. And again, it's one thing to understand that and then to be on the receiving end of it and understanding it in that way. It's different, right? I worked with this guy for 2 years.
And it is funny how, like, hate to bring Ethan or H3 into this, but like H3 went through all of this stuff a couple of years ago again, where he firsthand saw how militant and quickly Hassan's community can turn on you and how hardcore they go after you. And it's just funny to see people who are associated with Hassan, like Ethan, are starting to have to go through this. And it's like Ethan was calling this out a while ago.
And so I know exactly what it is like. She continues, Jesus Christ, people, yes, I'm expecting to shut up and take bowling from thousands of people and never say my piece. Same, girl. I clearly don't agree with things that either of them said. Completely irrelevant, and you definitely don't need to say that. The internet is so fucking exhausting. No, you're right. It says show more. I can't click it, but I kind of know what she was saying. Since I addressed them doing a show in competition with mine, then I'm a racist Nazi, which is kind of the insinuation, right? Continues. Am I working with them or am I responding to shit I've been tagged in thousands of times and taking a clear high road? Exactly what you're doing, Queen. The Q stands for Queen, okay? You were a princess, now you're a queen.
Wow. Wait, Cinderella wasn't a princess. I just realized.
She becomes a princess, doesn't she?
Right, but she
marries the
starts
prince.
as just like a common folk.
I would
doesn't
never
she?
say that about her, though.
Right.
Well, she marries a prince.
Yeah, that's my point.
We're all saying the same thing here, guys.
She was a princess, and now she's a queen.
I thought she put the shoe on and that makes her a princess.
Once a princess, always a princess. Dan is splitting hairs because he hates royalty.
To me, all
It's
girls are
true.
princesses.
It's true. I've been called out. I've been exposed.
Cutie Cinderella responds, you spent the whole day retweeting Ludwig Drama Slop, which is also a harassment campaign, so congrats on those efforts. However correct I am, not worried about them doing a show different than mine. Why would I be? The question hasn't been, are you worried about their racist comments? Because I would have had a different answer to that, don't you think? And yes, of course, obviously, right? And I find it interesting she refers to what...
All right, I think we're good here. So let's move on to the next vid. So last vid. This is definitely the last vid we've been on for a while. Let's see. Odin Salty says, not gonna lie, it feels good taking some time off the internet. I mean, I guess I can see that. Again, I've never taken a time off the internet. I mean, I love being on the internet. I wouldn't be doing this, if I didn't enjoy what I'm doing here. But I feel like if you're gonna be on the internet and be terminally online, you have to be able to separate the real world from the online world. How things operate and function here are not how the real world operates. It's as I was saying before. Like, I've got friends of many different personalities and opinions and politics. and we're all friendly. We all get along. You know what I mean? How people communicate to each other in a Facebook comment feed is not thread or whatever, is not how people talk in real life. It just isn't, you know. I know it's not easy to think that because social media has gotten so good at convincing people that their feed is what's happening in the real world, and unfortunately it ain't. You know, I hate to break it to you. I mean, I think the internet's fine, and if you enjoy it like me, and I love being on here and talking to you guys and stuff, but like, you know, how people are in real life is a little bit different, you know. It's almost like it's called the real world. Shout out Real World. I don't know. I've never watched the Real World. I take too much time off the internet because of how busy I am, says Reese. Yeah, I don't. Again, I don't blame anyone for doing that. I've never taken a break. I don't know. I like being a part of the internet. I like watching these drama videos and seeing where all the tea and drama is, and that's it.
Guys are up here. So it appears that the nightmare.
Oh, so shout out to Rev says Desu. Hassan fans crash out after Ludwig betrays him. So we're gonna watch this one. And shout out, give you a like, make you full screen, make sure you're on screen. Where are you at? Window. There you go. We got a nice VTuber here. Yay, VTuber.
For Hassan Piker.
The second time we're talking about VTubers.
Is continuing because now even some of his most perceived defenders are turning on him live in front of their audiences. Now, of course, this all stems back to what else? But Collargate, a term used to refer to an ongoing situation where Hassan is facing criticism for his treatment of his dog Kaya live on Twitch. We are at, I believe, day 15.
Ona Salty says, I like internet. Guess it's more of social media that I have an issue with sometimes. I like YouTube, though, for the most part. Instagram is what I used to watch funny shorts and also send to my friends. I mean, that's, to be fair, that's basically all I use now is YouTube and Instagram. TikTok I'm not super on. I just use that to share my shorts. I'm on Red Note technically, but I only share my shorts on there as well. Facebook I don't really post a heck of a whole lot on. Occasionally I'll post something sports or video game related. Yeah, I would say YouTube and Instagram is where the best place to reach me is.
Of the situation, which is really insane because this thing just keeps dragging on and on for really 3 reasons. Number 1, Hassan won't stop talking about it. Number 2, his community won't stop talking about it and harassing other content creators for talking about it or not talking about it. And also because there's endless clips that keep resurfacing over and over again, suggesting that this is a pattern of behavior for him. And despite his best efforts to send his orbiters and his community after people pointing out these patterns of behavior, and despite the puff pieces made by journalists trying to prop him up, and despite live stream fails and other popular subreddits removing clips showing, for example, a time where his dog had an open wound on its neck because they believe it's old news. Despite all of this, it's just not enough. Despite his efforts, his very concerted efforts to flush this controversy, he's only seemingly making it worse. Now, people are still rallying behind this whole thing, including people like XQC's community, who stream sniped him to scream, "Free Kaya." Yeah, you can't stop the movement, but there's an interesting development here with a different content creator, someone nobody expected, and that's Ludwig. Now, this meme is atrocious, okay, but I
thought this VTuber was a girl until hearing that it is a man, says Reese. It could be a femboy. You never know. Listen, how dare you, Reese, assume that's a girl? It could be a femboy. Could be. All right, maybe I'm messing around too much.
See it all the time.
I wonder if that is actually supposed to be a femboy. It is weird. Well, it's not weird. I take that back. It's interesting. There.
People made this because they believe that essentially Ludwig is on a leash with Hassan. Hassan controls his actions and will
That's a pretty funny
discipline
meme.
him whenever he steps out of line and criticizes something Hassan
The edit
has
isn't
done.
incredible,
Many people
but
are
it's
believing
decent.
he might have broken free of these chains and he's now off leash. So many dog puns. But yeah, a lot of people are looking at a recent stream
Fair
where
enough, haha,
Ludwig
says
pretty much made it clear He doesn't like Hassan. In fact, he claims he's not his friend. And as soon as his streaming career is done, he, like 95% of the
I
other
am being
people
honest though.
associated-
Is that supposed to be a femboy or is it supposed to be a girl? I feel like it's supposed to be a femboy, because why wouldn't you just choose a male VTube character, right? If you weren't intentional, maybe I'm thinking too deeply on this. This is not something I need to.
will no
think
longer
about.
be someone he wants to talk to. And he also talked about why all this began the last 18 months, where a lot of people are calling him a
Bad
Hassan
ChazmaN.
defender,
You're
and a
going
lot
off
of
on a
people from
tangent.
Hassan's community are simultaneously saying that he's a Hassan hater.
So I uploaded a video that talked about really not much. It was a filler video, but Hassan saying that streaming is
so it's
harder than
him
a 9 to
talking
5.
about the
I
same.
poked fun at Hassan, and then I went on to do a sponsored ad read. I forget for what sponsor. And then filled up some bullshit.
So
Called
let
it
me
a
go
day,
ahead and
made
skip
some money.
ahead because we
Easy
watched all
gig.
this.
Has been with me for 18 months.
We
Bitch
did
move,
watch. We did watch all this
but I
already.
also don't care to die on the hill.
Odin Salty says, as much as I see people making fun of them, the femboys and furries are getting powerful, says Odin. Oh no, they're transforming. I think it was originally inspired from an anime character, but again, I'm not sure.
So yeah, that's pretty much the basis of this entire thing.
If I chose a VTuber character, it would just be Toguro from like Yu Yu Hakusho. That's who my anime character would be. Although that would be copyright, maybe. I wouldn't care. I'd choose Toguro. My boy. The real hero of Yu Yu.
Involving Ludwig and Hassan. 18 months ago, he makes a video where he takes a very small shot at Hassan, basically saying Hassan's comments about a 9 to 5 being easier than streaming is a bit ridiculous. And it's funny, too, hearing that from Hassan, you know, the leader of the working class over here, calling his streaming job harder. Of course, there's unique challenges with streaming, but you're not going to reach the average Joe with that sort of comment. But he took that small shot. Hassan did not like it one bit. He talked about it on stream. Ludwig gets brigaded. He gets scared for his sponsors and then pulls the video. And then 18 months ensue of nonstop brigading from Hassan's community, which is not surprising at all. But going further into one of these recent streams, Ludwig has made it clear he believes, in reference to Collargate, that Hassan 100% used a shock collar.
I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant, genuinely pathetic.
So as I was stating earlier in the video, it appears that Ludwig is off leash. He is biting back against Hassan. And the context he provided there, just to make it very clear, this whole
To
thing,
be fair,
this
if you
whole
can be anything you
ordeal over
wanted
the
as a
past 18
VTuber,
months
why not
began with a
choose to
video
be
where he
anything you
made a
wanted, says
comment
Veronica.
poking
Fair
fun
enough.
at Hassan, saying streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 job.
Yeah,
which is
and I would
really
be
ironic coming
Toguro.
from Hassan, you know, the guy who's representing the working
Toguro's
class,
cool.
so to speak. But that led to 18 months of really two types of people getting angry. People were calling Ludwig spineless for deleting the video, and then Hassan fans were very angry. So he kind of made a lot of different camps angry with that decision. He claims it wasn't because of Hassan reaching out to him personally. This was just something because
I'd
of
either
the
want to be
reaction and the
Toguro
brigading from his community,
or
and
Piccolo.
also because he was worried about upsetting sponsors. But as a result
Piccolo
of this
for
clip right here, a
VTuber.
lot of people are saying, wow, W Ludwig for stepping out against Hassan. You can see the comments on this post sharing the clip. Very positive. Another one turning on
Oh,
Hassan.
there's
Let's
Nuxtaku?
up those numbers.
What the
Ludwig's
heck?
spine grew 3 vertebrae that day. W Jellywig.
Oh my goodness,
Ludwig.
hold on. Look at these names. Nuxtaku, which that guy got canceled. Who knows what happened with that guy? He's a VTuber too. Tectone. Tectone kind of sucks. And then you got Dan Saltman. Look at these people. Now this is the I hate to say it. This is the people that like this is the total opposite of the spectrum where like I don't like any of these people that are here. So like it's like weird. It's like so Ludwig says one thing that ticks off the people that what is it? Oh, Ludwig says one thing that ticks off the fans of Hassan and kind of ruins his relationship with that audience. And then once that happens, in my opinion, these people like this group are on the far other side. Where these are people that I want. These are people that I also want nothing to do with. So it's really weird that like you have these people supporting Ludwig now and saying W Ludwig, and it's like oh gosh, I don't want nothing to do with these people either. It's just so funny to see how like people are trying on both sides to like take advantage of like of ruining things for Hassan or you know what I mean, or for Ludwig. And it's like I guess you can't really win, like, because again, like, not saying that like these people liked your post, whatever. If I was Ludwig, I'd be like whatever. But like the fact that these people are trying to like wedge their way in, you know, to try and further the rift between Hassan and Ludwig. That's clearly what these people are doing. They're like, oh, I'm gonna say W Ludwig so that we can create more drama or something. And it's like, again, I don't know anything about some of these guys, but like, as far as I know, Nux Taku and Tectone are like those people. I don't want anything to do with them. Oh God, not Nux Taku, said Skylar. Well, the Nux Taku thing is so weird. Like, I liked him. He had a podcast with what's his name? Indian guy. Oh gosh, I can't think of his name. He had like a video game podcast with Some Ordinary Gamer. I can't remember his name. Some Ordinary Gamer, he had a podcast with Nux Taku that I watched a few times. I actually liked their show. And then yeah, he got like mega canceled for something. I don't know if it was sexual assault or I don't know. I don't remember if it was like something crazy like that or lolly or I don't know. Again, I don't know for sure anything. But and the guy Tectone, he's just a flat out douchebag. Like, that's not somebody I want to associate with, like, at all. But here I am burning bridges.
Grew 3 vertebrae that day. W. Jellywig. Ludwig. And then this image that's been making the rounds. Ludwig turns on Hassan. The rats are eating each other.
Mudahar. I just thought of the name. Yeah, Mudahar he had a podcast with Nux Taku.
Love this. So at least
where they talked about
some
video
encouragement,
games or
even
something.
some positive comments. People saying, hey, at least you finally spoke out against this guy that many people believed Ludwig was a defender of, to the point of deleting his own videos that criticized him. But guess who's not happy? Hassan's community. They are very upset about what's going on here. And here's this giant board of comments here. Let's just read a few. Him screwing over his own girlfriend's career for this, by the way. But because in case you forgot, Cutie Cinderella is part of the Fear and Pod with Hassan. So, in case you didn't know, Ludwig is dating Cutie Cinderella, who also got involved in this because she made comments about Collargate, and that was a whole mess. But basically, as you can see, apparently if you speak out or have an opinion that is critical of Hassan, you've ruined your career in the LA streaming scene, which is a very sad thing. I don't think this is the W this person thinks it is. This next one says, did you see he apologized to effing Destiny for being mad at him after what he said about QT? The next one says, Ludwig probably hates Hassan because he spends more time with his girlfriend than he does.
That's a weird thing
As you'll
to
see with
say.
like, a lot of these, there's no actual criticism. There's no comments about why he's wrong for saying it's a shock collar. There won't be one single defense of that. Instead, it's just personal attacks on Ludwig.
Ludwig hates
Douglas,
Hassan because he spends
Jacobian-
more time with his girlfriend, LMAO. That's such a weird avenue to go there. Ludwig would kill a guy just to avoid losing his sponsor, saying, I wouldn't even go to Hassan's funeral. I don't get what the point you're trying to make is. This guy is friends with a dude who made AI. Okay, that's that same person from before. Now all of a sudden, this dude is like the least liked person in the world because he
Ludwig would
went
kill a
against
guy
Hassan
just to
for a
avoid
minute.
losing his sponsor, saying I wouldn't even go to Hassan's funeral is crazy. Well, he said he's not friends with Hassan. And he also said he will no longer associate with 95% of the people he currently does the second his career is over. You can think he's a jerk for saying that, but at least he's honest. Why would he do something like that for someone he's not friends with even now? He's not even pretending to be friends with him right now. For someone who has a degree in journalism, he is not very good at fact-checking. Okay, Hassan Defender.
Yeah.
I'm glad the Hassan Defender would...
Yeah, it's very funny for someone to criticize being a fan of Hassan, but then criticize someone else for not looking at facts. It's like when Hassan is like, again, I've criticized him before, but like he's the most like my reality is the reality type person that you could think of. It's just kind of ridiculous.
Degree in journalism knows about fact-checking. That seems immediately ironic. This after Ludwig said Hassan definitely owns a shock collar and that he would not call Hassan a friend, and also implied that socialism is when you don't make money.
All right, y'all. Well, I think I'm going to call it there. So that is Rev Says Desu. Thank you so much, Rev. Oh, you got a lot of subscribers. Almost 750 or over 750. Nice. Let's get the music. Where's the music back? Do. All right, y'all. Well, holy crap. That is by far the longest ChazmaN live I've done to date. Almost 5 hours. Goodness. Man, we really went through it all, didn't we? I'm gonna have a crap ton of content to make now. Ugh. I mean, I guess it's a good thing. I guess too much content is better than none, right? All right. So, I forgot to put my banner on. If you guys could, I mean, it's up to 100% up to you guys. But if you guys want to check out the highlights, the YouTube shorts that I make from this stream, don't forget to go to the Enter ChazmaN Live channel. I just recently totally revamped that channel, YouTube channel over there. So yeah, check that out if you want to see the highlights and particulars of the sort. I redid that channel, and I also redid the Enter ChazmaN Long Plays channel. So like all of that stuff has been redone, like 100%. I think my main channel is the only one I haven't really redone. I think it's because I'm worried about ruining some of my algorithm-based stuff. But those ones I'm trying to get a little bit more action with over there. Good night, bro. I'm gonna DM you, says Len Show. Oh, cool. Nice. Am I going crazy from the lack of sleep, or am I hearing Persona music, says Reese? No, there's Persona music playing. I have it in the background a little bit. But yeah, so I can turn it up a little bit. But yeah, so like I said, there's a bunch of stuff I'm working on. Keep an eye on the weekend. I got so much stuff to put out. I'm still experimenting with YouTube Shorts and things of the sort. I'm tired. I think I'm starting not to be able to talk. What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow would be Friday. Oh, I forgot. If you guys are interested, tomorrow night we're going to be playing Five Nights at Freddy's. I know some people in chat have been wanting to hear or see some Five Nights at Freddy's. We'll play that tomorrow night. That'll be our 5:30 Eastern Time stream. Same time as always. So Five Nights at Freddy's tomorrow night. Saturday we're going to get back to playing Persona. Probably Persona 3. I still really want to knock that game out. And then Monday maybe we'll play more. Maybe I'll save Costume Quest from Monday night and we'll get back to it then. No, we could have gaslighted Reset, Veronica. Interesting. Well, I'm at least happy that I could make some content for Reese. Reese joined right when I was going to end the stream. And then I saw Veronica Rose's post on the Discord. So, Veronica Rose, thank you. You made like an extra hour and a half of content. Yeah, so we'll play that. Persona Saturday. Monday we'll get back to Costume Quest. As I mentioned, don't forget in the Discord or in YouTube chats or any other comments, I mentioned to you guys, I'm going to also, I did all the YouTube channels, I reworked those. I'm also, maybe tonight or tomorrow, I'm going to try and rework my Patreon completely. I want to try and make that more appealing for people to want to join, to give more content for. What I'm going to totally redo is the tier system. So I'm thinking again of still leaving the tier system as first tier, still going to be your shout out in the on stream, for people that donate. Second tier I haven't figured out. I'm thinking of the third tier of doing some kind of thing where you get to choose a game that I get to play or something of the sort for given there. Again, none of it's going to be crazy expensive. I definitely don't want to wall off people from being able to interact with anything, but I definitely would like to try and make it more appealing for people to go over there and I don't know, donate or help out however they can with the Patreon. I know it's probably a little boring over there. I honestly have never touched the Patreon since I started it, so that's something I desperately need to do. But yeah, that's all I got. Gosh, shout out to the Patreon. I still haven't updated my Patreon thing. Shout out to BioCrash, Tim, and Scarlet Twilight. Thank you so much, y'all. Once again, gonna try and redo that, so hopefully try and get you guys some more friendos over at the Patreon. But yeah, so that's all I got. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. Thank you so much, everyone. I love you. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Five Nights at Freddy's. So, bye, everybody. Adios. Buenos noches. Let's say that. Buenos noches. Numero dos. I can't remember how the TVs used to say it. Bye, everyone.